Chapter 2547. 2 days ago, this young lady suddenly found the cave where the netherworld sex people were hiding and ordered Hua Fei Chun and the others to help her teach a lesson. It was said that this person bullied her severely. Hua Fei Chun and Yin Lu Sheng felt a headache coming on. After all, they had come to the ancient lands this time to ambush Xianxia. So how could they be in the mood to meddle in other people's business? If it was someone else, it would have been fine. With Hua Fei Chun and Yin Lu Sheng's strength and status, they might not have needed to pay attention to this matter. But this young lady was different. This woman's background was so great that even the netherworld sect master had to be polite to her. How could Hua Fei Chun and Yin Lu Sheng dare disobey her orders? The two of them cursed the person who bullied this young lady in their hearts. If this person hadn't had eyes but failed to see, how could such a thing have happened? It was fine to help a little, but it would be bad if they alarmed Xianxia and made him take precautions. Although they were unhappy, they still had to obey this young lady's orders. Just as they were about to pinch their noses and admit defeat, the wind whistled. The group of people had been hiding in this cave for 2 days without being able to come out until the incident just now happened. Yin Lu Sheng smiled happily and said, "Young Lady Lin, it seems we need to deal with the same person." The same person? Lin was stunned. Even old Fu's eyes widened. What a coincidence. Yin Lu Sheng slowly got up and said, "I won't hide it from you too. This person is called Xianxia. I have some grudges with him, so I came to the ancient lands to deal with him." Old Fu heard this, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "For one person, you've sent so many people to deal with him. You even prepared to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Isn't your netherworld sect giving him too much face?" Yin Lu Sheng's expression turned solemn as he said, "Old Fu, you must not underestimate this person. I don't know if Old Fu has fought with this person before, but this person's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface." Old Fu's face reddened. He nodded and said, "Indeed." Recalling his confrontation with Xianxia in the desolate city, Old Fu knew that Yin Lu Sheng was not exaggerating. That young man was clearly a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, just like him, but he was able to suppress Old Fu to the point where he couldn't even think of fighting back. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have needed the help of the Netherworld sect. He himself was a venerable emperor, and there were few things he couldn't handle. Putting aside his own strength, he's a genius. This person is also proficient in an extremely obscure power. This is what I care about the most. Otherwise, there would be no need to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Yin Lu Sheng coldly snorted, a trace of jealousy flashing across his face. "What power?" Old Fu asked in surprise. "The power of space." Gasp! Old Fu sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to conceal the shock on his face as he exclaimed, "Did you just say the power of space?" "That's right." Yin Lu Sheng's face was gloomy. Nodding slightly, Xianxia said, "Moreover, his attainments in the Tao of space have reached an extremely high level. It seems to be able to tear through space at will." "Is there such a thing?" Old Fu was shocked, his eyes flashing as he asked suspiciously, "Could it be this person is the disciple of that person on Spirit Beast Island?" Although he didn't name anyone, both Hua Fei Chun and Yin Lu Sheng knew who he was talking about. If Xianxia was really that person's disciple, then it would be troublesome. That person was known as the strongest person under the 10 great emperors. In the entire star boundary, excluding the top 10 titled emperors, he was the strongest, and he lived on Spirit Beast Island. He was a member of Martial Beast and was highly regarded by Martial Beast. Who would dare to touch his disciple? Touching him was tantamount to touching Spirit Beast Island. Even with Old Fu and Lin Er's status, they couldn't afford the consequences. Therefore, Old Fu couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yin Lu Sheng shook his head and said, "As far as I know, this boy has nothing to do with that master. Boss Fu can rest assured." "How do you know?" Old Fu asked cautiously. As Lin Er's personal guard, he was naturally a very careful person. Yin Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Because this person is from the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" Old Fu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. If that's the case, then it has nothing to do with that person. After a pause, he suddenly understood. So your heavenly net absolute sealing array is to seal space. In Lusheng grinned. Naturally, without the space divine technique, I'd like to see what he can do. Hua Fei Chan suddenly interjected. Has that boy already broken through to the Emperor realm? His disciple, surnamed Yao, was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but he was still killed by Yangkai with a single palm strike. Old Fu and Lin had also suffered losses at Yangkai's hands, which undoubtedly proved that Yangkai was already an Emperor Realm Master. Otherwise, how could he have done this? Yes, what realm do you think he is? Old Fu looked at him strangely. Hua Fei Chan frowned and said, Martial Nephew Yin said that when he was in the Shattered Star Sea, he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but Yin Lusheng smiled slightly and said, this person's aptitude is extraordinary and his opportunities are heaven-defying. It's not surprising that he was able to obtain an opportunity to break through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Martial Nephew has also broken through to the Emperor Realm. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have had to ask Martial Uncle Hua and the other brothers to help me. He didn't seem surprised, as if he had already expected this. Shattered Star Sea. He has been to the Shattered Star Sea? Old Fu was taken aback. Doesn't that mean he has just broken through to the Emperor Realm not long ago? A young man who had just broken through to the Emperor Realm not long ago, and whose Emperor Qi had yet to fully condense, was actually able to suppress him with such absolute superiority. Old Fu couldn't help but feel that this was unreal. Am I getting old? Old Fu, don't be surprised. No matter what kind of opportunity he obtained, or how strong he is, he will die this time. Yin Lusheng said viciously. What are you whispering about? Lin, who had been listening to them for a long time, urged impatiently. I want you to catch that guy and hand him over to this young lady. What are you waiting for? Yin Lusheng turned his head and smiled. Young lady Lin, don't worry. We need to use some means to deal with that person, but you can rest assured that this Yin will present him to you within 3 to 5 days. Young lady Lin, can do whatever she wants with him then. Lin, snorted and said, that's for the best. When the time comes, this young lady will definitely strip him naked and throw him in a place with the most people, so everyone can laugh at him. She had a fierce look on her face, as if this was the biggest punishment for Yangkai. She had threatened Zhang Ruo with the same words before, and it was exactly the same as what she was saying now. Yin Lusheng and the others broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. Hua Fei Chan said, since Martial Nephew Yao is dead, we can't stay here any longer. That person may have obtained some information and may not come here to throw himself into our trap. We have to change our location and make other arrangements. Yin Lusheng nodded and said, Martial Uncle, you can make the decision. After the two discussed it, they immediately led the other Netherworld sect disciples away, with Old Fu and Lin, following closely behind. Old Ban, how far is the rest of the road? Shrouded in strange fog, Old Ban led the way with Zhang Ruo, Shi in the middle, and Yangkai in the rear. Occasionally, a few blinding souls would attack them, but they were all easily dealt with. After walking for half a day, Yangkai suddenly asked. Old Ban's voice came from the front. It's less than half of the journey. It will take at least 2 days to get out of the passage. 2 days. Yangkai pondered for a moment before saying, Old Ban, you must have seen the situation before. Some of my enemies seem to be waiting for me ahead. They are quite strong and have a lot of people. You should go back the way you came. I'll walk the rest of the way myself. Old Ban grinned meaningfully. This old man has heard a little about the Netherworld sect. I can't afford to provoke them, but this old man is confident that he can come and go as he pleases in this ancient land's passageway. Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. Since I promised to take you out of the passage and into the ancient lands, I will never give up halfway. Although this old man's reputation isn't worth much, it can't be smashed by just anyone. He knew that Yangkai was worried that he would be implicated, but to be honest, he wasn't afraid of others in this ancient land's passageway. If he couldn't win, he could just hide in the strange fog, and even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find him. His familiarity with this place was his biggest reliance. After a pause, he continued, "Little brother can rest assured. Even if they really wanted to ambush you, they wouldn't choose to do so in this damned place. In this old man's humble opinion, the exit of the passage is the best place for them to set up an ambush. As long as I leave before that happens, it'll be fine." What he said made sense. Even if the Netherworld sect had any tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't be able to carry them out in this strange fog, so this part of the road should be safe. Thinking so, Xianxia no longer insisted and nodded. "Many thanks, old man." The three of them continued to move forward in silence. There weren't many twists and turns along the way. The most dangerous thunder tide and wind had already passed. Based on Old Ban's experience, the ancient land's passageway should be relatively safe for the next month. They only needed to pay attention to the sneak attacks of some Een souls. Xianxia was originally worried that the Ghost King wouldn't give up so easily. After all, so many Een souls and ghosts had been killed in the cave before. But after walking for half a day, Xianxia realized that he had been worrying too much. Perhaps the Ghost King also knew that even if he personally took action, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Xianxia, so he simply didn't provoke Xianxia anymore. As for the Een souls and ghosts that had been killed, the ancient land's passageway was never short of them. If they died, then so be it. They could always be replaced. Old Ban's route was still winding and irregular. With the guidance of the jade beads, the three of them didn't get separated and always maintained a distance of 3 steps. Chapter 2548. 2 days later, the strange fog around them suddenly became thinner. Xianxia wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Old Ban, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said, "Little brother, we're almost at the exit. The strange fog here doesn't suppress your divine sense too much. With your strength, you should be able to find a safe path." Hearing this, Xianxia quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings and found that, as Old Ban had said, the strange fog here was much better at suppressing his divine sense than before, and the range of his probing had also increased. As long as he could explore more with his divine sense, he would never get lost in this strange fog. The further he went, the weaker the fog suppression, and the safer he would be. "Many thanks for your help. Old Ban, you must be careful on your way back." Xianxia cupped his fists. Old Ban smiled slightly and said, "Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. If you need this old man's help on your way back, you can wait in a cave over there." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction and continued, "This old man will wait there for 1 day every month to bring people out of the ancient land's passageway, but the time is uncertain." Xianxia understood and smiled. Old Ban is doing a two-way business. If someone wanted to enter the ancient land's passageway, he could bring people in from the desolate city and bring some people out when he left. This business was indeed good. Old Ban smiled and said, "This old man's strength is low. Although I have a deep understanding of the terrain, if I encounter a powerful Een soul, I won't be able to resist. I can also bring some people out to protect them." Old Ban is considerate. Xianxia nodded. "All right, then this old man will take his leave. Little brother and little sister, have a safe trip. Come back early." After Old Ban finished speaking, he walked in the direction he had pointed earlier. He should be waiting there to bring people out. After Old Ban's figure disappeared, Xianxia turned his gaze to the front. After a while, he said, "Rosh, I'll walk the rest of the way alone." A trace of distress appeared on Zhang Ruoxi's face. Although she wanted to help Xianxia solve his problems, she was too weak at the moment. If she continued to stay, she would only become a burden to Xianxia, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. With a flash of light, Xianxia put Zhang Ruoxi into the sealed world bead before moving forward. The further they went, the less influence the strange fog had on them. Thus, Xianxia's divine telekinesis could cover a wider area. They were about to leave the ancient land's passageway. Stepping into the real wilderness, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned his head to look around. By the time he reached this place, The strange fog had already become much thinner and had almost no effect on him. Therefore, he could see everything around him clearly. It was quiet all around. There was no trace of any living creature, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Xianxia grinned and said, "Brother Yin, you've been waiting for this moment for many days. Now that I'm here, why bother hiding?" As soon as he finished speaking, somewhere in the sky, a perfect piece of silk seemed to be torn off, revealing a group of more than 20 people. Fierce murderous intent burst out in an instant as pairs of eyes glared at Xianxia. At the same time, a stream of light flashed and turned into a cloak-like artifact, falling into the hands of a red-clothed girl. Xianxia's eyes lingered on the cloak for a while before he raised his brow. A concealment artifact! Previously, when he used his divine sense, he didn't notice anyone here, but his intuition told him that the Netherworld sex people were definitely lying in ambush here. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the Netherworld sex concealment technique that was so exquisite, but rather the cloak. Xianxia didn't know who had refined this thing, but it was actually able to hide so many people without him noticing. It was simply too miraculous. "You're here too." Xianxia looked at the red-clothed girl and was a little surprised. Although he knew that the red-clothed girl and old Fu had entered the ancient land's passageway a day before him, he didn't expect them to be together with the Netherworld sect. He didn't even know if they were from the Netherworld sect. At this moment, the red-clothed girl was glaring at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. She seemed to be extremely indignant as she ground her teeth and asked, "How did you find us?" Old Fu couldn't help but hold his forehead and say, "Young lady, he probably didn't notice us. This shadowless is a treasure given to you by Master himself. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master see through its mysteries?" The red-clothed girl was stunned. "He didn't notice us? How is that possible? He clearly said those words." Old Fu was speechless. Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chun were also speechless. They couldn't help thinking that Xianxia had just casually tricked him, yet he had taken the initiative to unravel the concealment divine ability of this artifact. And now he was even asking how he discovered it. With this kind of IQ, how could he dare run around? Originally, they were hoping to use the red-clothed girl's Emperor artifact to catch Xianxia off guard, and all they needed was for Xianxia to move forward another 10 meters. Who would have thought that they would fail at the last moment? Now that their lineup was exposed, they could no longer launch a sneak attack. For a moment, Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chun's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have borrowed the red-clothed girl's power. It would have been better for them to hide themselves. "Are you also from the Netherworld sect?" Xianxia looked at the red-clothed girl and Old Fu and asked. Before Old Fu could answer, the red-clothed girl spoke first and coldly snorted. "What is the Netherworld sect? Why would this young lady come from such a place?" As soon as these words came out, Old Fu's face changed, while Hua Fei-chun and Yin Lusheng's expressions became even uglier. The red-clothed girl spoke without hesitation, but saying this in front of the Netherworld sect was tantamount to slapping them in the face. In any case, the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the eastern region. It was a well-known name, but in the mouth of the red-clothed girl, it was nothing. What is this? It would be strange if Hua Fei-chun and Yin Lusheng's expressions didn't become ugly. If it had been someone else who said this, Hua Fei-chun would have slapped them, but this was the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch a hair on her head. Old Fu quickly laughed dryly and said, "Elder Hua, please don't mind her. Young lady has always been like this. She has no other intentions." Although Hua Fei-chun was annoyed, he couldn't do anything. He could only say with a cold face, "It doesn't matter. Young Lady Lin is straightforward, so this king naturally won't take her seriously." On the other side, Xianxia heard this, and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, "I understand." Lin said bitterly, "What do you understand?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Nothing. Young lady is in cahoots with the Netherworld sect. Are you trying to make things difficult for this young master?" Lin gritted her teeth and said, "So what? Seeing Yang Kai standing there motionless, she thought that Yang Kai was afraid. So she immediately said proudly, "If you want to live, obediently roll over here and kowtow to this young lady a few times, then offer your soul seal and be this young lady's servant for 10 years. Maybe if this young lady is in a good mood, she will spare your life." No. Yin Lusheng's face changed greatly when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped her. He had brought so many people with him this time. They wanted to kill Yang Kai, but this red-clothed girl said that she might spare his life. How could this matter be settled peacefully? In any case, Yang Kai must die today. Before he could say anything, Lin turned her head and shouted angrily, "Shut up! This young lady is speaking. Who gave you the right to interrupt?" Yin Lusheng was so angry that his face twisted, but he didn't dare to say a word. He was also furious in his heart. It was clearly this girl who wanted to use him and the others to get back her face, but in the blink of an eye, he and the others seemed to have become her subordinates who had to listen to her orders. What was this? Lin turned her head to look at Yang Kai again, looking around for a while, then frowned and said, "Where is that damn girl? Where did she go?" When she saw Yang Kai earlier, she was so angry that she forgot about Zhang Ruo's existence for a while. Only now did she suddenly realize that Yang Kai had come here alone, and Zhang Ruo, she was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say a word. Lin said angrily, "Are you deaf? This young lady asked you a question. Where did that damn girl go? She dared to slap my face. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death." Slap her face. Hua Fei-chan suddenly pricked up his ears and looked at Lin in amazement. The other Netherworld sect disciples also had horrified expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to slap this young lady's face. Who was this damn girl she was talking about? How could she be so audacious? Old Fu stood to the side, cold sweat dripping down his forehead and his legs trembling. The eldest miss had actually been slapped in the face under his protection. If no one had mentioned this matter, it would have been fine, and it would have been covered up without anyone knowing. However, this eldest miss had actually mentioned it in front of everyone. If this were to reach the master's ears, how could he still be alive? Old Fu was so scared that he quickly cast a pleading look at Hua Fei-chan, as if begging him not to spread this matter. Hua Fei-chan observed Old Fu's expression and knew what he was thinking. He just smiled and gently nodded in response. Although Old Fu's cultivation was not as good as his, he was still from that place and had been the young lady's guard for many years. There was no harm in having a good relationship with him. Perhaps there would be a time when he needed Old Fu's help in the future, so he would definitely benefit from this. Receiving a response, Old Fu quickly cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Lin clamored for a while, her chest heaving up and down. Finally, she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Hurry up and call that damn girl out. This young lady won't let her off so easily." She took it for granted that Yang Kai had hidden Zhang Ruo somewhere. Yang Kai coldly snorted and looked at her indifferently. "Little girl, this young master advises you not to stay in this dangerous place for too long. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. How dare you?" Old Fu was furious. Yang Kai actually dared to threaten his young lady. How could he tolerate this? Lin was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she frowned and asked, "You want to kill me?" Yang Kai coldly said, "You can't do things more than 3 times. If young lady refuses to wake up, so what if I kill you?" Lin immediately became hysterical. "You want to kill me? How dare you? Quick, go. Catch him for me." As she shouted, she pushed and shoved Yin Lusheng and the others around her, as if the Netherworld sect disciples were really her subordinates. Chapter 2549. Although the Netherworld sect disciples were unhappy to be ordered around like this by Lin they had no way out now that things had gotten to this point. What's more, they had come here to kill Yang Kai. Go! Yin Lusheng suddenly waved his hand and shouted, Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples flew out in unison and surrounded Yang Kai in an instant. Moreover, they seemed to be very particular about their positioning. Above, below, left, right, front, and back, leaving no way for Yang Kai to escape. Yin Lusheng watched nervously, fearing that Yang Kai would use the space divine technique to escape at this time. If Yang Kai sensed something was wrong and fled, then all their efforts would be in vain. The spirit array had not been arranged yet, and the space had not been sealed, so there was no way to kill or capture Yang Kai. But to his delight, Yang Kai seemed to be a little arrogant and did not care about the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples, just standing there quietly. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you've broken through to the Emperor realm and have space principles? Today, I'll let you know that there is always someone better than you. Yin Lusheng was secretly delighted, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he locked onto Yang Kai with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples had already taken their positions. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk after a series of noises, these 20 or so people summoned their artifacts one after another. These artifacts were all the same, as if they had been refined by the same person. They were all large black banners that fluttered in the wind. A series of rustling sounds rang out. They exuded an extremely cold aura. These large banners were exactly the same as the Netherworld Purgatory banner that Yang Kai had obtained from Zhongzhenyong in the Shattered Star Sea. Obviously, they were the same kind of artifact and seemed to be the favorite of the Netherworld sect disciples. However, the power fluctuations coming from the Netherworld Purgatory banners in the hands of these disciples were not as good as Zhongzhenyong's, so they should not have been refined to perfection. Everyone was in position. The banners had been summoned. Everything was ready. Only one thing was missing. Yin Lusheng's lips curled into a smile. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Set up the formation." The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect shouted in unison as their hands danced in the air. In an instant, an extremely subtle connection seemed to be formed between the 20 or so people. A layer of invisible restrictive power connected the 20 or so people together, sealing off the heaven and earth. Faint black energy gushed out of the Netherworld Purgatory banners. It began to diffuse toward the center. Array? Yang Kai seemed to be startled. His face was a little flustered as he asked, "What array?" Yin Lusheng laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "Naturally, it's the spirit array that will take your life." At this point, he no longer had to worry about anything. The heavenly net absolute sealing formation had already been set up. Space was sealed. Even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world unless he had the ability to break this array. But how could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master break the heavenly net absolute sealing array arranged by more than 20 Tao Source Realm disciples using the Netherworld Purgatory banners? Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would be trapped for a moment. Yang Kai was horrified, looking at Yin Lusheng with a pale face. He gulped and asked, "Brother Yin, what kind of enmity do you have with me? Why are you treating me like this? In the Shattered Star Sea. I'll let you go. Don't you care about our old friendship at all?" Yin Lusheng was delighted as he coldly snorted, "Let me go? Don't make it sound so nice. If I didn't have the information you wanted, would you have let me go? What kind of old friendship do you have with me? Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai said bitterly, "Brother Yin, do you really want to kill me?" Yin Lusheng raised his head and sneered. "What? You still want to live at this time?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Who wants to die if they can live? Brother Yin, why don't you let me go today, and I'll visit you another day to thank you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You have the nerve to say that?" Yang Kai said helplessly, "It seems that Brother Yin has already made up his mind to kill me. What I say is useless, right?" Yin Lusheng shouted, "No matter how eloquent your words are, no one will listen to you." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He stretched out his hands and brushed his hair back, saying with a sad face, "Brother Yin, I have another request." "Humph, what else do you want to say?" A sneer hung on Yin Lusheng's face as he felt extremely refreshed in his heart. He didn't know why, but when he saw Yang Kai's helpless appearance, he felt as if he had just ravaged dozens of young girls. and the pleasure he felt was almost impossible to vent. "Please let me die in this most handsome posture." Xianxia turned his face to him, looking at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Er's mouth twitched as she whispered to old Fu, "This person is really shameless." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Yin Lusheng suddenly frowned and shouted, "You're toying with me." At this moment, he suddenly realized that Xianxia was talking so much nonsense to him not because he was afraid, nor was it because he was about to die, but because he was clearly playing with him. Xianxia laughed and said, "I'm just playing around, Brother Yin. Why take it so seriously? You don't really think this young master is afraid of you, do you?" The mischievous expression on his face made Yin Lusheng so angry that he almost coughed up blood. As soon as these words fell, space principles surged and Xianxia's figure suddenly blurred. But soon his body solidified again and reappeared in place, not moving at all. The heavenly net absolute sealing array really lives up to its reputation. Xianxia raised his brow. Although he had heard Qi Hifeng mention the power of this spirit array and knew that it could seal off the world, Xianxia still wanted to try and see if he could leave this place. Now that he tried, he found that the surrounding space was really isolated. Even with his attainments in the Tao of space, there was no way for him to teleport. "What are you waiting for?" Yin Lusheng roared when he saw this, lest Xianxia escape if he was too slow. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples received the order and poured their source chi into the Netherworld purgatory banners in their hands, suddenly urging the power of the spirit array. Asterisk hoo-hoo-hoo. Asterisk a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, making everyone feel as if they had suddenly arrived in the Netherworld. A chilling aura spread out, causing the ground to freeze. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grasses instantly withered and turned into ashes. The 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners constantly poured out thick black chi, and within this black chi, countless Yin souls and ghosts could be vaguely seen, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In just 3 breaths of time, the world sealed off by the heavenly net absolute sealing array became pitch black, and if one looked from a distance, it was as if a huge black sphere had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. This black sphere was several tens of meters in diameter and covered a large area, causing Xianxia's figure to completely disappear. The power of the spirit array was already so terrifying, so it would be even more terrifying if it was fully unleashed. Yin Lusheng's mouth was filled with a sinister grin as he stared at the huge black sphere, seemingly wanting to witness Xianxia's death with his own eyes. If Xianxia had a little hope of escaping before, then now that the power of the spirit array had been fully unleashed, Xianxia had no chance of surviving. Shrouded in this spirit array, one's vitality would be constantly drained away. Not only that, but the power of the 20 or so Netherworld purgatory banners would also be greatly enhanced by the spirit array, and coupled with the joint attack of the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples, Xianxia would be ground to death. "Yin Lusheng, you've done everything you could to take my life. Do you really think this young master can't break this spirit array?" Xianxia's shout suddenly came from the black sphere, full of energy, as if he was not affected by the spirit array at all. Yin Lusheng's eyes narrowed as he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Before he could reply, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the black sphere, followed by a deafening explosion. The already huge black sphere seemed to have expanded rapidly under the eruption of some kind of energy, as if it could collapse at any time. The 20 or so Tao Source Realm disciples in charge of the heavenly net absolute sealing array all turned pale and trembled violently, almost suffering a backlash from the spirit array. Yin Lusheng was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Hua Fei-chun was also aghast. How is this possible? Didn't he just advance to the Emperor Realm? Although he couldn't see what Xianxia had done just now, because of the isolation of the spirit array, it was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful secret technique to affect the spirit array to this extent. How could someone from the Emperor Realm, who had just advanced to the Emperor Realm, achieve this? Hua Fei-chun thought that if he were trapped in this spirit array, he would only be able to wait for death, unable to shake the spirit array in the slightest. What he saw in front of him was so unreal. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk another loud explosion rang out, and the black sphere that had just recovered expanded again, this time even more violently than before. Asterisk Wah. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out, and some of the 20 or so Tao Source Realm disciples coughed up blood as their bodies swayed. Xianxia's previous attack had shaken them a little, and before they could recover, another attack came. This time they were really injured. Although their injuries weren't serious and wouldn't affect the operation of the spirit array, who knew how many times Xianxia could release such an attack? If this were to happen a few more times, this formation might really be broken. Martial Uncle Hua, Brother-in, we can't hold on any longer, someone shouted loudly. Yin Lusheng was also stunned. He wanted to kill Xianxia, and for this purpose, he had specially brought so many people from the sect, even inviting the second-order Emperor Realm Hua Fei-chun, and even arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array. If he still couldn't kill Xianxia with such a lineup and capital, how could he return to the Netherworld sect? How could he face his honored master, who had such high hopes for him? If he failed, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a third explosion rang out. Asterisk Pu. Asterisk more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples coughed up blood as their faces turned pale. A crack appeared in the huge black sphere, and a thick black qi suddenly spread out. Yin Lusheng's eyes were dull. The spirit array was really about to collapse, and it had only been 5 breaths since Xianxia attacked. Chapter 2550. Young Lady Lin, please help us. Seeing that the heavenly net absolute sealing array was about to be broken, Hua Fei-chun could no longer hold back and turned to the red-clothed girl. Lin pouted. What kind of broken spirit array is this? More than 20 people can't even trap one person, and you still have a nerve to say how powerful this spirit array is. When this young lady asked for help, didn't you say you didn't need it? Now you know to beg me. Hearing this, Hua Fei-chun coughed up blood, thinking that this had nothing to do with the spirit array. It was entirely because the enemy was too strong, and the person who arranged the spirit array wasn't strong enough. The higher the strength of the person who arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array, the more powerful the Netherworld Purgatory banner would be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the Netherworld sect protecting array. He and Yin Lusheng thought that this attack would be foolproof. After all, Xianxia had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, so how strong could he be? As long as the space was sealed, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased. But reality was completely different from what they imagined. Xianxia's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. Young Lady Lin, please don't make such sarcastic remarks. Hua Fei-chun was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. If this Xianxia escapes, I'm afraid young Lady Lin's matter will fail. Lin suddenly came to her senses and said, That's right, then I'll help you this time. As she spoke, a crystal-clear jade bowl suddenly appeared in her hand. The jade bowl wasn't big, and it was held in the palm of her slender hand. It emitted a pure white light, and there was a picture of an ancient kasha in the bowl. It was unknown who had carved the ancient kasha, but it looked very lifelike. It was even swaying slightly, as if it was alive. Lin shouted. She raised her hand. Taking out the jade bowl, she shouted in a low voice, Go! The jade bowl suddenly turned into a white light and flew above the black ball. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a semicircular white light curtain. It directly covered the black ball and covered it in it. Not only that, the ancient kasha in the jade bowl also turned into a real existence, taking root in the earth and becoming a towering ancient tree, releasing a strange fragrance. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk at the same time, Xianxia's attack came again. The black ball abruptly expanded again, but with the white light barrier formed by the jade bowl, the black ball was suppressed before it could expand any further. The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect had pale faces, thinking that the array would definitely be broken this time. Despite the backlash, when they saw that the formation was safe and sound under the cover of the light screen, they were pleasantly surprised and worked even harder to stimulate their own source qi to activate the power of the formation. Hua Fei-chun was envious. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this the Tai Oz Manthus Bowl?" This emperor artifact was extremely famous. There were very few powerhouses in the Eastern Territory who didn't know about it, but those who had seen its true appearance were few and far between. It was also Hua Fei-chen's first time seeing one. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally knew how terrifying this emperor artifact was. "Why? Do you want it?" Lin turned her head and glared at him. Hua Fei-chen looked terrified and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's just that young Lady Lin has opened this old master's eyes today. This trip was really worth it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. I can't control this thing for long." Lin's face turned slightly red as her source qi kept flowing out like a flood. It was obvious that summoning this emperor artifact consumed a lot of her source qi, and she couldn't maintain it for a long time. Hua Fei-chen seemed to have woken up from a dream and said solemnly, "Young Lady Lin, please cooperate." As he spoke, he gave Yin Lu Sheng a meaningful look, and the two tacitly understood each other, their figures flickering as they rushed towards the black sphere. Lin formed a series of hand seals and waited for the two to approach before suddenly opening a gap in the white light barrier, allowing them to pass through. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples naturally followed suit, allowing Hua Fei-chun and Yin Lu Sheng to smoothly rush into the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Inside the array, Yang Kai let out a soft cry of surprise, an extremely strange expression on his face. Previously, he was about to break this bullshit formation, but for some unknown reason, an extremely tenacious force suddenly appeared and stabilized the chaotic formation. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also sealed even more tightly, giving him a feeling of being suppressed. Inside this ghost-like array, Yang Kai felt as if he was in a strange fog, unable to extend his divine sense too far. Naturally, he didn't know that Lin had used an extremely powerful emperor artifact to obstruct him. He even thought that he had underestimated the power of this array. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from all around as one Yin soul after another roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The heavenly net absolute sealing array was arranged with the Netherworld Purgatory banner as its foundation, and the black fog that sealed the heavens and earth was also released by the Netherworld Purgatory banner. With the support of this array, the power of the Netherworld Purgatory banner was naturally greatly enhanced. Yang Kai was inside the array, which meant that he had to fight against more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples with Netherworld Purgatory banners. It was not as simple as 1+1. The strength of the Yin souls and ghosts seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Although Yang Kai tried his best to disperse them, he was only able to kill a few. Previously, he was focused on breaking the array, so he was now trapped. It was only at this moment that he realized the strangeness of this formation. Shrouded in the array, Yang Kai found that his vitality was slowly draining away. The black fog around him contained an extremely corrosive force that was corroding his physique and emperor qi. Asterisk woo woo woo. Asterisk his ears were filled with those bone-chilling, ghostly cries. Ghostly figures were hidden in the black fog, constantly attacking from all directions. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of moon blades in all directions. Although this part of the heavens and earth was isolated, making it impossible for him to teleport out, inside this black sphere, there was no restriction on him using Space Force. The power of the moon blades was terrifying, and as they tore through space, the ghosts were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis and instinctively pushed his palm behind him. But this palm hit empty air, and instead his right shoulder was hit hard, causing his blood to tumble as he staggered back. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise this palm would have been enough to break his arm. Yang Kai, inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. You have no chance to live. Yin Lusheng's voice suddenly came from all directions, drifting erratically, making it impossible to determine where he was hiding. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little troublesome. Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chan were both from the Netherworld sect, so at this moment, they were like fish in water inside this array. On the other hand, Yang Kai's hands and feet were tied, unable to display much of his strength. With this array devouring his vitality and countless Yin souls constantly attacking him, if he didn't think of a way, he really might not be able to leave this place alive. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could stand firm, he felt a chill on his neck. In his shock, he summoned the myriad sword and slashed at the cold intent. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. A surprised voice sounded, which seemed to belong to Hua Fei-chan. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to detect his sneak attack in such a desperate situation, causing his attack to fail. Brandishing his myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. Although he still couldn't see clearly, he still smiled and said, "Yin Lusheng, the Shattered Stars Sea let you go once, so you should have taken care of yourself. I didn't expect you to come to the ancient lands to kill me. Since you are so eager to die, this young master will fulfill your wish." Yin Lusheng was furious and retorted, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see what kind of waves you can still stir up." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just wait and see. Don't cry later." Yin Lusheng was furious and wanted to say something more, but Hua Fei-chan interrupted him and said, "Martial nephew Yin, be careful with your words. He is searching for your location." When Yin Lusheng heard this, he felt that Hua Fei-chan was right. Yang Kai was clearly at his wit's end, so he kept provoking him to speak so that it would be convenient for him to search for his location. He immediately shut his mouth. Yang Kai, however, sneered and said, "Do you think this young master can't do anything to you with the help of this bullshit spirit array? I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Shameless boasting. Yin Lusheng was really angry and couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei-chan was also trembling with anger. He had never seen such an arrogant guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was clearly at death's door, yet he was still shouting. He didn't know where his courage came from, but he secretly decided to torture him when he caught him. After a few exchanges, no more words came out of the black sphere, only a constant swishing sound. The red-clothed girl and old Fu stood outside. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they understood that Yang Kai was definitely not having a good time. Because every once in a while, Yang Kai would let out a muffled groan, apparently being attacked by Hua Fei-chan and Yin Lusheng. Lin was trying her best to stimulate the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl, and although it consumed a lot of her strength, her small face was full of excitement. Like Hua Fei-chan, she was secretly looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai being tortured. As long as she could capture Yang Kai and vent the anger in her heart, it would be worth it no matter how much she had to pay. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk inside the black sphere, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time, but it was obvious that Yang Kai was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. If it weren't for his extremely keen grasp of space force, allowing him to detect every attack before it arrived, he would have died countless times already. Even so, at this moment, he was in a sorry state, with countless wounds all over his body. Although none of them were serious injuries, the accumulation of them was extremely shocking. He's still not dead. Yin Lusheng was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai, like him, had just broken through to the Emperor realm, but at this moment, he was showing strength that far exceeded his own, which was really hard for him to accept. But it should be soon. Inside the spirit array, his vitality was draining away, and the cold Yin energy was seeping into his body. Now that he was injured, it wouldn't be long before he was an arrow at the end of its flight and became a fish on the chopping block. Chapter 2551. Feeling proud of himself, Yin Lusheng laughed wildly. Yang Kai, Did you think you would have such a day? How could he not be proud? A master proficient in the Tao of space, capable of tearing space at will, was now trapped here alive by him. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. So, although he knew that this was not a good time to talk to Yang Kai, Yin Lusheng couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei-chan didn't say a word, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Yang Kai blocked a blow and retreated, holding the myriad sword in front of his chest in a defensive posture, coldly snorting, frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it's the size of a well. Today, this young master will open your eyes, you bunch of trash, and see how I break your bullshit spirit array. Saying so, he flipped his hand and a bracelet suddenly appeared. Although this bracelet was a woman's accessory, it didn't look suitable for a woman to wear because it was covered in mysterious runes and pulsing with spiritual energy. At a glance, one could tell it was a powerful emperor artifact. You still dare to be so arrogant? Yin Lusheng was furious, and under the cover of the heavenly net absolute sealing array, he stealthily approached Yang Kai, raised his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack when a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. This sound was extremely strange, sounding like countless mosquitoes and flies flying over. What is that? Yin Lusheng frowned. But in order to avoid any trickery, he didn't dare to attack and instead retreated a little. Something that will take your dog lives. Yang Kai stood in place, sneering as he waved his hand and released countless pitch-black insects from the bracelet. The bracelet was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet, and the pitch-black insects were naturally the evolved soul-devouring demon insects. Previously, when he was besieged by countless Yin souls and ghosts in the cave, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. He didn't know if his soul-devouring demon insect had any effect on these Yin souls, because soul-devouring demon insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, and they could even devour demonic qi. And to some extent, Yin souls and ghosts were the aggregation of spiritual energy. At that time, there were too many people, and Yang Kai couldn't release his soul-devouring demon insects for experiments. Until just now, he had quietly released a few soul-devouring insects, dealing with Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chan while waiting for the result. After giving it a try, the situation was as he had expected. Those Yin souls and ghosts were simply delicacies prepared for the soul-devouring insects. Not only could the soul-devouring insect devour those Yin souls and ghosts, they would also not let go of the black gas here. They seemed to like this energy very much. Since the results of the experiment were out, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite with these people from the Netherworld sect. As soon as the insect enslavement bracelet appeared, countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out from it and spread out in all directions. These insects were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, capturing the wandering Yin souls and ghosts. In an instant, waves of mournful howls rang out. Although these Yin spirits did not have the thoughts they had when they were alive, under the gnawing, they still let out miserable cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chan were both startled. They didn't know what was going on, only that they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The situation was unclear. They didn't dare to launch another attack rashly. They were afraid that they would fall into Yang Kai's trap. What's going on? Hua Fei-chan could only helplessly ask the 20 or so disciples in charge of the spirit array. Only they knew the situation inside the spirit array, because they were the ones who arranged it, and the foundation of the spirit array was their artifact. It could be said that their lives were closely tied to this spirit array, sharing life and death with it. Not good, Elder Hua, a disciple shouted in horror. That person suddenly released a swarm of insects. A swarm of insects? Hua Fei-chan's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "What's so surprising about a swarm of insects? Kill them for me." What a bunch of trash. Inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, even the Emperor realm could be strangled. So why would it be afraid of a swarm of insects? Why were all the disciples the sect had accepted so useless? The disciples said in horror, "Elder, these insects can't be killed and are instead devouring the spirit array." What? Hua Fei-chan was really shocked this time. The Yin souls and ghosts that filled the black sphere were the Netherworld Purgatory Banner's spirit array. They didn't have physical bodies and were the same as the Yin souls in the Ancient Lands passageway. They were condensed from the resentment of people who died and were cold and treacherous. There are actually insects in this world that can devour the spirit array. What kind of insects are they? Not waiting for Hua Fei-chan to continue asking, a chill suddenly came from the front, heading straight for his face. Hua Fei-chan turned pale with fright and shouted, "Little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack." This chill was obviously caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Hua Fei-chan hurriedly blocked it as he shouted. With a series of explosions, the corners of his eyes almost burst open as he was forced to retreat with a look of horror on his face. This was the first time he had faced Yang Kai head-on. Previously, he had only used the power of the spirit array to launch sneak attacks, so he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. With the suppression of the spirit array, he was actually able to force a second-order Emperor Realm Master like himself to retreat. Is this little brat even human? Hua Fei-chan couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Yang Kai laughed. "You did this to me, so why can't I return the favor? What's so strange about launching a sneak attack on you? Does Elder Hua think that this young master should have just washed his neck and waited for you to chop it off?" Hua Fei-chan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but snort. That would be for the best. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, his figure flickered. It was unknown how he accurately determined Hua Fei-chan's position, but as soon as he attacked, he launched a devastating attack. Hua Fei-chan turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Martial Nephew Yin, help me." As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was being attacked by an opponent who was a minor realm lower than him in his own spirit array, yet he had to call for his martial nephew's help. This was a complete loss of face. But compared to his own life, what was face worth? Naturally, Yin Lusheng wouldn't let Hua Fei-chan take the risk alone, so he rushed over and shouted, "Yang Kai, don't be so arrogant." The two martial nephews instantly joined forces, and under the surging of their Emperor Qi, the Netherworld sect's secret techniques bloomed in a dazzling display as they fought Yang Kai. A series of explosions rang out as violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Both Elder Fu and Lin had strange expressions on their faces as they hovered in midair. Old Fu frowned. What the hell is the Netherworld sect doing? A bunch of trash. The girl gritted her teeth and cursed. She had even summoned an Emperor artifact like the Tai Cinnamon Bowl to help, but she didn't expect the Netherworld sect to still be unable to take down Yang Kai. "Young lady, do you want this old master to go and help?" Old Fu asked. Looking at the rumbling sounds inside, Hua Fei-chan and Yin Lusheng probably wouldn't be able to win for a while. Old Fu was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could help, he would definitely be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance. "No need." Lin flatly refused. This young lady has already given them enough face by personally helping them. Why do you still want to join the fun? If they can't even win, then the people of the Netherworld sect are too useless. Old Fu didn't dare to disobey and could only bow his head. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Old Fu's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples who were controlling the spirit array were all trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper, and beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Some of them were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. "What's going on?" Old Fu's eyes widened, but he couldn't understand what was going on. A Netherworld sect disciple shouted, "Elder, save me. This disciple's banner is about to be completely devoured." The Netherworld sect disciples cultivated the Netherworld Purgatory banner with their lives, so their strength was greatly increased with it in hand. However, if the Netherworld Purgatory banner was damaged, they would also suffer a severe backlash. They were indeed only controlling the spirit array and weren't fighting Yang Kai head-on. However, the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai sent out were constantly devouring their soul banners at an extremely fast pace. This disciple was quite unlucky. The banner souls he released were completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects, causing his netherworld purgatory banner to be severely damaged, and he himself to suffer a great backlash. Before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the huge black ball. It was the netherworld purgatory banner that he had risked his life to cultivate. However, the moment this disciple saw his secret treasure, he didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran. The netherworld purgatory banner seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld purgatory banner caught up with the netherworld sect disciple. With a bang, the netherworld purgatory banner exploded, turning into a mass of black energy that enveloped the netherworld sect disciple. An extremely shrill scream rang out, as if he had been subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. The black energy was like balls of black fire that attached to the disciple's body and wouldn't disperse. Like an all-pervasive viper, they drilled into his flesh through his pores. As he screamed, the netherworld sect disciple kept rolling on the ground, scratching his face with both hands. He used so much strength that he actually tore off his own flesh. In the blink of an eye, this person was covered in blood and bones. How could this be? What happened to him? On the other side, the red-clothed girl who was controlling the Tai Kashabol's power turned pale and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, how could a person do such a thing to himself? 10,000 ghosts devouring body. Old Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in shock, "This person is finished." The netherworld purgatory banner's power was greatly reduced, and the netherworld sect disciple also suffered a backlash. This kind of backlash was even more unbearable than being thrown into a pot of oil and being squeezed dry. As he spoke, the black energy on the disciple's body converged and drilled into his body. An even more shrill scream rang out. The man kept rolling on the ground, tearing off pieces of flesh with his own hands. Soon, blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 2552. In less than 10 breaths of time, the netherworld sect disciple suddenly twitched all over before his vitality was cut off, and he lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Even his brightly colored intestines had been pulled out by him, making for a terrifying sight. Black energy was still burning on his body, as if it would continue to burn until the end of time. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk streaks of black light flew out of the heavenly net absolute sealing array one after another, shooting towards the netherworld sect disciples with incomparable accuracy. The disciples were scared out of their wits and fled one after another, shouting for Elder to save them. How could Hua Fei Chan have the time to save their lives? At this moment, he and Yin Lisheng were still being chased by Yang Kai. They couldn't even catch their breath, so even if he knew that the disciples were suffering from the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, he was powerless. However, even if he had the time at this moment, there was no way he could save those disciples. For the disciples of the netherworld sect, the 10,000 ghosts devouring body was the most terrible torture and the most unbearable way to die. This was related to the secret art they cultivated and the artifacts they sacrificed. But after all, this was the foundation of the netherworld sect. So which disciple didn't cultivate it? Screams rang out one after another. But this time it was not the Een souls, but the disciples of the netherworld sect who were being devoured by the 10,000 ghosts devouring body. In just 30 breaths of time, the netherworld sect had lost nearly half of its people, all of whom died from the backlash caused by the netherworld purgatory banner being damaged. However, the spirit array was still operating. The heavenly net absolute sealing array was a rather peculiar spirit array, but it was also a very flexible spirit array. 5 people could set it up. 10 people could also set it up. 20 people could also. So even if many of them died, the spirit array did not stop operating. It was just that the color of the black sphere seemed to have faded a lot, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen flying around inside, fighting fiercely. With nearly half of the people on their side dead, the remaining Netherworld sect disciples were naturally frightened. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be no different from their dead brothers. Sooner or later, they would die from the backlash. But since Hua, Fei, Chan didn't speak, how could they dare to escape? If they really escaped at this time, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Summon the Ghost King, a bunch of idiots. Yin Lu Sheng suddenly cursed. The Netherworld sect's disciples were all shocked when they heard this. Then, a look of determination flashed across their faces as they formed hand seals and circulated their source chi. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. It sprayed towards the black ball. The dark red blood was imprinted on the black ball, just like rainwater falling into the sea, quickly disappearing. However, the banner spirit within the black sphere seemed to have been provoked by something as it roared continuously. Hua Fei Chun promptly flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yin Lu Sheng quickly retreated, glaring at Yang Kai with resentment. The next moment, a ghost banner suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the symbol of a Yellow Springs disciple, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner. Holding the ghost flag with both hands, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at his artifact. With a wave of his hand, the ghost flag began to expand. Huff! Huff! A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the ghost flag, like the sound of breathing, giving off a strange feeling. Along with this sound, the thick black chi and countless banner spirits within the black ball seemed to be attracted by something and converged towards the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in Yin Lusheng's hand. In less than a moment, all the black chi and banner spirits disappeared. Yang Kai's group of 3. Their field of vision was clear, leaving only the white light curtain of the Tai Oz Mantis Bowl covering the ground and sealing off space. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. While fighting with Hua Fei Chun, he glanced over at Yin Lusheng, only to see Yin Lusheng grinning as he shouted, "Yang Kai, let's see if you'll die or not." As soon as his words fell, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in his hand suddenly burst into a mass of black fog. Inside the black fog, 2 scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if they could devour one's soul, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Immediately, 2 huge ghost claws stretched out from the black fog. As the black fog swirled, a huge figure appeared. This figure was more than 50 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face was repulsive. There was even a single horn that curved towards the sky on its forehead. Its mouth was filled with fangs. As soon as the figure appeared, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point in an instant. Asterisk huff, asterisk a stream of white chi spewed out of the figure's nostrils and froze the void. Ghost King, Old Fu's eyes narrowed. He knew that these people from the Netherworld sect were going all out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a secret technique. Once the secret technique was used, it was either you die or they die. This Ghost King was different from the Ghost King in the Ancient Lands Passageway. The Ghost King in the Ancient Lands Passageway was naturally born and cultivated to such a powerful level over the years. But the one in front of them was a fusion of the banner spirits controlled by the Netherworld sect disciples. It was undeniable that the Ghost King's aura was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a Third-Order Emperor Realmmaster. Even Old Fu, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Lin whose cultivation was lower, was unaffected, but a faint layer of light flickered on her body. It seemed that it was this light that prevented her from being corroded by the Yin Qi. "Martial uncle, help me!" Yin Lusheng shouted. Hua Fei Chun immediately fainted and forced Yang Kai back. His figure flickered, and he retreated to Yin Lusheng's side and punched himself in the chest. Asterisk poo, asterisk blood spurted out from Hua Fei Chun's mouth and sprayed on the Ghost King's body, increasing its aura by a lot. Forming hand seals, Hua Fei Chun and Yin Lusheng both wore solemn expressions, seemingly resonating with each other and establishing an inexplicable connection with the Ghost King. Yang Kai stood in place with a solemn expression, his eyes darting around as he sized up the Ghost King. As expected of a top sect in the Eastern Territory, they actually had such a strange secret technique. Yang Kai thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect such a change. On the other side, Yin Lusheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but can you be stronger than the Ghost King? This is the combined strength of more than a dozen people from my Netherworld sect. You will die without a doubt." Yang Kai snorted, "You've said this many times today, but this young master is still standing here, isn't he?" Yin Lusheng couldn't restrain his anger, so he didn't want to waste any more words with him. Forming a seal with his hand, he shouted, "Die." As soon as his words fell, the Ghost King's eyes burst with crimson light as it rushed towards Yang Kai like a marionette. "Swallow it for me." Yang Kai pointed his finger, and countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects in midair and colliding head-on with the Ghost King. Hong Long. The insect cloud suddenly collapsed, and countless soul-devouring demon insects were sent flying and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. On the other hand, the Ghost King was completely unscathed, and its momentum was not reduced. After all, the insect cloud was composed of countless soul-devouring demon insects, so its structure was not dense. So how could it withstand such a collision? Naturally, it scattered at once, looking as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be presumptuous? Serve you right today." The meaning of his words seemed to be that he felt Yang Kai had nothing to lose. Yang Kai sneered as he stared indifferently at the approaching Ghost King, not moving in the slightest. Yin Lusheng's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that the Ghost King's body was covered with dark insects at some point. Obviously, they had quietly landed on it during the head-on collision just now. Kacha. The sound of silkworms biting mulberry leaves rang out, and the Ghost King showed an extremely pained expression as it opened its mouth and howled, its speed suddenly slowing down a lot. Yin Lusheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these strange insects to be so powerful that they could even swallow the Ghost King. Hua Fei Chen's face flickered as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, "Soul-devouring demon insects. These are soul-devouring demon insects." He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had cultivated for who knows how many years. Naturally, his knowledge and experience were extremely rich, so it was not surprising that he recognized soul-devouring demon insects. He didn't recognize them at first. After all, these soul-devouring demon insects were very different from the ones he had seen in ancient books. Whether it was their size or ferocity, they were incomparable to those recorded in ancient books. Only now did he have a flash of insight. After knowing that these were soul-devouring demon insects, Hua Fei Chen's expression became extremely flustered. Yin Lusheng might not know how powerful these soul-devouring demon insects were, but he was well aware that the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and Yin souls were most afraid of these things. No wonder so many disciples have been killed. It turns out that these things are the cause of so many troubles. As he spoke, the soul-devouring demon insects that had fallen to the ground slowly got up, flapped their wings, and flew out with a buzzing sound, pouncing towards the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ghost King was covered by the soul-devouring demon insects, leaving only its two scarlet eyes vaguely visible. Gnawed by the soul-devouring demon insects, the Ghost King seemed to be unable to be controlled by Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chen, constantly writhing and howling in pain. Hua Fei Chen knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly shouted, "End this quickly!" Once the soul-devouring demon insects appeared, they couldn't afford to delay. If this dragged on, the Ghost King would be gnawed until there was nothing left of it. At that time, He and Yin Lusheng would also suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. More than a dozen disciples had died in front of him, and Hua Fei Chun didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Yin Lusheng was also a smart person, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation. So he immediately joined forces with Hua Fei Chun and forced the Ghost King to attack. Roar. With a roar. The Ghost King's two eyes became even redder, as if they were filled with blood. It no longer paid attention to the interference of the soul, devouring demon insects, and directly flew towards Yang Kai. In midair, the huge ghost claw reached out, and a black scythe suddenly appeared in its hand, slashing towards Yang Kai. Chapter 2553. The Ghost King's attack was extremely shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the biting cold wind had already cut Yang Kai's skin painfully. Wung. The myriad's sword hummed as Yang Kai slashed it upwards, pushing his Emperor Qi fiercely as a dazzling sword light burst forth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's pouncing figure paused slightly, its huge body leaning back a little, showing just how powerful Yang Kai's attack was. The feedback from the Ghost King made Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chen's eyes shrink at the same time, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing directly into the white light curtain before coming to a stop. A trace of horror flashed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected the Ghost King to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin Lusheng saw Yang Kai suffer a loss and couldn't help laughing. With me and martial Uncle Hua working together, this Ghost King's strength is comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, what are you going to use to fight me? Quickly die. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the Ghost King to pounce on Yang Kai again, wanting to take Yang Kai's life before he could catch his breath. Chi. The huge black scythe slashed down again with unstoppable might, directly cutting Yang Kai's body in half. Hua Fei Chun raised his brow and shouted without hesitation, "An illusion!" With the two of them working together, their perception seemed to have become extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Yang Kai had already escaped, and that what was cut in half was just an illusion left behind by Yang Kai. "Ghost King, come back!" Yin Lusheng also shouted without hesitation, changing his hand seals continuously. The Ghost King suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist. It disappeared strangely. The next moment, 3 meters in front of Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chun, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared, his expression indifferent, the myriad sword in his hand pulsing with sword chi as he slashed towards the two. Yin Lusheng met his eyes and sneered. There wasn't the slightest panic. Behind Yang Kai, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. In the black fog, the Ghost King's body was faintly discernible, and a huge sickle swept across the sky. Yang Kai frowned as a chill ran down his spine. How could he not know that the Ghost King had caught up to him? He didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones that he couldn't get rid of. He had originally planned to capture the ringleader and kill Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chun. He would not fight the Ghost King head-on. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work out. In a hurry, Yang Kai had no choice but to flee from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet away. What's the point of jumping around, Yang Kai? If you're still a man, let's go all out and fight. Yin Lusheng was furious. He found that although this space had been sealed, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his space ability to escape, Yang Kai was still able to move freely in this sealed space, as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to catch him. Yang Kai sneered. You joined forces with your martial uncle and so many brothers to support you, yet you still have the nerve to say that you want to go all out and fight with me? Are you out of your mind? Yin Lusheng's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still stubbornly said, If you have the ability, you can also find your martial uncle and brothers. This scene won't say anything to you. Yang Kai snorted, twisting words and forcing logic. He pointed the myriad sword in his hand at Yin Lusheng and said provocatively, surnamed Een, new and old grudges are destined to be settled today. If you're still a man, fight one-on-one with this young master and see if this young master can beat you to the point that even your mother won't recognize you. My mother died a long time ago. Why bother with her? Een Lusheng said angrily. Yang Kai said sarcastically, You are the chief disciple of Netherworld sect and an overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory. What's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight one-on-one with me? Een Lusheng's face was gloomy and anger surged in his heart. Even the Ghost King, under his control, flickered with light. Whether it was as the chief disciple of Netherworld sect or as the overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory, Een Lusheng had his own pride. If it were anyone else who said this, he would have already rushed over and slapped them. But facing Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. He had also seen Yang Kai's strength and ability. He was definitely not his opponent, so he would be the one to suffer a loss. Martial nephew, he's stalling for time, Hua Fei-chun said with a cold face. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghost King intentionally or unintentionally. The Ghost King's body was densely covered with soul-devouring insects, which were constantly emitting crackling sounds. Obviously, they were devouring the Ghost King's energy. In such a short time, Hua Fei-chun could already feel that the Ghost King had weakened a lot. If he continued to dawdle, he was afraid that before Yang Kai could kill him, the Ghost King would die first. Once the Ghost King was destroyed, all the Netherworld sect disciples present would suffer a backlash, including him and Een Lusheng. I know. Een Lusheng gritted his teeth. There's no time to lose. Hurry up. Hua Fei-chun shouted as he formed a seal again. Een Lusheng cooperated with him and glanced at Lin outside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What a waste. Lin coldly snorted. A group of people was fighting one person, and even something like the heavenly net absolute sealing array was arranged, yet they were still being slaughtered. How could this group of people from Netherworld sect be so useless? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come to them to help her vent her anger. Now that she hadn't vented her anger, she had accumulated a lot, especially when she saw Yang Kai strutting around. Lin lungs were about to explode. She couldn't wait to go up and teach him a lesson herself. She didn't even consider that she was from the Third Order Dao Source realm. How could she have the ability to teach Yang Kai a lesson? Didn't she see that Hua Fei-chun, Een Lusheng, and the others were now facing a formidable enemy? It was unknown what secret technique the two Netherworld sect disciples from the Emperor realm had used, but the Ghost King suddenly roared towards the sky, and the scythe in its hand became even more powerful. Its huge body, like a willow catkin, floated in front of Yang Kai in an instant and swept towards him. Yang Kai said impatiently, Do you think this kind of attack is still effective against this young master? Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to capture their leader. He just needed to continue wasting time with this group of Netherworld sect disciples, and it wouldn't take long for the soul-devouring insects to devour the Ghost King. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action personally, as the people from the Netherworld sect wouldn't have a good end. So when he spoke, he was about to move away. But at this moment, the huge, ancient Xianxia phantom on the white light curtain that had been covering the earth shook, and a branch peeled off from the light curtain and swept towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. How could Yang Kai have thought of such a change? He didn't know how this white light curtain was formed, and thought that it was something arranged by the Netherworld sect disciples. Previously, this thing didn't make any unusual movements, and only sealed the space around it, so Yang Kai wasn't prepared at all. This moment of carelessness caused one of his arms to be tied up by the branch. Stunned, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. But this wasn't the end. As the ancient Xianxia phantom continued to shake, 3 more branches attacked him like soft whips, accurately wrapping around his other arm and 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was entangled by 4 branches and pulled into the shape of the Chinese character. The branches tightened and dragged him into the air. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at the red-clothed girl called Lin, only to see that her small face was slightly pale and her hands were forming seals as if she was using some kind of secret technique. It was all her doing. Yang Kai suddenly realized and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Little girl, you're courting death." Because he was worried about the other party's background, he had only given her a small punishment in Desolate City. Now that he saw her mingling with the people from the Netherworld sect, he didn't want to do anything to her. He just planned to deal with these people from the Netherworld sect and ignore her. Who would have thought that she would have such a strange method, catching him off guard? Yang Kai's heart was filled with killing intent. Liner was also taken aback when she saw him so fierce, but she soon gritted her teeth and said, "I won't die even if you die." Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Young Lady Lin, well done. Let's see how this little brat will hide." Although Hua Fei Chun didn't say a word, he was still pushing his Emperor Qi to control the Ghost King to rush in front of Yang Kai with Yin Lusheng. The huge scythe swung down, and the aura of death rushed towards Yang Kai. Yin Lusheng's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to enjoy the scene of Yang Kai's death. Hua Fei Chun also had a smile on his face, feeling that this matter was finally over. If Kai Yang was still able to escape under these circumstances, then that would be too inconceivable. The attack arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" With a deafening roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The whole world seemed to tremble as dragon pressure filled the air, causing all creatures to submit. The Ghost King pouncing towards Yang Kai couldn't help but pause slightly, its attack also pausing for a moment. Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei Chun opened their mouths wide as they stared at the roaring dragon head in a daze, a feeling of absurdity rising in their hearts. Lin was even more unbearable. Her cultivation was the lowest, so under the influence of the dragon pressure, her tender body swayed, and she almost fell. Affected by this, the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl was greatly reduced. She couldn't display the full power of this Emperor artifact, nor could she maintain it for long. So under this influence, the pure white light curtain showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of big scenes, so she quickly grit her teeth and held on, not daring to let Yang Kai break free from her shackles. The golden dragon head phantom flashed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws, and strange dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin. Even behind him, a dragon tail composed of golden energy appeared and swept across the ground, creating a shocking sight. Kong. The Ghost King's attack arrived as expected and landed directly on Yang Kai's chest. Gujiji. A teeth-numbing sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's attack didn't seem to have hit flesh and blood, but rather the hardest artifact. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, but what stunned everyone was that while the blood of others was red, his was golden. On his chest, there was a foot-long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Even though Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation secret technique, which greatly increased his defensive power, he still felt uncomfortable after taking the Ghost King's attack head-on. Chapter 2554. If it weren't for the soul-devouring insects devouring a lot of the Ghost King's power, and if it weren't for his powerful physical body, this blow would have taken his life. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were extremely shocking, especially around his wounds, where there was a dark energy entangling them, hindering Yang Kai's recovery and eroding his flesh and blood. This was the Ghost King's energy, which was extremely difficult to expel. He didn't die. Yin Lusheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe how hard Yang Kai's body was, and that strange secret technique he had just used. He clearly saw a dragon head and felt a pure dragon pressure radiating from it. Could that really be a divine spirit? Thinking so, Yin Lusheng's legs trembled for no reason. I can't hold on much longer. Lin gritted her teeth and whispered. With her weak cultivation, it was already very rare for her to be able to use an Emperor artifact like the Tai Cinnamon Bowl for such a long time. She couldn't hold on for much longer, and with her mind shaken by the dragon pressure, just now, Her source chi was running out, and she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chun were shocked when they heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. They pushed their Emperor Qi and controlled the Ghost King to attack again. It wasn't easy to use this young lady's power to restrain Yang Kai and make him a target. If they still couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. "You're all going to die." Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to break free. With a few cracking sounds, the branches that bound his hands and feet were broken. Lin let out a soft cry, as if she had suffered some backlash. The pure white light screen slowly retracted. It turned back into a sparkling and translucent jade bowl and flew towards her, disappearing into her body. Without the suppression of this Emperor artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and his whole body was full of energy. It wasn't until now that he realized that the white light curtain was actually an Emperor artifact. The Ghost King pounced ferociously, but Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it, his expression solemn. Emperor Qi surged like a tide as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, shuttling like a dream. The moment the flowing time, Great Emperor used the divine technique of the Great Emperors, time seemed to freeze at this moment. The seal rumbled towards Yin Lusheng and Hua Fei-chun, but the two of them were completely unaware of it as they stared ahead with wide eyes. It felt like an instant, but it also felt like millions of years. By the time their eyes regained their clarity, the seal was already in front of them. Yin Lusheng's face filled with horror as his hands quickly danced. Blood essence kept spurting out of his mouth as he shouted, "Martial uncle, hold on." No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he quickly retreated like a loach. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Even though he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, his cultivation level also plummeted. This secret technique seemed to be extremely harmful to the user. Hua Fei-chun was inconsolable. The others didn't know what kind of secret technique Yin Lusheng had used. However, he was extremely clear about this. Yin Lusheng had obviously severed his own cultivation. He had used this opportunity to cut off his connection with the Netherworld Purgatory banner. In this way, he wouldn't suffer the backlash of the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, but correspondingly, he would be giving up all his years of cultivation in the Netherworld sect. Everything would have to start from scratch, and there was even the danger of damaging his foundation. He had been entrusted by this martial nephew of his to come here with more than 20 disciples to help him get rid of his enemies. But at this critical moment of life and death, he had actually fled and pushed himself out to take the blame. What could be more depressing than this? Hua Fei-chun almost coughed up blood in anger as he cursed the Netherworld sect for raising such an ungrateful wretch. How could he not have seen it before? It was true that distance tested a horse's strength, and time revealed a person's heart. If he had a choice, he would rather have stayed in the sect and meditated. How could he have run out into these muddy waters, putting his life on the line? Before he could finish his thoughts, the flowing time Great Emperors, shuttling like a shuttle seal, had already reached him. It was also thanks to his resistance that Yin Lusheng was able to escape. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Hua Fei-chun's skin became old and his vitality quickly drained from his body. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Bastard! Hua Fei-chun turned his head to look in the direction Yin Lusheng had escaped and cursed while clenching his teeth. Then his head tilted and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The principle of time had eroded his body, making him unable to resist at all. Death was only a matter of time. Without his control, the Ghost King suddenly went berserk, its eyes turning red like burning charcoal as it waved the huge scythe in its hand and attacked aimlessly. More than a dozen screams sounded at the same time as the Netherworld sect disciples who were still at death's door fell to the ground one after another. Black energy emerged from their bodies and burned them like flames. They had obviously suffered a backlash and had no hope of survival. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, nor did he care about the Ghost King that had gone out of control. He just coldly glanced in Lin Er's direction and snorted, "I'll deal with you later." As soon as Lin met his cold gaze, she couldn't help shivering. It seemed that she really wasn't scared, but she still stubbornly glared at Yang Kai, not flinching. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after Yin Lusheng. "Young lady, run." Old Fu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a message. If they didn't run now, they might not have another chance to escape. 2 Netherworld sect masters from the Emperor realm had joined forces. More than 20 disciples assisted them, and even summoned their ghost king, but they still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai and were instead being slaughtered. This guy called Kai Yang, his strength was simply too strong. His loss in Desolate City was not unjustified. With the strength he showed, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. "What are you running for?" Lin shouted angrily. "This young lady is right here. Let's see if he dares to attack me." She said this out of anger, mainly because no one dared to kill her. What's more, her legs were weak and she really couldn't run. Old Fu was anxious and said, "Young lady, can't you see that he is in a killing frenzy? If he accidentally injures young lady's precious body, how can this old master explain it to master?" Lin snorted. "Give him 180 times the courage. Let's see if he tries." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Because of a young lady's interference, Yang Kai was struck by the Ghost King, and his wound was still bleeding. He definitely wouldn't let the young lady go easily. Old Fu's earnest persuasion was useless, but he didn't dare to force the young lady, so he was really anxious. On the other side, Yin Lusheng didn't escape far before Yang Kai caught up. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, so tracking and escaping were his forte. What's more, Yin Lusheng's strength had plummeted, and his aura was constantly weakening. He was on the verge of the Tao Source realm, so how could he outrun him? As he ran, he looked back and saw Yang Kai following behind him like a ghost, his face so cold that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost. While chasing, Yang Kai ridiculed, "Run? Let's see where you can run to." Yin Lusheng knew that he couldn't escape, so he steeled his heart and suddenly summoned an object in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was about to activate its power. But the moment he turned around, he was startled because Yang Kai was already standing in front of him, staring coldly at the object in his hand. Before Yin Lusheng could activate his power, Yang Kai had already swung his myriad sword. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk, one of Yin Lusheng's arms flew out. Blood gushed out from the severed arm like a fountain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the object that Yin Lusheng had been holding in his hand, glanced at it, and coldly snorted, "Emperor Authority Bead. I knew it was this damn thing." Previously, in the Shattered Star Sea, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi, so he knew that the most outstanding disciples of their sects had treasures bestowed by their elders to protect them. The Emperor Authority Bead was the most common thing. Although it was not easy to condense and was still a consumable, if one had one on them, they could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Feng Shi had almost used his father's Emperor Authority Bead to kill Yang Kai. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years of being afraid of ropes. How could Yang Kai not be on guard against Yin Lusheng? So this time, he didn't give Yin Lusheng a chance to summon the Emperor Authority Bead and directly cut off his arm. Yin Lusheng, whose arm had been cut off, seemed to have only just realized what had happened. Staring at his severed arm in a daze, he screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, his face ashen. Asterisk Jung. Asterisk, a cold light approached as Yang Kai, holding the myriad sword, looked down at Yin Lusheng condescendingly. The tip of the sword pointed at the bridge of Yin Lusheng's nose. The sword chi was like the tongue of a viper, swallowing and spitting. Yin Lusheng's screams came to an abrupt end as he couldn't help gulping, a look of horror on his face. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. Even if Yang Kai spared him this time, Yin Lusheng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate again, because in order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique to sever his cultivation, damaging his foundation. At this moment, his strength had fallen to the Saint King realm, and it was still falling. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any deep enmity between us. Chapter 2555. My netherworld sect will not let you off so easily. A murmur sounded from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Hua Fei Chun lying on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. His eyes were completely ashen, as if he had been dead for God knows how many days. After saying this, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. He had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor Seal of Shuttle, but he had managed to hold on until now. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about the threat of death. Reaching out, he took the space ring from Yin Lusheng's hand and threw it into his sleeve. This was the chief disciple of the Netherworld sect, so he must have a lot of good things on him. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Before he could turn around and deal with Hua Fei Chen's body, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly threw away the Emperor Authority bead in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Emperor Authority bead exploded and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and uncertain. His good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, "Restrictive spell." He didn't know what kind of restriction had been placed on the Emperor Authority bead, but it was definitely related to Yin Lusheng's life and death. After all, this was a protective treasure given to Yin Lusheng by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Once Yin Lusheng died, the restriction would be triggered, causing this Emperor Authority bead to go to waste. Yang Kai's heart ached, but at this point, there was no point in feeling distressed, so he could only collect his emotions, walk over to Hua Fei Chun, and collect his space ring. On the other side, the Ghost King that had lost control was no longer a concern. Countless soul-devouring insects were gnawing at its body. They treated it as a delicious meal. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely devoured. More than 20 corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. Yang Kai himself was also injured. The wound caused by the Ghost King's scythe had not healed yet. The edges of the wound were twisted with dark energy, constantly corroding his flesh. Yang Kai waved his hand. Immediately, a small swarm of soul-devouring insects flew toward him and landed on his wound. Since the soul-devouring insects could eat the Ghost King, then they would definitely be able to deal with the Ghost King's cold aura. He had summoned them over to treat his injuries. Just as he thought, the soul-devouring insects started devouring his wounds as soon as they fell into them. A moment later, the pitch-black energy was completely swallowed up, and without the erosion and interference of this cold aura, the powerful restorative ability of Yang Kai's golden blood finally played a role. His flesh and blood began wriggling, and it would probably only take a few days for him to fully recover. Until now, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the girl in red. The moment their gazes met, Lin couldn't help but gulp. Even though she spoke beautifully just now, she was actually scared to death. She had never seen anyone so savage. He could actually fight one against many and kill all of his enemies. Moreover, the people he killed were not ordinary people. Those were two from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, plus a group of Dao Source realm masters who had arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Coupled with a huge wound on Yang Kai's chest, he looked even more ferocious. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lin would be lying if she said she didn't panic. She felt a little regretful now. If she had known this would happen, she would have fled with old Fu instead of staying here and acting brave. She didn't think that with Yang Kai's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to get far unless she and old Fu returned to the ancient land's passageway. Only with the help of the strange fog could they get rid of Yang Kai. Asterisk Yang Kai walked over step by step, his eyes cold, giving Lin great pressure. Old Fu was eager to protect his master and had already flashed in front of Lin with a vigilant look. "You're quite obedient." Yang Kai walked up to them, stood still, and pointed his sword at them, saying coldly, "Since you're so honest, this young master can give you a quick death. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Old Fu became anxious when he heard this. Is he serious? How many people in this world would dare point a sword at his young lady and ask her how she wants to die? Looking at the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, it seemed he really didn't intend to let them go. Thinking about it, he was bound by his young lady's emperor artifact and almost lost his life at the hands of the Netherworld sect's disciples. But how could his young lady die? If she died, this world would fall into chaos. Old Fu quickly said, "Young master, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This time, we were wrong. Please show mercy and pretend today's matter never happened." "How about it? Never happened?" Yang Kai squinted at him angrily and coldly snorted. "Are the wounds on this young master's body fake? How can I pretend it never happened?" The wounds had not healed yet, and the white bones were still exposed. How could he pretend this never happened? Old Fu's face darkened as he said, "This old master is saying this for your own good. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "This young master knows you have a powerful background and have the backing of the master. But so what? Once you fall into this young master's hands, your life and death are in my hands. Losers should know their place. Yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly? Do you believe I won't stab you with my sword?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his sword and pointed it directly at Old Fu's chest. His wrist swayed, and the sharp tip of the sword cut through Old Fu's clothes, scaring him so much that he hurriedly took a step back. The momentum he had been trying to muster instantly disappeared like a frosted eggplant. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would stab him in a fit of anger. If the young lady was killed, this guy would definitely be in trouble, but if he was killed, no one would stand up for him. He was a guard responsible for protecting the young lady's safety, but now that he couldn't even protect his own life, how could he protect the young lady? He had met someone who didn't care about his life. Old Fu's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known that this person was so strong, and if he had known that the Netherworld sect's people were trash, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cooperate with the Netherworld sect and brought the young lady to provoke Yang Kai again and again. But then again, who knew that a First Order Emperor Realm Master would be so strong? Then what do you want? Old Fu softened his momentum and asked weakly. Right now, he was meat on someone's chopping block, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He would put aside all humiliation for the time being and think about it when he was alive. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This young master has already said that everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Your young lady is so stubborn, and sooner or later, she will cause a big disaster. Why don't this young master clean up the sect for the master behind you now, so he won't have to worry about it?" Old Fu was shocked. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow just now. This person's murderous intent was unrelenting, and he was determined to kill the young lady. What should he do? He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly said, "Do you know who we are? Who is my young lady? She is Get Lost." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and kicked him. Caught off guard, Old Fu could only watch helplessly as the foot came right at his face. He let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. His nose was almost crushed by the kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After taking care of Old Fu with one kick, Yang Kai glared at the red-clothed girl and said in a deep voice, "You little devil, this young master was kind enough to let you go in Desolation City, but not only did you not repay him, you even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to bully this young master. Today, I will take your life and teach you that there are some people in this world you can't afford to offend." The girl was shocked, and her beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "You dare!" But before she could finish her words, she saw Yang Kai raise his sword and slash at her. In an instant, the girl's pretty face turned extremely pale as the aura of death enveloped her, causing her whole body to turn cold and her hands and feet to tremble. She had never experienced anything like this before. Since she was a child, she had always been pampered and pampered. Who dared to disobey her orders wherever she went? Not to mention someone who dared to kill her. But now, someone wanted to take her life. It wasn't just empty words. He was really going to do it. She was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and using the Emperor artifact just now consumed a lot of her energy. Now that she couldn't even walk properly, How could she defend herself against this attack? Death. So, this is what it feels like. Someone really dares to kill me? The girl was stunned in place, as if she had been paralyzed. The myriad's sword slashed down, and Xianxia didn't hold back at all. When he circulated his emperor chi, even old Fu could be cut in two, let alone the delicate girl. But just as the myriad's sword was about to hit, a black pendant around the girl's neck suddenly burst open, turning into a dark barrier that wrapped around her. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang. The myriad's sword hit the barrier but failed to damage it in the slightest. Instead, it knocked Xianxia back a few steps. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected this. He stared at the dark barrier and coldly snorted. After the dark barrier protected the girl, it immediately turned into a beam of black light, circled the surroundings, and shot directly into old Fu, who was lying on the ground. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk the world hummed as an unimaginable pressure suddenly spread out. Judging from the source, it was obvious that old Fu was lying on the ground. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk within 100 kilometers, all the birds and beasts scattered, as if they had sensed some kind of danger and fled for their lives. Xianxia couldn't help gulping as he secretly raised his guard. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was clearly the soul descent of a master. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, Fengxi had played such a trick, and it was still fresh in his memory. These elites from the top sects all seemed to have their own trump cards. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common one, but the Soul Descent bead was undoubtedly more powerful. It was the descent of a true expert soul. Although it wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the expert, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The descent of a master's soul not only brought about pressure in terms of strength, but also prestige and reputation. There were only so many top masters, so once a soul descent occurred, who dared to underestimate them? Fengxi could make his father's soul descent into the Shattered Star Sea, so this young lady Lin could naturally do the same. Xianxia had long known that this would happen, so he didn't expect to kill the girl, but he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 2556. That inexplicable master had his own reasons for choosing to use soul descent on old Fu. Firstly, Lin was a woman, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, old Fu was much stronger than Lin so the soul descent would allow him to display more of his abilities. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if old Fu's body was damaged afterwards. The soul descent of a master was also a great burden on the body of a weak person. Under Xianxia's gaze, old Fu, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight. His white hair fluttered without the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, inspiring awe in all who looked at him. In the blink of an eye, old Fu's temperament changed drastically. His gaze swept over everyone, as if he could look down on the world with disdain. Old Fu's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Xianxia for a moment before turning to Lin. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin also seemed to have reacted at this moment. She reached out and touched the place where the pendant used to be on her neck, then glanced at old Fu. After meeting his familiar gaze, she couldn't help shrinking her neck as she realized what was going on. "Father!" Lin called out softly like a mosquito. Instead of feeling happy about her father's soul descent, she looked scared instead. "Umph." Old Fu coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be reflecting on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why are you here?" Lin was rendered speechless by this question. Her eyes flinched, not daring to look at her father at all. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This young lady must have snuck out secretly. No wonder she's so scared even after her father's soul descent. Why do all these little girls like to do this? And Mo Xiaoqi also often comes out of Spirit Beast Island. This girl in front of me is also the same. They're all spoiled. Xianxia coldly snorted in his heart. "What trouble have you caused this time?" Old Fu asked. Lin didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. "Why aren't you answering my question?" Old Fu suddenly shouted. Lin Er's tender body trembled as she reflexively blurted out, "Your daughter was bullied." As she spoke, tears fell one by one down her white cheeks. She was as sad as she could be. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as if she was a completely different person. Xianxia was stunned. This young lady's acting. It seems she's done this kind of thing. Tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were free. She cried in a heartbroken manner, as if someone had really done something to her. She even pointed at Xianxia and said, "It's him. Father. Is. Lin Er's crying stopped abruptly. Old man Fu turned his head and looked at Xianxia indifferently. This king is talking to his daughter. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? Xianxia couldn't help curling his lips. His heart was filled with disgust. Old man Fu asked, "You don't seem surprised to see this king?" Xianxia snorted. "What's there to be surprised about? If it weren't for your protection, with your daughter's temper and ability to cause trouble, she wouldn't have lived to this day. God knows where she would have died long ago." This guy wasn't polite to him at all, so Xianxia didn't bother to give him a good face. Anyway, he wasn't in the wrong this time. Xianxia didn't believe that this old man could really bully him. Feng Shi's father, Feng Xian, could stand up for his son regardless of his face, but this old man in front of him would never do that. He had to consider his own identity. It was because of this that Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Lin stared at Xianxia in amazement. She had never thought that this guy's courage would be so big, daring to say such words to her father. This was not something anyone could do. How did she provoke such a person? Lin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Old man Fu's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Boy, are you accusing this king of not disciplining her?" Xianxia snorted and ignored him. Why ask such a simple question and slap his own face? Seeing his indifferent look, old man Fu was surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this king?" Xianxia glanced at him and said, "Why would I be afraid of you?" If it was before he went to the Shattered Star Sea, Xianxia might have been afraid, but he was not an ignorant person now. He had even seen the great emperors of the secular world and the heaven-devouring great emperor, so he had a lot of experience. "Do you know who this king is?" Old man Fu asked again. Xianxia remained indifferent for a while before cupping his fists and saying, "Junior Xianxia greets the Serene Soul Master." This salute was not out of fear, but out of respect for the master. Old man Fu was really shocked this time. Xianxia had actually seen through his identity, so it was obvious that he knew who he was. As Xianxia said, the Soul Descender was one of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the Serene Soul Great Emperor. He was also the overlord of the Eastern Territory and the founder of the Serene Soul Palace. The soul contracts that circulated throughout the entire Star Boundary were also created by this person. Xianxia knew this only because of the attitude of the Netherworld sect and the others towards Lin Er. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, so if Lin Er's identity was not more noble than theirs, how could they be so polite to her? Who else could be more noble than the people of the Netherworld sect? It wasn't surprising that he knew about this after all the connections he had. "How do you know?" Old man Fu raised his eyebrows. Xianxia grinned meaningfully and said, "I guessed." Old man Fu's eyes flashed, but he didn't dwell on this issue and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you already knew Lin Er's background, why did you dare to kill her? Could it be you want to lure this king out?" This old man's mind is not ordinary. After being exposed, Xianxia didn't hide it anymore and cupped his fists. Master's eyes are sharp. This junior does have such intentions. Of course, if he didn't show up, Xianxia would really kill him to silence him. Lin Er had provoked him time and time again and almost caused him to die at the hands of the Netherworld sect. Xianxia couldn't pretend that this matter didn't happen. Old man Fu curiously asked, "Why did you try so hard to lure this king out?" Xianxia sighed and said with a bitter face, "Master, this junior had no choice but to do this. I was forced by your daughter. What does it have to do with me?" Lin didn't panic at this moment. Her father's soul was here, so her life was definitely not in danger. What she was worried about was how long she would be imprisoned after she was captured. Yang Kai glanced at her and snapped, "If it weren't for your background, do you think you would still be alive to speak?" Lin snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to argue with him. However, when she recalled the scene when Yang Kai swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. In her heart, she knew that he was right. If it weren't for her father's protection, she really would have died. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists. "Serene Soul Master, your daughter has made things difficult for me time and time again." This junior didn't want to argue with her. She's a little girl, after all, so it's understandable for her to be a little naughty. But this brat let her go again and again. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even colluded with the people of the Netherworld sect to ambush and kill me. This is truly intolerable. This brat was enraged and killed more than 20 people of the Netherworld sect here. Old Man Fu raised his eyes and looked over. He had noticed the corpses on the ground earlier, but he didn't expect them to be from Netherworld sect. Is this brat really so strong? He's just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how can he kill so many people? Yang Kai continued, "The deaths of the people from Netherworld sect are not regrettable, but your daughter didn't dare to act rashly." You're lying." Lin pointed angrily at Yang Kai and shouted, "You clearly wanted to kill me just now." Yang Kai sneered, "If I didn't put your life in danger, how could I lure the master out?" Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked, "What do you want to do after luring this king out?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and said, "Master, I don't dare to kill your daughter, but I have to vent my anger, right? Naturally, I can only look for you to reason with. Who told my fist to be weaker than yours?" Old Man Fu sneered softly. "What do you mean? Do you think I deserve to be bullied?" Yang Kai was furious and said, "Master, I almost lost my life because of your daughter. Look at this wound, it hurts a lot." Old Man Fu glanced down at the foot-long wound on Yang Kai's chest and was a little moved. This brat can still talk to me without batting an eyelid after suffering such a serious injury. What a weirdo. Isn't he afraid that I'll smash him into a meat patty? This king understands. Then how are you going to reason with this king? Old Man Fu looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, "This king is here now. Say whatever you want. You won't have the chance if you're too late." Yang Kai's face darkened and said, "Master, don't tell me you're thinking of killing me to silence me. If word of you doing such a thing as a master gets out, what will happen to your reputation?" Old Man Fu said, "No matter what your motive is, it's a fact that you want to kill this king's daughter. What does it matter if this king kills you?" Yang Kai was furious and said, "Master, are you trying to bully me with your power? This old man is too shameless. I thought that, as one of the 10 great emperors, he would at least care about his reputation. Who would have thought that he would be so shameless?" On the other hand, Lin was happy and shouted, "Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him." Old Man Fu sneered and looked at Yang Kai. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What's there to be afraid of? This young master has fought side by side with the great emperors. It's not like I haven't seen the great emperor's abilities. This young master is also a person who has seen the world. What's there to be afraid of?" As soon as he said this, Old Man Fu's expression became strange, and he asked, "You fought side by side with Old Man Hong Shun?" "Yes." Yang Kai snorted and said, "If Master's true body came, this junior would naturally run away, but Master is only a wisp of your soul now. How much strength can you display? Forgive this junior for being blunt, but this junior can drag your daughter down with me before I die. I don't know if Master cares about your daughter's life." Chapter 2557. Yang Kai's ferocious look showed that he really intended to do so, not just for show. Despicable. Lin Er's face turned white with anger. "This bastard really wants to kill me. You better not fall into this young lady's hands, or I'll make you suffer. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Kai shook his myriad sword and assumed a posture of mutual destruction. Old Fu's expression was indifferent as he whispered, fighting side by side with the great emperors of the human world? Boy, you're bragging a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Xianxia said, Boy, I'm just stating facts and reasoning. I never brag. Is that so? Old Fu smiled meaningfully, pausing for a moment before saying, Just wait. Wait for what? Xianxia looked at him in amazement, frowning slightly. He didn't know what this person in front of him wanted to do, but he knew that he was no match for this person, so he didn't dare to take him lightly. This person in front of him was not someone Xianxia could compare to. Although he was only a soul descender, Xianxia didn't have much confidence in being an enemy, but when it came to escaping, he still had some confidence. If it wasn't for this, how could he still stand here and speak so confidently without a change in expression? Old Fu's eyes darkened as he stood motionless. Xianxia was suspicious, but he didn't dare to make any movements lest he annoy the other party. Towering mountains were covered in white snow. Within the snow-capped mountains, there was a continuous rise and fall of buildings. From time to time, cultivators would fly through the air. The pavilions below were also bustling with people coming and going, creating an extremely lively scene. Brothers from the same sect were comparing notes with each other, just like beautiful flowers playing chess in a pavilion. Groups of maidservants passed by. They came and went in a hurry. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. Many tamed rare beasts ran through the forest, rolling up rays of light. It was like a paradise on earth, and the world energy was extremely rich. This was the overlord sect of the Eastern Territory, the Serene Soul Palace. Those who had never been to the Serene Soul Palace would never have dared to imagine such a scene inside the sect. Just by hearing the name of the sect, one would think that this place was filled with a ghostly aura. The difference between imagination and reality was simply too great. At the peak of the tallest mountain, under the cover of white snow, there was a palace that occupied a vast area. The palace was cold and cheerless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Within a radius of 100 miles around the mountain, not a single person could be seen. Even the birds and beasts that scurried about in the wilderness did not dare to approach this place. This was the forbidden area of the Serene Soul Palace, the place where the great emperors of Serene Soul cultivated in seclusion. Serene Soul was one of the 10 great emperors and stood at the peak of the star boundary. It was normal for her to be in seclusion for several decades, or even centuries. Without being summoned, no one dared to disturb him. Even her children needed to ask for permission before they could set foot in this place. However, even the young palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, Hyoji, had not seen his father for a full 3 years. He only knew that his father seemed to be comprehending some kind of secret technique and could not be disturbed. At this moment, in the palace, under the flickering lights, 2 figures sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them had black hair without a beard, wore a black robe, and had an indifferent expression. However, he had the natural dignity of a superior, causing others to feel fear. This was the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, one of the great emperors, the Serene Soul Palace master, one of the 10 great emperors. The person sitting opposite him was an elderly man. This elderly man did not seem to be sitting properly. His body was slumped, and he had a bored expression on his face. His eyes were rolling around, constantly looking left and right, as if he wanted to see if there was anything valuable in this damned place. He was prepared to take advantage of the great emperors of Serene Soul to steal it when they were not paying attention. That expression, coupled with his actions at this moment, could not be described as sneaky. If Hyoji saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because only his father and a few of his closest confidants were allowed to set foot in this palace. No outsider had ever entered this place. However, at this moment, there was an elderly man of unknown origin sitting face to face with his father. Yet his father wasn't on guard at all. If Xianxia saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This elderly man was none other than Duan Hongchun, who had not been separated from him for long in the wilderness of Purple Mountain. He did not know why Duan Hongchun had come here, and directly found the great emperors of Serene Soul. In the silence, only the crackling of the lights could be heard. Suddenly, the great emperors of serene soul slowly opened his eyes. Duan Hongchun was shocked. He straightened his back and asked anxiously, "Is it done?" "Not yet." The great emperors of serene soul slowly shook his head. Duan Hongchun was startled and asked in astonishment, "If it's not done, then why are you opening your eyes? Hurry up and finish it. This old man still has something to ask of you." He had an extremely impolite look on his face, as if he was very familiar with the great emperors of serene soul. The great emperors of serene soul smiled and said, "Your matter is not urgent. I have something to ask of you." Duan Hongchun curiously asked, "Ask of me? What do you need to ask of me?" The great emperors of serene soul smiled and said, "A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth said that he had fought side by side with you. Is this true?" Xianxia had just started bragging, and he had already come to confront Duan Hongchun. Who knew what Xianxia would think if he knew? Duan Hongchun sneered and said, "You believe what others say? What nonsense! When did this old man ever fight side by side with others? He must be using this old man's tiger skin as a flag to scare you. Quickly send him away. This old man's matter is more important." Serene Soul nodded and said, "I think so, too." He also felt that Xianxia was bragging. Who was Duan Hongchun? Even if he had cut off his own cultivation and his strength had greatly decreased, there was no need for him to join forces with others to fight against an enemy. However, Duan Hongchun happened to be in his Serene Soul Palace at this moment, so it was not difficult to ask. "Wait a minute." Duan Hongchun suddenly shouted again with a strange expression on his face. Who said this guy? What does he look like? He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a guy who had fought side by side with him, and it was not long ago. Serene Soul did not answer and just waved her hand in front of her. The space between them quickly rippled, and a clear image was immediately imprinted in Duan Hongchun's eyes. It was the scene of Xianxia holding the myriad sword and standing in front of the entrance of the ancient land's passageway, surrounded by corpses. Duan Hongchun glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How could it be this kid? The great emperors of Serene Soul was stunned. "You know him?" Duan Hongchun's face suddenly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. "This seat will recognize him, even if he turns into ashes. Serene Soul, quickly kill him and help this seat vent my anger. This seat will remember this favor." The great emperors of Serene Soul sighed. "Heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor. If you continue to be long-winded, this seat will not be polite to you. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with." He could tell at a glance that the one who had spoken was not Duan Hongchun, but the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, Wukong, who shared a soul with Duan Hongchun. Duan Hongchun laughed strangely. "Serene Soul, how dare you speak to this seat with this kind of tone? I didn't see you with this kind of courage in the past." The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He did not mention what had happened in the past, so it was obvious that he had also suffered a great loss at the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Duan Hongchun's face darkened. "Can't you change your lines? What's the point of threatening this seat with this?" The great emperors of Serene Soul's expression did not change, and he still smiled. "This seat's Serene Soul finger. Fuck you." Even the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, could not help but curse at this moment. At this moment, Duan Hongchun suddenly shivered, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of anger. No one would be in a good mood if their body was suddenly controlled by another soul. However, neither he nor the heaven-devouring great emperor could do anything to each other. Serene Soul saw that the heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor had been suppressed, so she asked, "Do you really know this kid?" "Oh." Duan Hongchun smacked his lips. "The kid I told you about before, this is him." Serene Soul raised her eyebrows. "He's the one who joined forces with you to attack the heaven-devouring great emperor? And he ruined the heaven-devouring great emperor's plan?" Duan Hongchun said helplessly. That's right, but the situation is a little complicated, so I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, you saw the end result. The great emperors of Serene Soul nodded lightly. So, he really wasn't bragging. What do you want to do with him? Duan Hongchun glanced at Yang Kai on the hologram in front of him with some worry. He knew that the great emperors of Serene Soul had descended somewhere, and it seemed that his troublemaking daughter had encountered some kind of danger. The descent of the great emperor souls was no joke, so they had to get something out of it. Just like some treasured swords, once they were out of their sheaths, they had to drink blood. The descent of the great emperor souls would be shameful if they ran back without killing some people. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal, but Yang Kai. Duan Hongchun really did not want him to die at the hands of Serene Soul. In any case, he had helped a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul glanced at him and said, "You want me to let him go?" Both of them were old monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years, so Serene Soul knew what Duan Hongchun was thinking. It just so happened that this old thing would owe her another favor. Serene Soul secretly calculated in her heart, I'm not related to him, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You could do whatever you want. Why ask me? Duan Hongchun flicked his sleeves, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Serene Soul could guess what he was thinking, so how could he not guess Serene Soul's plan? He already owed her a favor, so if he owed her another one, he was afraid that he would have to work like an ox for Serene Soul for the rest of his life. He would not do such a bad deal. Okay, then this king will kill him. Serene Soul nodded. Although my daughter is a bit mischievous, she is not someone that can be bullied by just anyone. Heh. Duan Hongchun smiled slyly and said, if you want your daughter to be buried with him, you can do it. Serene Soul's face sank. Duan Hongchun, you are looking down on this king too much. Although this king is only a soul wisp, it won't take much effort to take down a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Duan Hongchun shook his head and said, an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master is naturally not your opponent. But this boy, TSK, he's not ordinary. If you want to take him down, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Chapter 2558. Serene Soul said angrily, Duan Hongchun, enough is enough. This was no longer respect for that little brat, but looking down on herself. How could Serene Soul not be angry? Duan Hongchun said indifferently, he is proficient in the Tao of space. Is that so? Serene Soul was slightly surprised. Since Duan Hongchun said that this little brat was proficient in the Tao of space, then he really was proficient in it. Such a person was not easy to kill. He has also learned the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. What? The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. Serene Soul was really shocked this time. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was a divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was the only divine technique in the world that involved time principles. Even Serene Soul could not comprehend it. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was used, he might really be able to kill his own daughter. Right, the Mountains and Rivers Bell is also in his hands. Duan Hongchun threw out a little bit of information, but it seemed to hit Serene Soul again and again, causing his expression to become more and more exaggerated. Quietly looking over, Duan Hongchun was very pleased. He did not know how he knew this. After all, Yang Kai did not reveal so much information in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul's face was already dull, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, Yuan Ding's Mountains and Rivers Bell? Duan Hongchun raised his eyebrows. Besides that Mountains and Rivers Bell, what other mountains and rivers bell does he have? Serene Soul's expression twitched even more. Although he was one of the 10 great emperors and didn't lack emperor artifacts, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an ancient exotic treasure. It was impossible for him not to covet it. In the past, when they besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor, the heaven-devouring great emperor had risked injury to kill Yuan Ding first. The biggest reason was that he feared the suppression power of the mountains and rivers bell. Even the heaven-devouring great emperor was afraid of it. How could Serene Soul ignore this? The power of space. The flowing time great emperor, the mountains and rivers bell. This brat's luck was too good. How could he get all the good things? If an ordinary martial artist could get even one of them, it would already be a blessing. But this brat had it all in his hands. Who knew where his family's ancestral grave was? Those without fortune had no luck. This kid's luck was a little too heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Serene Soul snorted coldly. "Why are you telling me this? You're so boring." Duan Hongqian chuckled and said, "We're just chatting." He knew that Serene Soul probably wouldn't kill Yang Kai. This was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai with his soul descent. If not, Duan Hongqian wouldn't have revealed this information. While talking, Duan Hongqian impatiently urged, "You should quickly solve the matter over there. This old master is still waiting for you to separate me from the heaven-devouring great emperor. This old dog has been entrenched in this old master's body. It's not convenient for this old master to go to the brothel to have some fun." Serene Soul's title was Serene Soul. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in the power of the soul. She was also one of the great emperors who had the most thorough understanding of the power of the soul. This was why Duan Hongqian had come to the Serene Soul Palace to seek help from the great emperors of Serene Soul. He wanted to see if there was a way to separate the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul from his body. If even Serene Soul couldn't do it, then he could only maintain this state for the time being and think of another way. Thinking about the future, Duan Hongqian couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of serious matters, Serene Soul's expression turned serious. "Hongqian, I won't hide it from you. Your situation is a little tricky. I might not be able to help. Whether you can help or not, we'll see after we try," Duan Hongqian said in a low voice. Serene Soul nodded and closed her eyes again. Outside the ancient land's passageway, Yang Kai held the myriad sword and kept his attention on old Fu. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After the great emperors of Serene Soul told him to wait, they suddenly stopped moving. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know what they were up to. Should he take advantage of their unpreparedness and run away first? But if he didn't solve the problem here, he might be targeted by the Serene Soul Palace. The Serene Soul Palace and the Netherworld sect weren't on the same level. Being targeted by the Serene Soul Palace was definitely not a good thing. As he thought about it, an even bolder idea came to his mind. Should he make the first move and kill the two people in front of him? Once and for all, everything would be over. However, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a moment before it was thrown out of his mind. If he really did that, he would completely offend the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yang Kai decided to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. If the great emperors of Serene Soul really wanted to attack him, then it wouldn't be too late to make a plan. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin, and happened to meet her gaze. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his expression terrifying. Lin was startled and quickly looked away. She wondered what her father, the master, was doing. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed this brat? His daughter was being bullied, but he didn't stand up for her. How sad. At this moment, old Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What can I do for you, master?" The corners of old Fu's mouth rose slightly as he looked Yang Kai up and down, then glanced at the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples who had died. He knew that these people's deaths were not unjust. A person with so many blessings and who had joined forces with the great emperors of the secular world to deal with the heaven-devouring great emperor. How could they be a match for him? The mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic treasure that had been taken out by Yuan Ding tens of thousands of years ago, had actually returned. "I've pretty much understood what happened," old Fu said lightly. "This matter is indeed my daughter being a little unreasonable. You have nothing to do with this." "Ha! Master's eyes are really sharp." Yang Kai relaxed when he heard this, knowing that he was no longer in danger. Serene Soul was one of the great emperors, so since she had said so, she would definitely not make trouble for him. On the other hand, Lin pursed her lips in anger when she heard this, her face full of displeasure. Old Fu nodded and said, "The ancient lands are dangerous. Take care of yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lin his emperor chi surging as he pulled Lin over. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "Is there anything else?" Old Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "Master, you're not thinking of just leaving like this, are you? Are you kidding me? I was injured because of that troublesome woman, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. Old Fu was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grimaced as he pointed to the gash on his chest and snorted, "Senior, this junior's injury was caused by your daughter. Even my bones were broken. If I were to recuperate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without a year or so." Old Fu looked down and saw the wriggling granulation around Yang Kai's wound, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Does he think I'm blind?" Although Old Fu didn't know what kind of body-tempering secret art he cultivated, this kind of injury was nothing more than a flesh wound that would heal in a few days, yet he dared to say it would take him a year or so. How presumptuous! Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his expression and continued, "Sir also said that the ancient lands are dangerous, and this junior has something to do inside. If this junior were to fall because of this wound, it would be difficult for your daughter to absolve herself from blame. If word of this spreads, Master's face will definitely be damaged. Others will definitely say that Master allowed his daughter to commit such a crime. TSK, does Master still care about his reputation? You dare threaten me?" Old Fu raised his brows slightly and asked with a dark expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai sheathed his sword and said in a trembling voice, "This junior's strength is not bad, but I am not confident I can enter this ancient land. If Master can reward me with a defensive artifact to cover my wound, that would be best." Old Fu laughed in anger and asked, "What kind of defensive artifact do you want? Tell me." Yang Kai said seriously, "The bowl in your daughter's hand. I think it's quite good." Liner was shocked and shouted angrily, "You scoundrel! How dare you have ideas about my baby?" Yang Kai glared at her and snorted, "Children shouldn't interrupt when the master is speaking." Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Do you want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl?" "That thing is called the Jade Osmanthus Bowl." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned meaningfully. "If Master can reward this junior, it would be best. To tell you the truth, this junior has been wandering the star boundary alone and is quite embarrassed. Although I have already broken through to the Emperor realm, I haven't been able to buy a handy artifact. Life is tough. The mountains and river's bell is in your hands, yet you still dare to complain about being poor? Only a fool would believe you." Old Fu coldly snorted in his heart. "Master is one of the great emperors of this generation, so you don't lack an emperor artifact, right?" Yang Kai continued to pester Lin. He really did want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. It was a good defensive artifact, and he just happened to lack one, so it would be a waste to leave it in Lin's hands. If he could get his hands on it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. "My father is my father, and I am me. Why do you keep eyeing my baby?" Lin was so angry that her nose was crooked. This little thief was too hateful, pestering her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have already taught him a lesson. "You're the one who brought this up. Look at my wound." Yang Kai puffed out his chest, scaring Lin so much that she immediately turned her head. He was always talking about his wound, but it really did look quite scary. Old Fu was indifferent for a while before nodding. "What you say makes sense. It's not like I can't give you the Jade Osmanthus Bowl." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to fight for it. After all, the great emperors of Serene Soul had a great reputation. So even if they couldn't give him the Jade Osmanthus Bowl, they could at least give him something else. Otherwise, wouldn't his enmity with Lin be in vain? But he never expected that the great emperors of Serene Soul would be so easy to negotiate with. Listening to what they said, It seemed that they really wanted to give him the jade osmanthus bowl. Xianxia beamed with joy and directly stretched out his hand to Lin. Give it to me. Lin opened her mouth wide and looked at old Fu with an aggrieved expression. Father. Old Fu remained calm and said lightly, I can give you the jade osmanthus bowl, but not for nothing. This king wants to exchange something with you. If you agree, the jade osmanthus bowl will be yours. Xianxia immediately became vigilant. What is it? There was actually a condition? What did this mean? Chapter 25:59. Moreover, what could he possibly have that could catch the eye of the great emperors of serene soul? Myriad's sword? That's impossible. Myriad's sword might be good, but it might not be in serene soul's eyes. The great emperors of a generation could have any emperor artifact they wanted, so why would they want Myriad's sword? So what did he want in exchange? Xianxia thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out serene soul's intentions. What senior wants to exchange for wouldn't be this little one's life, right? Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Old Fu sneered. What use does this king have for a cheap life? Xianxia's face turned black. Although he didn't think his life was worth much, he was naturally unhappy to be called cheap in front of others. If not for the other party's identity, he would have already rushed up and fought him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Old Fu looked at Xianxia with a mocking smile. You don't even make it clear how I'll agree. Do you really think this young master has a limited IQ like your daughter? Xianxia coldly snorted and said, Master's words are unclear. Forgive this junior for not agreeing. In front of him was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Kaiyang didn't dare to casually promise anything, lest he fall into the other's trap. If he fell into the other's hands, then it would be a big joke. Old Fu said indifferently. This king wants a bell in exchange. As soon as he said this, Xianxia was shocked and became vigilant. Change the bell. What bell? What other bell could he have besides the mountains and rivers bell? How'd he know? In today's battle, Xianxia hadn't used the mountains and rivers bell at all, and all the enemies who had seen it before were already dead. So how did the great emperors of serene soul know about this? Did they sense it? But that was impossible. The mountains and rivers bell had been refined by him. If he didn't use it against the enemy, no one would be able to sense it. But this old man had spoken so confidently, as if he was certain Xianxia had a bell on him. Xianxia really couldn't tell if he was just bluffing or if he really had a card up his sleeve. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures? Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. If the soul devourer great emperors really had such thoughts, his future days would not be easy. What clock? What does master mean? Xianxia's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He revealed a puzzled look. Old Fu looked at him mockingly and sneered. Do you really not know? Xianxia naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, please enlighten me. I'm confused and don't know what you're talking about. He swore in his heart that if this old man mentioned anything about the bell again, he would send his daughter off first. Old Fu said, In that case, I won't force you. As he spoke, Diyuan wrapped Lin up and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the ancient land's passageway and disappeared. He actually left as soon as he said he would, without giving Kaiyang the slightest chance to react. Damn it, if you don't give me the osmanthus bowl, at least give me some source crystals or something. This young master suffered for nothing. After a long time, Xianxia finally reacted. He was so angry that he cursed. This time, he had suffered a big loss. Lin had repeatedly made things difficult for him, and even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to threaten his life. But all he did was force Serene Soul to surrender. He didn't get the slightest benefit from it. But soon, Xianxia felt a cold sweat on his back. Just now, Serene Soul had suddenly mentioned the bell, which really scared him. Looking around for a while, Xianxia didn't dare to stay any longer. He walked over to the dead Netherworld sect disciples and collected their space rings before hurriedly rushing into the ancient lands. Out of the passageway, he had officially stepped into the ancient wildland. This was an area that had never been developed. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire star boundary. Even the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee their own safety. In this ancient lands, there were countless dangers that were difficult to resist. There were many natural barriers and savage species that lived here. They were all life-threatening existences. There were also rumors that there were divine spirits living in this ancient lands, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Xianxia went less than 100 miles in and noticed the strangeness of this ancient lands. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the air. This energy seemed to have the effect of suppressing the power of a cultivator. The deeper he went, the more obvious this effect became. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky. On the ground, there were many strange flowers and plants that Xianxia had never heard of before. An ancient and desolate smell greeted him. Savage force. The entire ancient wildland was filled with this strange savage force. This was the great desolate force that came from the beginning of the world. Under this force, any creature would feel small and insignificant. Under the suppression of this force, any cultivator who entered would not be able to display their full strength. Xianxia felt it for a while and found that this savage force didn't have the slightest effect on him. When it entered his body, it was like a gentle breeze that could be ignored. He had the mountains and rivers bell, a great desolate treasure, in his body, so all the savage force that invaded his body was automatically neutralized by the mountains and rivers bell. Realizing this, Kaiyang's heart calmed down. He had already noticed it when he drank the wild wine. Although he had some guesses in his heart, it wasn't until now that he confirmed them. It seems that with the mountains and rivers bell, I'll have a great advantage in this ancient wildlands. Xianxia was quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had obtained this opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an advantage. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and compared it to the scenery outside. This jade slip was given to him by Pai San. It contained all the known landforms of the savage, desolate ancient lands, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts. However, the information in this jade slip was not complete. Xianxia didn't know how large the ancient wildland was. So far, the cultivator had explored less than 1/10 of the ancient wildland. However, with this jade slip in hand, Xianxia could save a lot of trouble. An hour later, he had completely entered the ancient wildland and found a cave and walked in. He didn't know what kind of monster beast occupied this cave. The cave was dry and spacious, but there was no sign of the monster beast. He didn't know whether it had gone out to look for food or had been killed. Xianxia guessed that the latter was more likely because this place was not far from the entrance. It would be easy for the cultivator to find this place. There was generally no space for monster beasts to live in this kind of place. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia released Zhang Ruo Shi and ordered, "I need to heal. Guard me and pay attention to resisting the wild force. If there's any movement or you can't hold on, call me." "Yes." Zhang Ruo, she responded obediently. Seeing the terrible injury on Xianxia's shoulder, her heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't ask much and went directly to the entrance of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Inside the cave, Xianxia took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine them. His injury was actually not serious. Even if he didn't treat it, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless while walking in this kind of place. If the smell of blood around his wound caused some unnecessary trouble, the loss would outweigh the gain. So, he decided to heal his wound first. There was no need to be in a hurry. The flesh around the wound was squirming, constantly healing towards the middle. It was a scary sight. Xianxia's body's resilience was already strong. Now, with the help of the healing pills, it would take him less than a day or two to fully recover. Outside the cave, Zhang Ruo, she followed Xianxia's instructions and urged her source qi to protect herself. At first, she was a little worried about the so-called wild force. After all, Xianxia had mentioned it to her before. She knew that all cultivator who entered the ancient lands would be suppressed by the wild force. The lower the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Although she had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm, she couldn't help Yongkai at all. During the last part of the ancient land's passageway, Yongkai even took her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruo, she hated herself for being so weak. Not only was she unable to help Yongkai, but she was also a burden to him. The wound on Yongkai's shoulder was so big. She didn't know how much blood he had lost, how painful it was, and how dangerous it was. Everything she had now was given to her by Yongkai. If it weren't for him, she would have been taken back by the Liu family and ruined by them. A small family like the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to survive in Maplewood City. Not only did Yongkai save her, but he also saved the entire Zhang family. He also gave her countless cultivation resources, which allowed her to achieve what she had today. She didn't know why Yongkai brought her out of the Zhang family, but after so many years, she had long been used to following Yongkai everywhere. But when would he be able to block the calamity for Mr.? She couldn't always be protected by Yongkai like this. Even if he asked her to take care of his meals and make his bed, that would be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't done much of that. Zhang Ruo, she bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her heart tightened. Her yearning to become stronger drove her to silently circulate her secret art and meditate to cultivate. This was an involuntary action. But soon, Zhang Ruo, she was startled and quickly stopped. It couldn't be helped. She suddenly remembered that this was the ancient wildlands. The world energy here was full of wild force. It was not a place to cultivate at all. If she absorbed the wild force into her body, not only would she be unable to absorb it, it would also hinder the progress of her cultivation. Realizing this, Zhang Ruo, she's face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly checked her own situation. Zhang Ruo, she was baffled by her own condition after a quick check. Chapter 2560. After remaining indifferent for a long time, Zhang Ruo, she mustered up her courage and began to circulate her secret art again. This time, she carefully sensed it and found that if she cultivated here, other than absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, there was also the savage force. But the strange thing was that both of these forces were greatly beneficial to her, especially the wild force. It made her feel like she had tasted it and couldn't stop. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with his body? That was the power of the wild. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly became afraid and didn't dare to cultivate anymore. She stopped circulating her secret art and sat silently in place with a bewildered expression. She really couldn't find a reason for this. The only possible explanation was her bloodline. Her teacher had said that her bloodline was very strange, and he didn't know what kind of inheritance it had. She was also very confused because the secret art she used to cultivate was something she comprehended on her own and wasn't taught by the Zhang family. It was as if these things were engraved in the depths of her mind, and she knew how to circulate them as soon as she started cultivating. She sat in place and didn't do anything. Her surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Zhang Ruo, she thought for a while, and took out the space spirit jade from her space ring. Before entering here, her teacher had given this thing to her and asked her to study it, saying that it might unlock the secret of her bloodline. As soon as she took it out, Zhang Ruo, she's body suddenly shook, and she raised her head to look in a certain direction. That feeling came again. It seemed that something was resonating with the space spirit jade in her hand and calling out to her from afar, making her blood flow faster. It was extremely hot. She had this feeling once before. Now that she experienced it again, Zhang Ruo, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. But it only lasted for a moment. When Zhang Ruo, she tried to sense it again, she couldn't find anything. All kinds of beautiful scenery flashed on the space spirit jade. Zhang Ruo, she turned it over in her hand and studied it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what it was for. In the depths of the ancient lands, in a dense jungle. This was the true depths of the ancient wildlands, a place where no human had ever set foot. For hundreds of millions of years, only a variety of ancient wild races lived here and multiplied. This was a completely different world from the 4 territories of the star boundary. On top of the towering mountain, There was an oval-shaped object that was emitting a blood-red light. This object was blood-red, as if it was made from fresh blood. However, it also emitted a strange fragrance. Bloodgate. The demon clans that lived in the depths of the savage, desolate ancient lands all knew that there was a blood door here, but no one could enter it, let alone know what kind of secrets this blood door hid. But in the ancient lands, there is a rumor that the blood door had a secret that could allow the creatures of the ancient lands to evolve into holy spirits. The living beings of the ancient lands all had remnants of the ancient divine spirit's bloodline power in their bodies. The only difference was the amount, even if it looked like an extremely ordinary little snake. Tracing back to ancient times, perhaps it could also be related to the dragon race. Once the ancient bloodline hidden in their bodies was activated, the ancient land's life forms would possess strength comparable to the ancestral divine spirits. Since the beginning of time, how many of the billions of living beings had successfully excavated the power of their own bloodline and evolved into a holy spirit? At the very most, no more than 10 people had succeeded. But in the legends of the ancient lands, the blood door had a mysterious power that could allow the monster clans and savage races that entered to fully excavate the power of their bloodline. Once they succeeded, they would have a great chance to restore the glory of their ancestors, evolve into a holy spirit. Because of this rumor, the blood door was the holy land of the entire savage, desolate ancient lands. Countless creatures who thought that they had the strength or opportunity to pass through the blood door one after another, wanting to activate their bloodline. But not a single one succeeded. They couldn't even get close to the blood door. Most of the ancient land's life forms that got within 10 kilometers of the blood door would turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. There was once a powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the 12th order, who came here before the end of his life, wanting to give it a try. Because his lifespan was reaching its end, if he didn't think of a way, he was afraid that he would soon die of old age. The blood door was his last hope. The peak of the 12th order was equivalent to a third-order emperor realm master of the human race. How many such existences were there in the entire star boundary? But even with all his strength, he could only get 3 kilometers away from the blood door and couldn't go any further. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pool of pus and dissipating. Since then, no creature of the ancient lands dared to approach the blood door at will. Even the peak of the 12th Order Monster King couldn't enter the blood door and activate his bloodline. So how could other creatures dare to try? For a time, the blood door became a forbidden area in the ancient lands. No creature of the ancient lands dared to approach it at will, fearing that they would die for no reason. Although this matter happened a long time ago, the creatures of the ancient lands, whether it was the monster race or the savage species, all had extremely long lifespans. So, many monster kings and overlords had personally experienced this matter and witnessed the tragic fate of the peak of the 12th Order Monster King. Under their strict warnings, none of their subordinates dared to approach the blood door. At this moment, the blood door that stood at the peak of the mountain that hadn't changed in the slightest for countless years suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. The red light converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds. But soon, the pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind only specks of red light that gradually dissipated in midair. 100 kilometers away from the blood door, a pitch-black python was using its thick body to wrap around its prey, tightly strangling it. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed its prey. It was facing the direction of the blood door. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the red pillar of light was clearly seen by it. The dark python's eyes widened in an instant as it stared at the place where the blood door was located. Its eyes were filled with horror. It had no choice but to be afraid. The legend of the blood door was too terrifying. For so many years, the blood door had stood there without any changes. Who wouldn't be on tenterhooks when it suddenly appeared? However, this unforeseen event happened very quickly and didn't affect it, which made it feel a little relieved. After waiting for a long time, it didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, seeing that the blood door was no longer abnormal, it suddenly twisted its body. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, the huge python's body that was more than 50 feet long underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the python turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, wearing a pitch-black robe and a malicious gaze. His mouth was still a bloody mouth filled with dense fangs. He was still holding his prey in his mouth, looking as frightening as it could be. With a slurping sound, the middle-aged man that the python had transformed into suddenly sucked the prey into his stomach. His stomach suddenly became round and rolling, as if he was pregnant for 10 months. He stretched out his hand and patted his stomach, causing it to immediately deflate. Something big has happened. I have to report this to Master quickly. The middle-aged man muttered with a gloomy expression. Demonic chi surged from his body as he turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from his body, it was actually on the level of an 11th Order Master, almost equivalent to a Tao Source Realm cultivator. An hour later, in front of a huge mountain, outside the gate, a streak of black light approached from afar. The 2 monster race guards at the gate immediately became vigilant. One of them took out a bone hammer, while the other held 2 bone spurs and glared at the black light. "Who goes there?" The monster race guard with the bone hammer shouted and pointed to the front. "This is the Rhino Thunder Monster King's palace. Quickly show your true form, or we'll kill without mercy." "Kill without mercy." The monster with the 2 bone spurs also roared, his aura surging. The black light suddenly stopped not far in front of them and revealed its true form. It was the middle-aged man transformed from Dark Python. "We're on the same side. Brothers, I am also a subordinate of the Rhino Thundermaster. I have something important to report to the Master. Please let him know." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. The 2 monster race guards at the gate glanced at each other and looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't blame the 2 monster race guards for not having good eyesight. It was just that there were many monster race cultivators here, and the Rhino Thunder Monster King controlled more than 100,000 monster race cultivators. They were all scattered across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, except for those they usually saw, who would recognize each other. Moreover, the Rhino Thunder Monster King was not someone that anyone could meet. The monster race guard with the bone spurs coldly snorted. "You say we're on the same side? What evidence do you have?" The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this question and quickly reached out to take out something from his space ring and handed it over respectfully. The monster race naturally didn't know how to refine things like space rings, but they couldn't do anything to humans who came here to die. If a human cultivator died here, the space ring would naturally be snatched away by the monster race. The middle-aged man had also killed a human cultivator before, so he obtained a space ring. He usually kept everything in it, so it was very convenient. The human brain was really good. The artifacts and pills they refined were also very good. Unfortunately, no one in the monster race could refine them. The monster race guard with the bone hammer took it and found that it was a bone token. On the front of the token was an image of a 4-hooved rhino galloping, and on the back was a huge thunder character. This was the token made by the Rhino Thunder Monster King. Although it was crude, it was not something that anyone could imitate because the material used to make this token came from the remains of the same monster beast. The 2 monster race guards at the gate had seen many such tokens, so they knew at a glance that this token was real. Not many monster race guards were able to obtain this token. Among the hundreds of thousands of monster race guards, only about 2,000 of them were able to obtain one. This was a symbol of status. So when the middle-aged man took out this bone token, the 2 monster race guards' expressions became much better. The monster race guard with the bone spurs said, "Although you're also one of the master's subordinates, we can't let you in." The master said not to disturb him if it's a small matter. "If you have something to say, we can pass on the message for you." The middle-aged man anxiously said, "This is not a small matter. I have to tell the master face to face. This matter could be a great merit. So how could the middle-aged man borrow someone else's hand?" Chapter 2561. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to persuade the two gatekeepers, they still couldn't get them to agree. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man could only take out a small gift. There was nothing good in the wilderness, just some monster beasts' monster cores. Monster cores were hard currency among the various races in the savage wildlands because anyone could use them to improve their strength. This made the two beasts smile. After discussing with each other for a while, one of them turned around and walked inside, obviously to report. The man transformed from the dark python truly understood what it meant to meet the king of hell, but the little demons were hard to deal with. He chatted with the remaining gatekeeper to pass the time. He swore in his heart, "Once I made a great contribution and received a reward, I'll show you how powerful I am. If you dare to give me a hard time, I'll make you spit out what you've eaten." After a short while, the gatekeeper returned and cupped his hands to the middle-aged man. "Master is in a good mood today. He allows you to have an audience with him. Go ahead." The middle-aged man thanked him and hurriedly walked up the mountain. The two demonic beasts guarding the mountain gate were left to play with a few inner cores in a happy mood. Although there was no one to guide him, it was obviously not the middle-aged man's first time here. He was quite familiar with the place. Along the way, he passed through several checkpoints and soon arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace-like building on a mountain peak, but it was different from the buildings of the star boundary. This palace had a rough and bold style. It was made of huge stones and had no sense of beauty. Outside the palace, there was also a huge rhinoceros statue. Its four hooves were galloping as if it was launching a charge. It was unstoppable. The real body of the Thunder Rhino Monster King was a rhinoceros. It was unknown what kind of opportunity it had, but it had cultivated to the peak of the 12th level, allowing it to oversee a region in the savage wildlands. There were more than 100,000 monster beasts under its command. In the entire savage wildlands, there were a total of 32 existences like the Thunder Rhino. They were under the command of the four great holy spirits. Their territories were divided, and they didn't invade each other. Each family had 8 monster kings, all of whom were at the peak of level 12. Below the monster king, there were monster commanders and monster generals. There were also countless level 12 monster beasts under their banner. One could only imagine how dangerous the savage wildland was. Of course, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these things. It was said that the savage, desolate ancient land was full of danger and chaos. In fact, the depths of the ancient land already had their own way of survival. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the palace. The gatekeeper verified his identity. Thus, he let him in. It wasn't that he was careless. It was mainly because the middle-aged man's level of cultivation was nothing in front of the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The Demon Clan had always been unconventional in their actions, so they didn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, if it were a human race sect, how could it be so easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to meet a third-order master from the Emperor Realm? Upon entering the palace, a wave of decadent music immediately entered his ears. There was light singing and graceful dancing, surrounded by strings and bamboos. The middle-aged man was taken aback and subconsciously thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, when he looked up, he found a burly man sitting cross-legged at the top of the palace. On the table in front of him was the corpse of an unknown monster beast. It looked like it had died not long ago. The burly man held the corpse of the monster beast with both hands and ate heartily. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight, but he was still eating with relish, his eyes flashing red. The middle-aged man's calf twitched, and he almost ran away. He had long heard that these monster kings liked to eat the flesh of their subordinates. He thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, he realized that there was no such thing as groundless rumors. The burly man was undoubtedly the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The middle-aged man had seen him once from afar, so he recognized him at a glance. After taking a few bites of the flesh, Rhino Thunder was in a good mood and laughed heartily. On his left and right, there were 2 other women with revealing clothes and large patches of their snow-white bodies exposed in the air. They were doing their best to please him. Their graceful and delicate bodies were lightly covered by gauze, and the beautiful scenery was faintly discernible. It caused one's blood to boil, and it was difficult to breathe. One of the women took advantage of Rhino Thunder's laughter to reach out and pick up a grape-like spirit fruit on the table, peel it, and stuff it into Rhino Thunder's mouth. Rhino Thunder roared and hugged the woman, unscrupulously violating her. After a while, the woman's mouth was also full of blood, but she was not angry and instead enjoyed it, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick the blood off her mouth. Her licentious appearance was simply outrageous. The middle-aged man watched from below with fear, but he also yearned for it. He did not know when he would be able to reach Rhino Thunder's level of cultivation. When that time came, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple lovers and have beauties throw themselves into his arms. In the hall below the table, there were a few seductive women singing and dancing. They had thin waists and full buttocks, and their dressing could only be described as offensive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. His eyes rolled around, not knowing which beauty to look at. The beauty who had been violated by Shilei earlier seemed to have noticed the middle-aged man's existence. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smiling expression. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly, almost stealing the middle-aged man's soul away. She leaned over to Rhino Thunder's ear and whispered something. Only then did Rhino Thunder raise his eyes to look at the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the seductive women below immediately retreated to the side. The middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and knelt. "This little one, Wuxia, greets Master," Rhino Thunder said in a deep voice. "You were the one who said you had something to report?" "Yes. Speak. What is it that you have to see me for? If it's a small matter, be careful of your head." How could a second-order Emperor Realm disciple fall here and have a mental problem? Thinking about it, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. When Bingyun returned to Ice Heart Valley from the solitary void-sealed world, the acting Valley Master and Ruo Yun had reported something to her. After Bingyun disappeared, her third disciple went out to look for her, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, even her third disciple disappeared. It had been 3,000 years since then, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. When Ruo Yun reported this matter, Yang Kai was next to her. At that time, he also sighed, thinking that his third disciple had most likely met with misfortune. After all, the star boundary was a dangerous place. If his third disciple was still alive, it was impossible for there to be no news of her for 3,000 years. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhang Ruo, she mentioned it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the crazy woman might be Bing Yun's third disciple. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation made sense because Bing Yun's first disciple and Ruo Yun and second disciple, Sun Yun Xiao, were also at this level, so his third disciple shouldn't be too far behind. Realizing this possibility, Yang Kai hurriedly looked in the direction the crazy woman disappeared, but there was no trace of her. Who knew where she had run off to? It was easy to explain why his third disciple would appear in this kind of place. She left Ice Heart Valley to search for Bingyun. With the reputation of the ancient wildlands, she naturally wouldn't miss it. She must have been hoping to find Bingyun here. As for why she had a mental problem, Yang Kai didn't know, but he could imagine that this woman must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, how could a second-order Emperor Realm Master be so crazy and disregard her image? Of course, this was just Yang Kai's guess. Whether that crazy woman was Bingyun's third disciple or not remained to be verified. Perhaps that crazy woman killed his third disciple and stole her clothes. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but since he saw it, and it was related to Ice Heart Valley and Bingyun, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore it. "Sir," Old Ban said that an Emperor Realm Master had been lost in the ancient land's passageway for 10 years, and that she was a woman. Do you think it's her? Zhang Ruo, she suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't think of this place, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps it was because she had been lost in the ancient land's passageway for too long that she became crazy. Old Ban said that the woman was a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm. How could he know if his third disciple was a First Order or Second Order Emperor Realm Master? Let's go and see. Yang Kai waved his hand, and his Emperor Qi wrapped around Zhang Ruo Shi and rushed in the direction that the crazy woman disappeared. But there was no trace of her. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect the woman's aura. Instead, he found many monster beast traces. The crazy woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like she had suddenly appeared. Where did she go? Yang Kai was annoyed. If he had known that the crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third disciple, he would have stopped her long ago. How could he have let her escape? Now, it would be difficult to find her again. After chasing her for half a day without any results, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. It was unwise to run around in the ancient wildlands, as he might attract some powerful ancient wild beasts. Since he couldn't find her, Yang Kai could only give up for now. He planned to wait until he was done here, before going to the Northern Territory, to convey the crazy woman's information to Bingyan. Chapter 2563. Faced with this kind of person, Kai Yang really didn't have much of a temper. If she was sane, he could sit down and chat with her and ask her about her origins and background. Unfortunately, she had a crazy appearance, so even if he wanted to chat with her, she would have to give him a chance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. This crazy woman came and went without a trace, and her concealment secret art was very strange. If he really scared her away, it would not be easy to find her again. Calming his mind, Yang Kai squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to put on a harmless look, and waved to the front. "You, come here." The crazy woman was not moved at all, just smiling mischievously and saying, "Come and catch me." She seemed to only know this one sentence back and forth, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Yang Kai tried to call her a few times, but to no avail, so he felt helpless in his heart. "Sir, take something to tempt her, and see if she will come over," Zhang Ruo, she suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was a good idea. He buried his head in his space ring for a while, and soon found a red fruit. He now had a lot of alchemy materials, most of which he obtained from killing people, and some of which he found in the ancient medicine garden last time. This jade sand fruit was an emperor-grade alchemy material, so its appearance was naturally extraordinary. What's more, its medicinal age was quite good, and as soon as he took it out, it exuded a strong fragrance. Yang Kai flipped his hand and spread the jade sand fruit on his palm, saying to the front, "Here's something for you to eat. Come here, don't be afraid." He was acting like a bad uncle who wanted to abduct a little girl, and in his heart, he was disgusted with himself. However, he still had to act as if nothing was wrong. The crazy woman hanging upside down on the tree was really interested in this fruit. Her pair of big, bright eyes instantly fixed on the fruit, making no attempt to hide the desire in her eyes, even smacking her lips a few times, looking like she was very hungry. However, perhaps it was her nature, but she was still very vigilant. Despite the desire on her face, she didn't rush over to snatch the fruit as Yang Kai wanted. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the leaves rustled and the crazy woman suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. He quickly released his divine sense in an attempt to lock onto her whereabouts. This time, she was about to escape. In this vast, ancient lands, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He really did not know where to find her. Walala. Another sound came from the other side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the crazy woman had reappeared on the branch of another tree. She stood there quietly with one hand on the trunk. Quick, so fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He finally had a taste of this woman's speed. He didn't even have time to lock onto the other party's whereabouts before she reappeared like a ghost. However, this time, the distance between them seemed to be much closer than before. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. knowing that the fruit in his hand must have piqued her interest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said in a gentle tone, pushing the fruit in his hand forward, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll eat it." While talking, he took the fruit back and slowly moved it to his mouth. Seeing this, the crazy woman became anxious. She looked like she couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the fruit, but for some unknown reason, she walked back and forth on the trunk, refusing to come down. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger and steeled his heart, directly opening his mouth to bite the jade sand fruit. With one bite, his mouth was full of saliva. After all, this was an emperor-grade spirit fruit. The world energy contained, and it was naturally extremely astonishing. Moreover, the taste was very good. Chapter 2564. Just as Yang Kai was about to strike while the iron was hot, his third sister suddenly grabbed her hair and cried out in grief, "Honored master, where are you? Disciple can't find you." Strands of hair that were stuck together were grabbed by her and fell to the ground. The bleak scene and the sorrowful and self-reproachful tone made those who heard it feel sad and shed tears. Zhang Ruo, she's eyes reddened as she glanced at Yang Kai. If one day Sir suddenly disappears, I will definitely look for him. Even if it's 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, the passage of time won't stop me. Honored master, third sister suddenly shouted again as her body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and shot towards the depths of the ancient lands. Chase! Yang Kai was both angry and helpless. He was angry because he had clearly told his third sister the truth, but she had simply ignored him and instead caused her to become mentally confused. He was also helpless because with his third sister's current situation, he really couldn't reason with her. The only thing he could do now was to find an opportunity to knock out his third sister, even if she had to suffer some injuries. Wrapping himself around Zhang Ruo, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his space force and teleport several times, but he still lost sight of his third sister after an incense stick worth of time. If his third sister hadn't taken the initiative to appear again, he definitely wouldn't have found her. But this time, his third sister had been stimulated, so it was unlikely that she would take the initiative to appear again. Yang Kai looked around with a face full of annoyance. He had thoroughly experienced his third sister's ability to come and go as she pleased in this damned place. He couldn't help but admire her. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a series of noises came from afar. It seemed that many people were approaching. Obviously, the commotion caused by Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she chasing after their third sister, had attracted some attention. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. He didn't know how so many people could suddenly appear in the ancient lands. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found the aura of a master from the Emperor realm, and this aura didn't seem to belong to a human. Monster race? Yang Kai immediately had a guess. Not long after, several figures suddenly rushed out from the side of the forest. These figures all looked ferocious and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies was rolling and converging in one place, making it seem like their demonic chi was soaring and unstoppable. It was indeed a demon. The leader of the demon clan had a burly figure and held a bone spear in his hand. It was frighteningly white, and it was unknown what kind of monster beast bone it was made from. It was more than 5 feet long and as thick as a human leg. He held it in his hand, but he was casually swinging it around. He was wearing a simple animal skin. His firm and muscular muscles were exposed. Filled with the beauty of strength, he sat on a steel-backed, bristled boar. Its fangs were 2 feet long and curled upwards. Its nostrils exhaled hot air, and its 4 hooves dug into the ground restlessly. Its 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. The demonic beast looked majestic, as if they were gods descending to the mortal world. This was clearly a demon general. Beside this demon general, there were about 30 to 40 demon clan members of varying levels of strength. They spread out with him as the center. They stood there in a disorderly manner. Dozens of pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, sizing them up. Most of them were looking at Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's appearance was a feast for the eyes. Her slim figure always attracted the attention of males, whether they were humans or demons. The scantily dressed female demons were immediately unhappy. Their eyes were full of hostility as they glared at Zhang Ruoxi. They gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath. Occasionally, one or two could be heard. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi curiously looked at this group of people who had suddenly appeared. She had never seen a demon clan member before. She had seen many monster beasts, but a demon clan member in human form was not so easy to see. Seeing that these guys were no different from ordinary people on the surface, she could not help but take a few more glances. However, she was not afraid. After all, Yang Kai was by her side, and she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. Humans, your courage is not small. How dare you trespass on this master's territory? The burly demon general sat on the steel-backed bristle boar and pointed the bone spear in his hand at them. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. He knew that there were many demon clans living in the ancient wildlands. The demon clan was different from the monster beast. Most monster beasts did not have sentience. They only knew how to instinctively absorb world energy to cultivate. Although they had a long lifespan, it was difficult for them to improve their strength, let alone take human form. The demon clan was different. Although they were born from the monster beast, they had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate more effectively. They even had some special demon clan cultivation techniques. In the entire ancient wildlands, the demon clan was the most powerful force. In addition to the demon clan, there were many savage descendants. These savage descendants included countless races that were almost extinct. Although they were few in number, they were extremely powerful. Because these savage descendants had the savage bloodline, they were able to display some unimaginable abilities. Yang Kai was not clear about the division of forces in the ancient wildlands. The only information he had was recorded in the Jade Slip that Pai San gave him for free. The information in that Jade Slip was not comprehensive and only contained some information about the ancient wildlands periphery. At this moment, seeing this group of demon clans appear, Yang Kai immediately knew that in order to find Ice Heart Valley's third sister, he had inadvertently intruded into this demon general's territory. Kill, kill, kill. The group of demon clans suddenly shouted. If someone who did not know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this group of demon clans were bandits blocking the road. It was truly laughable. This master asks you. The demon general reined in his mount and turned in a circle. The bone spear in his hand was still pointed at Yang Kai as he asked bluntly, "Have you seen a crazy woman? Third sister." Yang Kai did not want to waste time with this group of demon clans, but after hearing his question, it was obvious that he had seen Ice Heart Valley's third sister. Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Have you seen her?" The demon general was furious. He urged his demonic chi and coldly snorted. "This master is asking you a question. If you don't want to suffer, answer obediently. Otherwise, this master will teach you a lesson." Unable to talk, Yang Kai decided to attack first. He grinned and said, "Then I'll have to see for myself." The demon general sneered, "Since you are courting death, don't blame this master for not showing mercy." Sitting on his mount, he waved his hand and ordered, "Kill the men and capture the women." With this order, the 30 to 40 demon clans roared and moved like the wind. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled, and the flying leaves filled the air. Using the flying leaves as cover, the group of demon clans rushed over desperately. What the hell are they doing? Yang Kai was stunned. He knew that the demon clans were simple-minded, but he did not expect them to be this simple. They did not even consider whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Were they not afraid of being wiped out in one fell swoop? It was really rare for these demon clans to survive in the ancient lands for so long. However, this was also because Yang Kai's strength had increased, and so had his vision. In any case, this group of demon clans had a demon general leading them, and they had quite a number of subordinates. Furthermore, there was the suppression of human cultivators in this place. Even if they encountered a second-order Emperor Realm Master, they could still attack together without fear. Over the years, many people from the Emperor Realm had died at their hands. If they did not have some skills, how could they survive in the ancient lands for so long? There was no such thing as peace in this place. Those who did not have skills would have died long ago. The group of demon clans rushed over, using all kinds of methods. Many demon clans revealed their true forms midway. For a moment, all kinds of strange monster beasts roamed around, bombarding Xianxia with demon clan's secret techniques, causing the world to change color. The demon general sat at the back and did not move. He just watched coldly. A giant python spat out poisonous fog towards Xianxia, filling the space around him in an instant, making it impossible for Xianxia to see what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, a figure tore through the poisonous fog and pounced forward, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. It was a wolf-shaped monster beast that was using the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack. Zheng. With a soft cry, a cold light flashed. Xianxia stood in place and did not seem to move, but at some point, he had summoned the myriad sword in his hand. The giant wolf brushed past his body. Its scarlet eyes flashed wildly, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying scene. When it landed on the ground, its body rushed forward uncontrollably. With a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from its neck. Its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground, twitching. This demon clan's only had a Dao Source Realm cultivation. Even if it used the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack, how could it be Xianxia's opponent? It was killed in one blow. Xiao. 7 or 8 demon clans transformed into their true forms and rushed out of the poisonous fog, pouncing on Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia's sword swung like a dragon, flashing a cold light. With a few muffled sounds, all the demonic beasts that were pouncing towards him were sent flying. Their bodies were split into two in midair. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground as miserable howls rose and fell one after another. The demon clans fell silent for a moment. They stopped in their tracks, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect Xianxia to be so powerful. Drip, drip, drip. Only the sound of blood dripping from the myriad sword could be heard, but it was like the sound of death, making the group of demon clans tremble in fear. At this time, they could naturally see that Xianxia was different from the humans they had encountered before. It seemed he was not to be trifled with. "Brat, how dare you slaughter my people? Quickly accept your death." The demon general was originally sitting at the rear, his eyes constantly wandering over Xi's graceful figure, revealing a lustful light. In the blink of an eye, he found that almost 10 of his people had died. Furious, he spurred his mount and rushed towards Xianxia with his spear. It was unknown what kind of strange beast the steelback bristleboar was, but its speed was extremely fast. Its 4 hooves flew, and it actually arrived in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the trees that were hugged by several people were knocked down by it. It was clear how shocking its strength was. Seeing that he had made a move, the other demon clans naturally avoided him and turned to find trouble with Shi. Xianxia coldly snorted and wiped his finger on the myriad's sword. With a solemn expression, he whispered, "Myriad's sword chi. Moon swallows the wolf. Chi. As the broadsword danced. Thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions like a fan that had been scattered. Chapter 2566. He really had no other choice. He didn't know if saying this would work, but this was still a life-saving straw, so he had to grab it first. Unexpectedly, Xianxia really stopped what he was doing. The demon general immediately knew that he had made the right bet and said, "Master, rest assured, as long as Master spares my life, this one will not disappoint Master. Besides, this one has some subordinates, so if we send them out to search, they will be of some help." This makes sense. Xianxia didn't expect to meet Ice Heart Valley's third sister in the ancient wildlands, but since he had already encountered her, he couldn't just leave her be. However, Ice Heart Valley's third sister was very strange, and her concealment secret art was very powerful. If he and Zhang Ruo she were to search for her, they might not be able to. If he could get the help of this demon general, they could save some time. After all, the other party had a lot of people. In order to calm Xianxia down, or rather, to save his life, the demon general gritted his teeth and proposed, "If Master thinks it is possible, this one is willing to offer his soul seal and follow Master wherever he goes." Offering his soul seal would make him a soul slave. Life and death were only in Xianxia's hands. Previously, in order to control Xianxia, Xianxia had done this. However, Xianxia was forced into a corner, so this demon general took the initiative to propose this. However, this demon general didn't care about such things. In order to save his life, he didn't care about such things, but who knew if he would regret it in the future? "Give it to me." Xianxia stretched out his hand to him. "You really want it?" The demon general's mouth twitched as he looked at Xianxia's cold eyes. But he didn't dare to resist, so he obediently closed his eyes and activated his secret technique. A moment later, a golden light flew out from his forehead and was caught by Xianxia. The demon general snorted, his face turning pale. After sealing the soul seal in his knowledge sea, Xianxia put away his myriad sword and said lightly, "Get up." The demon general felt bitter in his heart. However, he knew that he had at least managed to keep his life. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at his mount that had been cut in half not far away and sighed faintly. "Master, tell that girl to stop. This lowly one is worried that something might happen to her." The demon general pointed to Zhang Ruo, she who was still fighting with the monster race crowd. Xianxia nodded and whispered in Zhang Ruo Shi's ear. The demon general also shouted at the same time, "All of you stop." It was obvious that he had quite a bit of prestige in front of these monster race masters. With this order, the monster race masters retreated one after another, putting some distance between them and Zhang Ruo Shi. 2 corpses were left on the ground. Although they'd been fighting in full swing, not many people had actually died. The main reason was that Zhang Ruo she couldn't go all out against so many enemies. After all, she was only in the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. However, in such a short time, she had already killed 2 monster race masters without suffering any injuries. This was enough to make the monster race masters tremble in fear. Fortunately, the demon general ordered them to stop. Otherwise, if a few more died, who knew if they would have the courage to continue fighting? Both sides looked at the demon general and Xianxia and saw that they were actually living in peace. They all looked curious, wondering what was going on. The demon general coughed softly. "It's a misunderstanding. This master is one of us, so there's no need to fight anymore." He was too embarrassed to tell his subordinates that he had become Xianxia's sole slave. After all, he still wanted to save some face. Chapter 2568. Cultivating in the Mountains. Yang Kai was unaware of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Yue was very tactful. Ever since he was sent away by Zhang Ruo Shi that day, he hadn't shown his face again. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. Now that he had the soul seal in his hands, Yang Yue couldn't get rid of his control at all. If he dared to have any devious thoughts, he would be courting death. Zhang Ruo, she didn't come again either. She cultivated next door wholeheartedly. She now had the cultivation of the third order Dao source realm. She had obtained a lot of benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, including the complete star source. Now was the time to integrate her star source, comprehend Emperor intent, and break through to the Emperor realm. A month later, there was a knock on the door again. Yang Kai opened his eyes and waved his hand to open the door. Yang Yue walked in respectfully and cupped his fists. "Master, there's news." Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Lead the way." The matter of his third sister couldn't be delayed. Only by resolving it as soon as possible could he find Xiao with peace of mind. Therefore, when he heard Yang Yue's report, he didn't want to delay for a moment and set off immediately. After leaving the room, Zhang Ruo Shi, who had received Yang Kai's message, also hurried out. Their eyes met. Yang Kai nodded gently while Zhang Ruo Shi followed Yang Kai without saying a word. A ray of light shot up into the sky, left the mountain, turned in mid-air, and flew in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Yue described his discovery in detail. Over the past month, the 20 or so monster race subordinates who were still alive had been looking for his third sister. Half a day ago, a small monster race subordinate suddenly discovered something and quickly reported it to Yang Yue. However, they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. His third sister was too vigilant. Over the past few decades, they had found her many times but never succeeded in capturing her. Therefore, they had been watching her movements from afar and quietly following her. But then again, with the strength of Yang Yue's monster race subordinates, even if they fought her head-on, they wouldn't be her opponent. Yang Kai guessed that Yang Yue didn't know that his third sister was a second-order emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come out valiantly a month ago. According to the report of his subordinates, third brother seemed to have been hiding under a river. It was a coincidence that he was able to discover him this time. Perhaps third brother had been hiding for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Who would have thought that he would be exposed as soon as he left the river? Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed easier to work with more people. If he were to look for Yang Yue, who knew when he would be able to find him? Last time, he had failed to kill Yang Yue and had instead subdued him. It was a wise decision. It wasn't a long journey, but before Yang Kai and the others arrived, a monster race cultivator flew towards them. Yang Yue took a closer look and hurriedly said, "It's one of us." He took the lead and walked towards the demon. The moment the two demons met, the demon was stunned. He then whispered a few words. Yang Yue's expression changed. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai uneasily. Seeing his strange expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yang Yue said bitterly, "We've been discovered." Did third brother run away again? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Last time, third brother had run away and hid for a month. If he ran away again, he would have to hide for another month. He didn't have that much time to waste here. Moreover, when the 10,000 spirit tomb appears, the monster beast, or the creatures of the ancient lands that are about to die of old age nearby, will take the initiative to enter the tomb and wait for death. That's why it is called the 10,000 spirit tomb. Together with the blood door, it is one of the two forbidden areas of the ancient lands. How did this blood door get involved? Yang Kai didn't know what this blood door was, but since it was a forbidden area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. He wasn't in the mood to ask about the blood door, so he just said, "According to what you said, the 10,000 spirit tomb is the place where the creatures of the ancient lands die of old age." "Master, please enlighten me." Yang Yue bowed. "What's third brother doing there?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Yue thought to himself, "How am I supposed to know if you're asking me?" However, he didn't dare to complain. He could only reply bitterly, "I'm not sure either. But since we've entered, I'm afraid it's not good, because even the most powerful monster king would die if he entered." Since he had already said so much, He only hoped that the master in front of him wouldn't be reckless. Unexpectedly, Xianxia only pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "Lead the way. Let's go to the 10,000 spirit tomb to take a look. I've said so much for nothing." Yang Yue lamented in his heart. He wanted to dissuade Xianxia, but when he met Xianxia's gaze, he obediently led the way. Not long after, the few of them landed at the bottom of an open valley. In the surrounding forest, a few members of the goblin clan suddenly appeared. Xianxia felt that they were familiar. They should be the subordinates of Yang Yue that he met last time. "Master." Several goblin clan cultivators stepped forward and saluted. Yang Yue waved his hand and had them stand aside while he looked at Xianxia nervously. Xianxia was also looking around the valley, trying to find where the 10,000 spirit tomb was, but he couldn't find it. He frowned and asked, "Where's the tomb?" Yang Yue tilted his head and looked at one of his subordinates. The goblin clan cultivator immediately pointed and said, "It's right in front of us. Are you playing with me?" Xianxia's face became gloomy. Yang Yue was shocked and hurriedly said, "This servant wouldn't dare. It's just that the tomb door is invisible and can't be seen. Only when a dying person enters will it reveal some clues." "Really?" Xianxia looked at Yang Yue suspiciously. Even with his current powerful divine sense, he couldn't find anything. However, Yang Yue seemed to be telling the truth, making it difficult for him not to be suspicious. "Sir, can't you see it?" "Zhang Ruo," she suddenly asked. "See what?" Xianxia looked at her in amazement. "There's a door of light over there, a dark gray door of light." "Zhang Ruo," she pointed in that direction. When the monster race cultivators heard this, their eyes widened and they looked at Zhang Ruo in shock. Xianxia also did his best to scan the area with his divine sense, but still found nothing, so he said in frustration, "There's nothing." "How can that be? It's clearly there." Zhang Ruo, she looked suspicious. Yang Yue looked at Zhang Ruo timidly and asked tentatively, "Young lady, can you see the tomb door?" "Yes." Zhang Ruo, she didn't know why they were so surprised. Yang Yue's face suddenly became unnatural. He looked around and saw the strange expressions of the monster race cultivators. Xianxia glanced around coldly and snorted. "Didn't you just say that only dying people can see the tomb door? How do you explain this? Is Ruo, she also a dying person?" Zhang Ruo, she was startled, and her eyebrows rose as she glared at Yang Yue. "This evildoer actually cursed me to death. Sure enough, he's not a good person." Yang Yue said with a sullen face, "That's why this lowly one said that the myriad spirit tomb is an invisible place. I don't know what happened today." He turned his head and grabbed one of his subordinates by the collar, shouting angrily, "Are you sure there's a tomb door over there?" The monster race cultivator hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, that woman disappeared from there. When she went in, the tomb door flashed. I saw it clearly." The two monster race cultivators on the side also nodded repeatedly. Only then did Yang Yue put him down, glancing over at Xianxia uneasily. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at this moment, a very dull sound rang out, as if a behemoth was approaching. The sound of trees crashing to the ground came from the direction of the sound. Hearing this, Kai Yang and the others turned their heads, only to see dust billowing in the distance. A huge figure was winding its way out of the forest. Every step it took caused the earth to shake. In the air above the huge figure, there were many monster race cultivators who were following closely behind. As they flew, they were constantly shouting something, appearing to be extremely anxious. It only knew to walk step by step towards the location of the tomb door. Not long after, all the demon race who followed them learned the truth from Yang Yue's subordinates. They knew that their master was going to enter the all-spirits tomb. Suddenly, they all looked sad and sorrowful. Under everyone's gazes, Niuquan walked to an open area in the valley. Suddenly, it stopped, and mooed to the sky before charging forward. Xianxia's eyes widened in an instant, because in the void, a grayish-black door of light suddenly flashed. The door of light was more than 100 feet tall, and although it had been standing there, it was hidden in the void. If Niu Quan had not entered and caused a ripple, it was likely that no one would have seen it. As Yang Yue had said before, only the creatures who were about to die in the ancient land could see this tomb door. Niu Quan passed through the tomb door, and his huge body quickly disappeared. As the ripple spread, the tomb door also disappeared at the same time. The demon race who came here with Niu Quan all cried bitterly and wailed. Yang Yue also smacked his lips, a bitter expression on his face. There is really a tomb door. After seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai knew that Yang Yue and the others did not lie to him just now. It also confirmed that Old Third had really entered the All-Spirits tomb. What should he do now? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what kind of dangers lay inside. And if he entered, how would he get out? What if this 10,000 spirit tomb was a place where he couldn't get out? Wouldn't entering it be suicide? Although he had the Tao of space, he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other hand, it was Ruo Shi who could see the tomb door before. It was really strange. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ruo Shi. It would have been better if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Zhang Ruo Shi had actually arrived in front of the tomb door. She stretched out her hand towards the invisible tomb door. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely strange. Ruo Shi, what are you doing? Yang Kai shouted. Zhang Ruo Shi's tender body trembled, and she suddenly came back to her senses. When she found that she had unknowingly arrived in front of the tomb door, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she wanted to withdraw. But at this moment, the hidden tomb door was revealed again, and this time it was completely revealed. In the empty mountain valley, a huge gray-black light door exuded a strange light. In a flash, this light enveloped the entire mountain valley. All the monster race cultivators shrouded in this light were horrified to find that they couldn't move. Their eyes were filled with horror as they kept screaming. Yang Kai was also furious. Under the shroud of the gray-black light, no matter how he urged his strength, he couldn't move. Even using his space force, he couldn't teleport away. All the people and monster race cultivators in the mountain valley who were still alive seemed to have been immobilized. Sir, Zhang Ruo, she was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what she had done, but the scene in front of her was obviously not a good thing. While she was frightened, she also blamed herself, feeling that her sir had been implicated this time. Master, save me. Yang Yue opened his mouth and shouted, hoping that Yang Kai would save him. But who would have thought that Yang Kai was also a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself? Yang Yue's heart sank. This unforeseen event happened extremely quickly, so fast that no one could react in time. Yang Kai struggled for a while, but found that he couldn't break free, so he gritted his teeth and summoned the mountains and river's bell. But at that moment, the tomb door flashed again and disappeared. Along with it, all the living creatures in the mountain valley disappeared. In a gray-black world, there was no sun, moon, stars, flowers, or trees. It was dead silent, like a cemetery. Yang Kai, Zhang Ruo Shi, and the other monster race cultivators appeared together, and the mysterious force that bound them disappeared at once. Yang Kai immediately rushed to Zhang Ruo Shi's side, enveloped her with his Emperor Qi, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become stunned. Everyone seemed to be standing on top of a mountain of bones, and as far as their eyes could see, there were pure white bones. The skeletons scattered on the ground were of different sizes. The small ones were almost negligible, while the large ones were huge. The true body of Niu Quan that they had seen before was not even worth mentioning. These white bones were left behind by a monster beast that had died many years ago, and all of them were extremely fragile. With the slightest touch from external force, they all turned into bone fragments and scattered. Moo! A roar came from not far away, and Yang Kai turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing Niu Quan. Surprisingly, Niu Quan, who he'd seen in the valley earlier, was here as well. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by the aura of death as it lay silently at a certain spot on the mountain of bones. It didn't move at all, and it seemed to be in the twilight of its life and was waiting for death. Specks of fluorescent light flew out from his flesh like dancing fairies, adding a touch of vitality to this gray-black, monotonous world. These specks of light seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the depths of the mountain. As the light disappeared, the vitality of Niu Quan's body became dimmer and dimmer. Myriad Spirit Tomb. Xianxia's face suddenly sank. If he had some guesses before, after seeing Niu Quan, it was clear at a glance what this place was. Myriad Spirit Tomb. The tomb of all living creatures in the ancient lands. A place where one could enter but not leave. Even the most powerful Monster King would not be able to leave alive after entering this place. How did I end up in this damn place? Previously, Xianxia was still hesitating whether to come in and explore to find traces of his third sister. But now, he had come in regardless of whether he wanted to or not, so there was no chance for him to hesitate. "Sir, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to me just now." Zhang Ruo, she was on the verge of tears. She also knew that she had made a big mistake, but the situation just now was really out of her control. Since entering this ancient wildlands, she found that there was something wrong with her, but she didn't expect to cause such a disaster. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at her. He reached out and patted her head, but he didn't say anything. It was too late to say anything now. The performance of the soul-devouring insects in the ancient lands this time was too eye-catching. They were definitely the best way to deal with Yin's souls. He secretly decided to focus on cultivating them in the future. When they grew up, they might be able to fight against the great emperors of serene soul in the future. The old man relied on his high cultivation to indulge his daughter in her outrageous acts, but he couldn't do anything about it. This really made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in hatred. The cries of Yang Yuwei and the others from the monster race died down one by one. In less than a dozen breaths, there was no more movement. They were obviously all dead. Yang Kai felt that the soul seal that belonged to Yang Yuwei that he controlled had cracked. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Although he didn't intend to care about Yang Yuwei's life or death before, and he only controlled him to find the whereabouts of his third brother, it was still a little unexpected that he would die like this. "Sir, open a gap." Zhang Ruo, she suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do. He was really scared by Zhang Ruo, she's previous actions. Once bitten, twice shy. But when he saw the big seal in Zhang Ruo, she's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the soul-devouring insects to open a gap. Zhang Ruo, she slapped the seal with her white hand and directly slapped it away. Then, she continued to form seals with her hands to control the power of the seal. After the seal flew out, it grew in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It was dark like a black hole. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the sound of chains swinging rang out. As Zhang Ruo, she's hands changed seals, countless dark chains suddenly shot out from the inside of the seal and shot out in all directions. One by one, the flying bee souls were caught off guard by the pitch-black chains and were bound to death. The chains straightened, and under Zhang Ruo, she's control, they pulled the chained bee souls into the seal. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of aggressive bee souls were pulled into the seal and disappeared. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. "Have you finished refining this 10,000 bee seal?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked. "I finished refining it a few days ago." Zhang Ruo, she didn't stop her hands and said happily, "I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing." The seal was the 10,000 bee seal of Earth City's city lord, Zhu Hong. After Zhu Hong was killed by Yang Kai in the ancient medicine garden, he gave the 10,000 bee seal to Zhang Ruo, she for self-protection. This was an emperor artifact, and its power had nothing to do with the seal itself. Instead, it was related to the number of beast souls sealed in it. The more beast souls sealed in it, the stronger they were, the more powerful the 10,000 beast seal would be, and vice versa. After Zhu Hong obtained the 10,000 beast seal, he had only killed less than 1,000 monster beasts and used a secret technique to seal the beast souls of more than 1,000 monster beasts. Most of those beast souls were 11th order, 10th order, and only a handful of 12th order beast souls. They couldn't display the true power of the 10,000 beast seal. However, in this 10,000 spirit tomb, 12th order monster beast souls were everywhere. If Zhang Ruo, she sealed all of them into the 10,000 beast seal, the power this emperor artifact could display would be unimaginable. Beast souls were difficult to find. After all, one had to kill a monster beast to obtain a beast soul, and it had to be refined using a secret technique to prevent damage to the beast soul. Damaged beast souls wouldn't have much power. However, this place was a natural gathering place for beast souls. It was simply tailor-made for the 10,000 beast seal to replenish its power. Its two eye sockets were profound, and its eyes were somewhat lifeless. It was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Why is it a human again? The Monster King's mouth opened and closed, and its turbid eyes revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He understood the meaning behind its words and frowned. Have you seen other people come here before? The Monster King looked like it was about to die, but it was still extremely rebellious. Hearing this, it grinned and tried to squeeze out a sneer that was uglier than crying. Why should this king tell you? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He pointed to the light door and said, I'm going to leave from there. If you want to live, I can give you a ride. The rebellious Monster King suddenly lost its calm. Its lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and it looked like it was tempted. But it quickly disappeared, and it snorted, Are you that kind? Yang Kai said indifferently, We're just taking what we need. As long as you can tell me what I want to know, I'll save your life. They all walked out of the caves to investigate, but before they could see clearly, the three of them had already rushed into the only hall. Immediately, several beautiful maidservants in the hall greeted them. They looked at Xia Wuwei in fear and bowed. Master! Xia Wuwei was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these maidservants. He rushed in without looking at them. However, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who followed behind Xia Wuwei, attracted the attention of the maidservants. After all, the two of them didn't have the slightest demonic chi on them. They were clearly humans. They didn't know why Xia Wuwei had brought two humans back with him. Moreover, these two humans didn't seem to be the master's captives. In the hall, there was a white bone throne. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast it was carved from. It was crude as always. Xia Wuwei directly walked forward, turned around, and sat on it. His tiger-like eyes looked disdainfully in all directions, and he had a sense of majesty. But soon, Xia Wuwei's expression became awkward. As soon as he returned to his own place, he calmed down and forgot about his current situation. Seeing Yang Kai standing below and looking at him with a smile, Xia Wuwei quickly stood up. Monster King, please sit down. We're just your friend from outside. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. He had seen the Monster King's unyielding temper, so he didn't want to embarrass him too much. After all, there were still things for him to do, so he didn't need to care too much about superficial things. Xia Wuwei was grateful. He felt that this human was reasonable, so the rejection in his heart wasn't as strong. He sat down again and stretched out his hand. "Young Master Yang, please sit." Yang Kai smiled slightly, turned around, and walked to the side. He found a place to sit down and looked around. He found that this place was much more impressive than Yang You's. Whether it was the style or the layout, it was on a different level. He thought to himself, the Monster King is worthy of being the Monster King. Yang Yue, a mere monster general, couldn't compare at all. When he came here just now, he also felt the aura of many 12th Order monster beasts on this mountain. In other words, they were more or less equivalent to the masters of the Emperor Realm. The Monster King had so many subordinates of the Emperor Realm, so how many were there in the 32 roads? Not to mention, there were also the 4 great divine spirits in the ancient wildland. If such a group of monsters were to be brought out, unless the 10 great emperors joined forces to resist, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire star boundary. The ancient wildland was really not to be underestimated. Zhang Ruo, she obediently stood behind him, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around curiously. "Come!" Xiao Wei shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, 6 monster race cultivators with imposing auras rushed in. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, because these monster race cultivators gave him the feeling that they were no weaker than second-order Emperor Realm Masters. The 6 monster race cultivators entered the hall and cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, Master!" Xiao Wei raised his hand slightly, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Only then did he speak. "Did anything happen while this king was away?" He did not tell his subordinates that he had accidentally fallen into the 10,000 spirit tomb. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain how he had escaped. A thin monster race cultivator on the left immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists, reporting to Master. "This subordinate has something important to report." "What is it?" Xiao Wei asked indifferently without raising his eyes. He took the tea handed to him by his maidservant and took a sip. He did not know what the tea was made of. It was dark red and as thick as blood, but exuded a strange fragrance. When the monster race cultivator heard this question, he glanced hesitantly at Yang Kai, who was sitting next to him, and hesitated. He clearly did not want to report this matter in front of human, so as to avoid leaking secrets. Xiao Wei took a sip of the tea, put down the bone cup, and raised his eyes. "There is no harm in speaking. Young Master Yang is this king's friend in life and death. There is nothing to hide." He said this out of helplessness. Now that his soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, his life and death were in Yang Kai's hands. Even if he wanted Yang Kai to retreat, he was powerless. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that something was going to happen, he would not have summoned his subordinates. Now that the situation was not good, he could only force himself to let his subordinates report. The monster race cultivators were also surprised when they heard this. When they saw a human sitting in the hall before, they were full of suspicion. They did not know who this human was and why the Monster King Master was so welcoming. Now that they heard Xiao Wei say that this human was a friend in life and death, they were even more shocked. Since when did the Monster King Master have such a good relationship with a human? However, on second thought, the Monster King Master once left the ancient lands several decades ago. It seemed that he went out to the human world. It was said that the trip was extremely dangerous, and he almost lost his life. Later on, they heard that the Monster King was saved by a human and could safely return to the ancient land. Unknowingly, the monster race cultivators connected Yang Kai to the benefactor who saved Xiao Wei's life. They suddenly understood, and the arrogance and disdain in their eyes disappeared. The monster race cultivator said in a deep voice, "Master, there is a change in the blood gate." The blood gate. Xiao Wei stopped what he was doing and looked at his subordinates in shock. The latter nodded slightly. Xiao Wei's breathing suddenly quickened, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the news accurate?" The monster race cultivator said, "There is no doubt about it." At first, it was a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Monster King who discovered the situation. However, many people saw it at that time and reported it one after another. Now, the situation at the Blood Gate has alarmed the 4 Saint Venerables and they're all sending people to investigate. Xia Wuwei suddenly became a little uneasy. He stood up and said hurriedly, "Tell me the details." "Yes." The monster race cultivator replied. He organized his words and said, "More than a month ago, the blood gate suddenly erupted with a bloody light and rushed into the sky. However, it only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. However, during this month, the blood gate has clearly become a little different from before. Chapter 2574. Xia Wuwei's face was filled with indignation, and his arrogant words made his subordinates tremble in fear. They secretly thought that their master still had a bad temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if those saint venerables heard this, their master would not be able to bear the consequences. "Blood Gate, what is that?" Yang Kai, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. He had heard Yang Yue mention the Blood Door before, so he knew that it was one of the two forbidden areas of the savage, desolate ancient lands like the All-Spirit Tomb. However, from Xia Wuwei's expression and words, this Blood Door seemed to have a lot of implications. Even the four saint spirits of the ancient lands had interfered. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai was currently searching for Xiao Xiao and Lao San in the savage, desolate ancient lands, so it was not a bad thing to know more about the situation here. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Xia Wuwei was startled and suddenly realized that there were two outsiders here, causing his mouth to twitch. He was too excited just now and actually forgot about this. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Yang Kai smiled and picked up the red tea that the maid beside him had served. He smelled it, but didn't dare to drink it, afraid that this thing was made with blood. He said it lightly, but Xia Wuwei didn't dare to ignore it. After all, Yang Kai was already interested, so who knew what he was thinking? He could only say, there's nothing inconvenient about it. The Blood Door has nothing to do with humans. It is a forbidden area for the living beings of the ancient lands. Yang Kai said, I heard that the Blood Door and All-Spirit Tomb are the two forbidden areas of the ancient lands. Is that true? Xia Wuwei nodded. That's right. The All-Spirit Tomb is the place where the living beings of the ancient lands grow old and die. However, the Blood Door is where we are reborn. One life and one death. It is divided into two levels. Reborn? Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Wuwei said in a deep voice, according to the ancient legends, after entering the Blood Door, you will be reborn, return to your ancestral bloodline, and become a saint spirit. Become a saint spirit. Yang Kai was shocked. Could it be that after entering the Blood Door, one can become a saint spirit? Xia Wuwei nodded and said, that's the literal meaning. But no one knew exactly what was going on. Ever since the ancient land was born, the forbidden Blood Door had been there. No one could get close to it, and no one could enter it. However, that ancient rumor had been passed down from generation to generation. In the ancient land, even the little monsters who had just gained intelligence knew this rumor. I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. We all have the desolate bloodline. Strength and aptitude were also related to the thickness of one's bloodline. If he could fully activate the bloodline in his body, he would be able to restore the glory of the ancestral bloodline. Naturally, he would possess the power of a Holy Spirit. Yang Kai was amazed. There's actually such a place in this world. Does the Blood Door really have such a miraculous effect? Xia Wuwei said, no one can confirm whether it has such a miraculous effect, but there are rumors that there are indeed a few Holy Spirits who came out of the Blood Door. However, it's been so long that there's no way to verify it. But no matter what, the Blood Door is a great fortune for the creatures of the ancient land. It's just like the legends of carps leaping over the Dragon Gate and transforming into dragons. The existence of the Blood Door is like that Dragon Gate. Who would want to give it a try? The Monster King also wants to go. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a strange look. Xia Wuwei scoffed. That would require the master to give him a chance. They've sent out the 8 great saint envoys to seal off the surroundings. Who can get close? However, if we do this, it will be a bit embarrassing. If we're talking about who knows the secrets of the blood door the most, it will undoubtedly be the 4 Saint Masters. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Hearing Xia Wuwei's words, he immediately understood the meaning of the blood door. If he could really activate the ancestral bloodline in the bodies of the creatures of the ancient land, then his strength would definitely soar. This blood door was indeed a place of new life. It was the complete opposite of the 10,000 spirit tombs' place of old age and death. The world was so big, and there were indeed all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao entering the savage, desolate ancient land, he probably wouldn't have been able to imagine that there would be such a magical place in this world. The few Saint Masters have been accumulating power for a long time. Once the 8 envoys come out, I'm afraid no one will dare to make a move for the time being. In the end, I'm afraid it'll backfire. Pass down the order to closely monitor the situation at the blood door. If there's any movement, report it immediately. I don't believe that those 30 or so old fellows will obediently go into hiding. Xia Wei waved his hand and said, the old fellows he was referring to were undoubtedly the other 31 Monster King. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly realized that this savage, desolate ancient land didn't seem to be a monolithic place. Yes, sir. The Skinny Goblin clan received the order and immediately went to prepare. Xia Wei stood on the high platform, his expression uncertain as he pondered for a while. Only then did he suddenly raise his head to look at Yang Kai and say, Young Master Yang, what did you say you wanted this king to help with? Looking for someone. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Who are you looking for? Xia Wei asked in surprise. It's that crazy woman you saw earlier. As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. With a ripple, the image of old San appeared. When Xia Wei saw it, his face couldn't help but darken. He still remembered the scene when old San smashed him with his inner core in the myriad spirit tomb. I have some relationship with this woman. Her mind is not clear right now, so it's very dangerous for her to wander around the savage, desolate ancient land. So I need to find her and take her away. This wasn't difficult, so Xia Wei was relieved when he heard this. He was originally worried that Yang Kai would take his soul seal and ask him to do something difficult, but now it seemed that it was just looking for a person, which was really a small matter. He turned his gaze to a man with the face of a rat and said, Shu Yu, pass down the order. In this world, there might not only be 2 stone mongoose, Xiao and the Dharmakaya. There might be another special tribe in this world. Perhaps Xiao sensed that there was a tribe that belonged to her here, so she entered this savage wilderness ancient land. Or perhaps the stone giant knew Xiao. Roar! The stone giant's reply was still an angry roar, and the demons were frightened. They secretly thought that this human was really brave. He was facing a stone giant that even the Monster King Master was almost no match for, and he was still so calm. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone was enough to make the demons respect him. But he was a little stupid. They didn't know if he would be smashed into a meat patty later. Have you seen it before? Yang Kai reached out and pointed, and an image of Xiao condensed in front of him. In the image, Xiao's appearance when they were separated was clearly shown. He was simple-minded and his eyes were lively. He was only half the height of a human, and his stone skin was sharp and angular, as if he was wearing a layer of stone armor. He looked extremely sturdy. The most important thing was that he was carrying a pitch-black stick on his shoulder. He had one hand on the stick and the other on his forehead as he looked into the distance. The roaring stone giant suddenly quieted down, and his angry eyes stared blankly at the illusory image. He then looked up at Yang Kai, and the anger in his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a trace of confusion. The main thing was that Xiao who was carrying the heaven-shaking pillar, was too unconventional. You've seen it before, right? Xianxia observed the stone giant's expression and was delighted. The stone giant was silent for a while, and then slowly nodded. As expected, Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where's Xiao now? Is he okay?" He couldn't wait to know Xiao's current situation. He blamed himself for parting with Xiao in the Starlight Corridor back then. Lu Yin was quickly found, and there was even news of Qi Yu and the others. Now they were all settled in Thousand Leaves sect to cultivate. Only Xiao remained unheard of. The star boundary was a dangerous place, so he didn't know how Xiao was doing, especially when he heard Yin Lisheng say that Xiao had entered the ancient wildlands. Now that he suddenly had a clue about Xiao, how could he not be happy? He couldn't wait to drill into this stone giant's head and investigate Xiao's current situation. The stone giant opened his mouth and spoke in a muffled voice. "Who are you to Xiao?" His words weren't very clear, and it was obvious that he rarely spoke, but his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Earth Palace. The group of monster race masters were stunned as they stared blankly ahead, each of them wailing in their hearts. This big fellow had actually spoken. Chapter 2576. This was not an exaggeration. The rock spirits were born with the ability to control the laws of the earth. It was normal for them to move mountains and seas with a flip of their hand. Xianxia turned to look at the rock giant and said, "He'll let you go. How about you let him go?" The rock giant snorted. "Anyone who dares to attack the rock spirit tribe is an enemy." He was unwilling to give up, which made Xianxia speechless. "Young Master Yang, look." Xiao pointed at the rock giant, which meant that it was not that he did not want to let him go, but that he could not do anything about it. Xianxia rubbed his forehead and looked at the rock giant helplessly. He said, "The Monster King is strong. If we fight again, both sides will suffer. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. How about you just let it go? You have nothing to lose anyway. You should let him go." The stone giant snorted twice. It seemed that he was still very reluctant. Xiao also flung his sleeves, very unhappy. Xianxia looked at the rock giant and said sincerely, "Didn't you say that I'm an important guest of your tribe? Can you give me some face?" The rock giant huffed and puffed for a while, then said unhappily, "Fine, let's leave it at that." He was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Xianxia immediately signaled to Xiao, "Let him go." Although Xiao was still a little reluctant, he couldn't change Xianxia's mind. He could only push his monster qi, and in an instant, monster qi filled the air and rushed towards the black chains that were binding the stone giant. It was unknown what Xiao did, but after a few cracking sounds, the chains binding the stone giant fell to the ground. Seeing that the rock giant was free, Xiao immediately flashed behind Xianxia. He was vigilant. It was not that he was afraid of the rock giant. It was just that this thing was not to be trifled with. If he took a punch, he would vomit blood. If he had a choice, Xiao did not want to fight with him. The rock giant only glanced at Xiao with a fierce look in his eyes. However, he kept his promise and did not do anything as soon as he was free. Xianxia said, "Can you take me to Xiao now?" The stone giant nodded lightly. With a series of crackling sounds coming from his body, he directly transformed from 5 zhang tall to as tall as a person. All of a sudden, he became much more refined. He waved his hand at Xianxia, then strode out in large strides, treating Xiao as if he was nothing. That was what one would call condescending. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Xiao had a sour expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed. All the monsters were puzzled. They didn't know why the Monster King Master would listen to a human's instructions and release the stone giant that they had painstakingly captured. Xiao naturally couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He just walked up with a sullen face. After an incense stick's worth of time, the group left the underground palace. He returned to the ground. The stone giant turned its head and looked around. After identifying the direction, he didn't say anything. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the dense jungle. Seeing this, Xianxia could only anxiously say to Xiaowuwei, "Monster King, please pay attention to what I asked you to do. After you find that woman, it would be best if you can capture her safely. If you can't, send someone to monitor her. I will be back. Don't hurt her." Xiaowuwei looked bitter, but he had to cup his fists and say, "Rest assured, young Master Yang, this king will not disappoint you. However, young Master Yang, you must be careful." He couldn't wait for Xianxia to leave without returning. However, if Xianxia was in any danger as a sole slave, he wouldn't have it easy either. Naturally, he didn't want Xianxia to be in any danger. Xianxia didn't have time to talk to him. He just nodded and wrapped Zhang Ruo, she and his Emperor Qi. Using his space principles, he disappeared and chased after the stone giant. The group of monster beasts watched Xianxia leave before they came forward and looked at Xiaowuwei in confusion. They didn't know what the Monster King Master was up to. Xiaowuwei said with a sullen face, "Today's matter is not to be leaked, or you will be killed without mercy." The group of monster beasts were terrified, and they all cupped their fists and said yes. The stone giant didn't seem to be able to fly, but its jumping ability was beyond imagination. Every time it jumped, it would cover a distance of several thousand feet, so its speed wasn't slow. After waiting for Xianxia for a while, the stone giant saw that Xianxia was quickly following and continued forward without looking back. He was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wildlands. Along the way, he avoided the territories of many powerful existences and didn't cause too many twists and turns. However, Xianxia telling him not to embarrass Xianxia seemed to have made him a little unhappy, so along the way, he didn't want to communicate with him at all. Xianxia wanted to ask him about the Stone Spirit clan and Xiao, but he didn't have a chance and could only follow behind. Ruo, she could also see that Xianxia had something on his mind, so she didn't say a word and didn't dare to disturb him. The journey was rather depressing. After a full day and night in the ancient land, the stone giant in front of them suddenly stopped. The stone giant stood on top of a huge tree and looked into the distance under the morning sun. Schwa. Xianxia's figure landed beside him and followed his gaze. In the depths of the jungle, there was a lush, primitive land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, layer upon layer, and the morning clouds lingered in the air. It was a fairyland. The stone giant stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and hammered his own chest, making a thumping sound. Zhang Ruo, she watched with a frightened expression, afraid that he would beat himself to death. Roar! The stone giant roared towards the sky, with an inexplicable emotion in his voice. The roar fluctuated, as if he was using some mysterious means to transmit a message. Walala. The surrounding birds flew away in fright and beasts scattered. Immediately afterward, in the depths of the jungle, another roar sounded, responding to the stone giant's call. Xianxia's mood was surging, because after arriving here, he suddenly felt that somewhere in the jungle, there was an invisible telepathic connection that suddenly connected with him. This was a connection between bloodlines that couldn't be erased even after 10,000 years. Xiao's birth was catalyzed by Xianxia using his own blood essence. Chapter 2577. Little fool, why aren't you pulling up the honored guest? What are you doing? An old voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Although it was forceful, it was gentle and kind, making those who heard it involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao shuddered violently, as if in awe of the owner of this voice. He bounced back to Xianxia's side and reached out to pull him up, looking at him foolishly. After venting his anger, he finally calmed down. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked forward. What he saw stunned him. Stone spirits that were as tall as a human slowly walked out from various parts of the forest. With a rough count, there were actually 7 or 8 of them. Obviously, they had all sensed the commotion here and gathered over. Those pairs of round eyes were curiously sizing him up. The rock spirit in the middle was particularly prominent, but it wasn't because he was strong or tall. Compared to the other rock spirits, he was a little shorter. His short stature wasn't because of his height, but because his body was a little hunched. The first impression this rock spirit gave off was that he was old. His hunched waist was supported by a stone crutch. The stone skin on his body was also in a cracked state, which was the mark of the endless flowing time great emperor. On his chiseled chin was a small stone awl, like a beard. Only his eyes were extremely bright, flashing with wisdom. The rock spirit clan's innate intelligence was worrisome, but Yang Kai didn't know why. But when he looked into the eyes of this old rock spirit, he saw the reflection of a wise old man. Yang Kai was in awe. He knew that this old rock spirit had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, he also realized who this old rock spirit was. He cupped his fists. Bowing, he said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Elder. I took the liberty to disturb you. I hope Elder won't take offense." Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she knew that this was a master and quickly bowed. The Elder chuckled. His laughter was extremely hearty. "No need to disturb you. My rock spirit clan has been waiting for you for a long time. Today, you have finally arrived." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was stunned, but soon seemed to recall something. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao, who was standing beside him. He smiled and patted Xiao's shoulder. He thought that it was because of Xiao that this so-called Elder Ling said that he had been waiting for him. "Honored guests, you've come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Please follow this old man to rest. My rock spirit clan hasn't had a guest for many years." After the elder finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Kai's agreement and turned around to walk into the depths of the forest. Although he looked extremely old and had a walking stick in his hand, his stooped figure moved as if he was flying. Its speed wasn't any slower than the other rock spirits. As soon as he left, the rest of the rock spirits also followed him and left. But before they left, they looked at Yang Kai with a strange gaze. Xiao grabbed Yang Kai's hand and whimpered a few times before dragging him away. Yang Kai was helpless and could only ask Zhang Ruo to follow. After walking for a short while, the group came to a place surrounded by some towering ancient trees. Each of these towering ancient trees was as thick as 10 people hugging around it. There was a tree hole under the tree root. The tree hole seemed to have been turned into a natural tree house, and there were traces of living creatures living inside. Yang Kai looked at it curiously. He suddenly realized that these tree houses should be where the Rock Spirit clan lived. Thinking about it, these guys could easily transform into dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet tall. Ordinary houses really couldn't withstand their torment. This kind of natural tree house was the best habitat for them. Chapter 2578. As Xiao continued to walk forward, she soon arrived at a spacious area. There were already 7 or 8 rock spirits gathered here, standing behind a stone plate. Each of these stone plates was the size of a millstone, probably made by the rock spirit clan themselves, and placed here to serve as tables. Behind the stone tables, there were also stone stools. Behind the stone table at the front, the aged rock spirit elder had already taken his seat and was looking over with a smile. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she followed Xiao through, the rock spirits standing on both sides bowed one after another, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed and could only return the greetings with Zhang Ruo, she, and Xiao. Each of these rock spirits had lived for who knows how many years. It could be said that they lived longer than 90% of the people in the star boundary today. So of course Yang Kai couldn't be rude in front of them. Below the elder, there were 2 empty stone tables, obviously prepared for Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo. When they approached, the elder raised his hand and said, "Two guests, please take a seat." Xianxia excused himself and went to sit behind the elder's stone table. Ruoshi glanced at him and could only go to the other side and sit quietly. Xiao, on the other hand, ran to the back of the table and squeezed in with a rock spirit with a disobedient look, provoking the rock spirit to raise his hand and knock on his head. He immediately behaved himself. "Guests from afar, my rock spirit clan is extremely honored to host a banquet to entertain our esteemed guests. I hope that guests won't mind the shabbiness of the banquet." The elder chuckled, his voice like a thunderclap that was deafening to the ears. Xianxia got up and said, "Elder is too polite. It is this junior's honor to be entertained by a noble. How could I dare to care too much?" The elder smiled and nodded. He gestured for Xianxia to take a seat before continuing. "My stone spirit clan is naturally lacking in clansmen. Everyone here is the only remaining clansman of my clan. Please introduce yourselves to this honored guest so that he doesn't get confused." "Yes." The rock spirits below responded one after another and stood up one by one, saluting in the direction of Xianxia. They introduced themselves: Stone 1, Stone 2, Stone 3. Sheba. Xianxia was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth twitching. The names of these rock spirits were rather simple. Each and every one of them was named by a number. Including the elders and Xiao, there were only 10 of them in total. It was truly a little too few. The key was that their self-introductions were meaningless. Xianxia looked at them and felt that they were all made from the same mold. He couldn't tell who was who, although he couldn't tell. However, they still had to show proper etiquette. Xianxia returned their greetings one by one, looking as if he had remembered them all, but in fact, he was completely clueless. After the introduction of the 8 rock spirits, the elder chuckled and said, "My rock spirit clan is born with a limit of 10. Anything over 10 is certain to die. This is also fate." Xianxia was stunned. "Nobles have never had more than 10 clansmen?" The elder nodded. "That's right." Xianxia suddenly understood. No wonder, even though he had 2 rock spirit embryos back then, in the end, only Xiao hatched. The other one was really forced to be refined into a Dharmakaya by him. That was how it survived. He thought that he was unlucky. Now it seemed that it wasn't a problem with his cultivation at that time, but fate. He didn't know how this group of rock spirits would react if he released the Dharmakaya. The elders said again, "Although there are few clansmen, we stand aloof from worldly affairs. Just now we survived until now. We made a fool of ourselves." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. "Let's not talk too much." The atmosphere became more and more lively, and even the wood spirits forgot where they were and flew to the center of the field, surrounding the 2 rock spirits and shouting nonstop. Xianxia happily watched the show, his emotions stirred, and he also cheered for them. As he watched, he became enraged. The 8 adult rock spirits left the field one after another, and when the final rock spirit saw that there was no opponent left, he turned his head and hooked his finger at Xianxia, as if he wanted him to come down and fight him. "Me?" Xianxia pointed at his nose and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'll just watch the show." What kind of joke was this? To wrestle with a rock spirit. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? It wasn't that he hadn't experienced Xiao's powerful strength before, but in terms of pure strength, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for her. But who would have thought that the rock spirit wouldn't give him any face at all, and instead recognized him as its opponent? Seeing that he wasn't willing to go up, it waved its hand. Wuxia immediately flew over, and a dozen or so little wood spirits surrounded Xianxia. Without any explanation, they directly lifted him up and sent him to the center of the field. "You guys..." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, he felt that these little wood spirits weren't cute at all. When they put him down in the center of the field, the little wood spirits all scattered, running outside to watch the show. Yangkai turned his head to look at the elder and the wood spirit tribe leader, a pleading expression on his face. The elder laughed heartlessly, clearly not planning to help Yangkai. Instead, it was Mu-Na who said warmly, "Guest, you may use your full strength. There is no need to hold back." Yangkai was also very helpless at this point. He secretly thought that if he used the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he might be able to fight it out with the rock spirit. Before he could finish this thought, the rock spirit roared and pounced forward, grabbing Yangkai's arm and tripping him. Yangkai was stunned. He felt the world spin around him as his body slammed into the ground. The rock spirit had succeeded and raised its arms high, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, as if it was invincible in this world. Who dared to challenge it? Yangkai crawled up from the ground, covered his face, and retreated, crestfallen, back to his seat. This was too embarrassing. He was no match for the rock spirit at all. In terms of pure strength, there was probably no one in this world who was stronger than the rock spirit. The little wood spirit on the side looked at him sympathetically and silently poured him a cup of wine. Seeing Yangkai suffer a loss, Xiao, who hadn't stepped onto the stage until now, flew into a rage. He rushed to the center of the stage, rubbing his palms together as if he wanted to avenge Yangkai. But with his height, he was only the shortest among the rock spirits. Against the adult rock spirit, he only lasted 3 breaths of time before he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. The banquet was lively and lively. The two races got along harmoniously, enjoying each other's company. After the fall, the rock spirits began arm wrestling again, competing in physical strength. After suffering a loss, Yangkai didn't want to compete with the rock spirits anymore. He just sat to the side and quietly watched. In the second half of the night, the rock spirits were still noisy. It seemed that they hadn't been so lively in a long time. Looking at their posture, they wouldn't give up easily until dawn. On the other hand, many of the wood spirits were listless, dozing off listlessly. The little wood spirit, who had been standing next to Yangkai, suddenly flew to Yangkai's side and whispered something in his ear. Yangkai didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw the embodiment, but he was too lazy to care, nor was he in the mood to explain the uniqueness of the embodiment to them. After putting all the members of the 2 clans into the sealed world bead, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the blood door. Along the way, Yangkai constantly released his divine sense, hoping to find traces of Zhang Ruo Shi. However, this little girl had set off a day earlier. If she had gone at full speed, she might have already arrived near the blood door. Naturally, there was no trace of her on the way. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Zhang Ruo, she was already 300 kilometers away from the blood door. She had been careful along the way, and although there was a bit of luck involved, she hadn't encountered too many twists and turns. However, she didn't dare to move forward now that she was here. There were too many monster race cultivators in front of her, and none of them were hiding their auras. If she dared to appear at will, she would definitely be discovered. Xia Wuwei said. According to the demon general's description and my own speculation, that bell is very likely to be the legendary Mountains and Rivers Bell. What? Brahma's centipede was astounded. The other 3 Saint Venerables also looked at him in shock, their eyes sparkling. In an instant, Xia Wuwei's body felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to breathe. Are you sure it's the Mountains and Rivers Bell? Wan Feng could not help but ask. Xia Wuwei said with difficulty, there's an 80% chance. Because my subordinate said that the bell was exuding a very strong wild power. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth. He only glanced at it from afar and did not dare to approach it. He hurried back to report. Suppressing the heavens and earth, wild power. Songgo's lips trembled with excitement. It must be the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Where is it exactly? Fan Hua saw his excitement and said indifferently, this is strange. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was stolen by Yuan Ding from the ancient lands and disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that this ancient rare treasure was lost in the Shattered Star Sea along with Yuan Ding's fall. How could it reappear in the ancient lands for no reason? And at this time, he was undoubtedly suspicious. So even though the Mountains and Rivers Bell was of great use to him, he could not help but inquire about it. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes also flashed when she heard this. She nodded slightly and said, the timing is indeed strange. Shihua rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, do you suspect that someone is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Fan Hua coldly snorted and looked at Xia Wuwei with a cold face. Don't worry. This king has always treated you well. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king? Xia Wuwei's entire body stiffened, and he was even unable to raise his head under the extremely great pressure. He could only say in a low voice, my lord, I naturally wouldn't dare forget the kindness of recognizing my worth. However, this matter is indeed true, so I don't dare conceal anything. As for the bell, this subordinate heard that the Shattered Star Sea on the human side just opened a few years ago. Did someone bring the Mountains and Rivers Bell out of the Shattered Star Sea? As soon as these words came out, Fan Hua showed a thoughtful look. He naturally knew about the Shattered Star Sea, so Xia Wuwei's words had some basis. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. It's only a few thousand kilometers away, Songgo urged from the side, looking impatient. Of course we will go and take a look, but who will stay here to keep watch? Fan Hua glanced at the others. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. This queen has not seen much of the world, so I will go and broaden my horizons. Songgo sternly said, I will also go and take a look. Chapter 2586. Before the Saint Envoy could figure out what was going on, the space on the other side distorted and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. The Saint Envoy was shocked. The 8 of them had clearly sealed off the surrounding 10 kilometers. Not even a mosquito could fly in, let alone a human. There were also 32 Monster King guards 50 kilometers away. How could a human enter under all these layers of interception? And judging from his aura, it was actually a human. How could this be? The Saint Envoy was both shocked and angry. He hurriedly shouted, Who are you, little thief? How dare you trespass into the restricted area? Hand over your life. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a rainbow, wrapped in the rolling demonic chi, pouncing towards Xianxia. While in midair, he swatted down with his palm. This was a furious blow from a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So naturally, its power was extraordinary. Xianxia stood in place, feeling all the bones in his body creak. For the first time, he truly experienced the terrifying strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't panic and just coldly watched the monster race's figure pouncing towards him. When it was about time, he suddenly waved his hand. Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa. Asterisk like a divine army descending from the heavens, the Stone Spirit clan, led by Elder Shirling, made a shocking appearance. However, there was no trace of the Wood Spirit clan. The hundreds of Wood Spirit clansmen were nowhere to be seen. This made Xianxia suspicious. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a furious roar shook the heavens and the earth in an instant. It took a small step forward, and its body, which was only half the height of a human, suddenly grew bigger. It was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds, and suddenly turned into a 30 feet tall stone giant. It was clad in a stone armor with a deep luster. He looked impregnable. It seemed to be able to defend against attacks that could destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder also grew longer and thicker at the same time. He swung it at the incoming monster race saint. The sound of wind and thunder rang out. The power of this staff swept up the power of heaven and earth. The monster race saint was instantly thrown into chaos. Previously, when he saw Xianxia alone, he didn't hesitate to rush over and kill Xianxia, to eliminate future troubles. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, so many stone people would suddenly appear in front of him? Before he could even react, Xiao Zhao's staff had already smashed towards him. The demon race's divine emissary was quite impressive. He quickly stopped himself and released his demon chi, forming a layer of protection around his body. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! As the heaven-shaking pillar came crashing down, the demonic saint felt an unimaginable force rushing toward him. His demon essence was shattered, and the bones in his arms were broken. His body flew out uncontrollably. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Only after flying for several thousand feet did he manage to stabilize himself. The terrifying power of the Rock Spirit clan. That was how domineering he was. Even a monster race's divine envoy, whose strength was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not be able to withstand such a blow. Rock Spirit, the eyes of the sacred emissary of the demon race turned red. Although he had suffered a loss, it was only a minor injury. It was nothing serious. Instead, it provoked his murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Many people who heard the commotion flew over from all directions and stood on either side of the demon race divine envoy. Including the demon race divine envoy from before, there were a total of 8 people. They were the 8 divine envoys of the 4 Saint Venerables. These 8 monster race masters undoubtedly knew the Rock Spirit clan. Although the stone spirits weren't very intelligent, they weren't stupid. After all, they had lived for so many years. How could they not know what the 8 divine envoys were planning? They were secretly happy and fought with their opponents. Soon, the bare mountain peak was filled with sand and stones. It looked very lively. Seeing this, Xianxia already had a plan in his mind. He knew that the 8 divine envoys were tempted by the elder's words. At this moment, they were just acting to prevent the 4 Saint Venerables from investigating. But then again, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to the Stone Spirit clan. Since the 8 divine envoys were willing to act, he had no more worries. He immediately devoted himself to breaking the seal of the Bloodgate. He used the Space Divine technique without holding back. Xiao and the Elder stood aside and watched nervously. Chapter 2587. The battle near the Bloodgate was in full swing. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Monster Kings further away. Out of curiosity, they all rushed over to investigate, wanting to see what had happened. In a short period of time, more than 10 Monster Kings had gathered 5 miles away. When they saw the faces of the enemies who were fighting with the 8 messengers, they were all shocked. The Rock Spirit clan, why are they here? How is that possible? We have deployed guards outside. They can't just appear here out of thin air. Could they have come from underground? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to force their way through the Bloodgate? The Monster Kings were all talking at once. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Although they had thought about forcing their way through the Blood Gate on more than one occasion, they really didn't have the courage to actually take action. At this moment, seeing the Shi Ling clan appear out of thin air and stand together with the 8 emissaries, their hearts were filled with admiration and anger. They were impressed because they were so bold and were not afraid of being blamed by the 4 holy sages. They were angry because these guys were so reckless. They would definitely be punished later. Thinking of this, the Monster Kings looked at each other and were about to rush over to help. The Rock Spirit clan was difficult to deal with. It was common knowledge in the ancient land. Although the 8 messengers were powerful, they might not be able to win against the entire Rock Spirit clan. Only by joining forces would they be able to suppress the Rock Spirit clan's arrogance in one fell swoop. Don't panic, messengers. We are here to help you. A Monster King shouted and rushed over, wrapped in demonic chi. The burly holy messenger, who was fighting with Rock One, narrowed his eyes. He shouted, "Don't come over!" The demon monarchs that were charging forward immediately stopped in their tracks. Their faces were full of shock. Although in the ancient land, the 32 Monster Kings and the 8 great holy messengers were similar in strength, in terms of status, the holy messengers were still a level higher. After all, they were the confidants of the 4 holy sages and had always followed them. They could be considered as the holy sages' representatives. Under normal circumstances, their words were the Lord's orders. That was why no Monster King dared to disobey the Saint's orders. However, they were all confused. They didn't know what the Saint's intentions were. Continue to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from receiving us. If there are any more intruders, kill them without mercy. The burly Saint emissary shouted as he guarded against Stone One's destructive attack. Yes, sir. Many Monster King answered one after another, but each of them had a strange expression on their faces. They were all experts of the demon clan who had cultivated for countless years. His mind was nimble and meticulous. He could more or less see that there was something wrong with the burly Saint's order. Under normal circumstances, everyone should work together to get rid of the trouble of the Stone Spirit clan as soon as possible. After all, the Blood Gate was of great importance and could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. But now, the Saint Emissary wanted them to continue guarding the perimeter. It was as if he didn't want them to interfere in the battle. With just the 8 sacred envoys, they definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to the Rock Spirit clan. They looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. They didn't know if this was the Saint Emissary's idea or the Lord's order. If it was the Lord's order, it was possible. After all, the Lords had always wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan. Unfortunately, these rock spirits were like stones in a latrine pit. They were smelly and hard. The Lords had tried many times but failed. This might be an opportunity. However, no matter how much the Saint Emissaries wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, it was unlikely that they would take the Blood Gate as a joke. There's a human over there. What's that person doing? A Monster King suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in the direction of Xianxia and asked with wide eyes. When the other Monster King heard this, they all looked over. After a while, their expressions changed greatly. This human is breaking the Blood Gate's seal. What? This is ridiculous. What is the 8 Masters' intention? Why are they just watching this person break the seal and not stopping him? If the Lord knew about this, it would be terrible. This is bad. The 8 Masters being held back by the 8 rock spirits. This person is simply unscrupulous. What should we do? Why are you so anxious? Maybe the 8 Masters deliberately letting this happen? A Monster King who seemed to be smart suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Another Monster King turned his head and looked at him leisurely. He said lightly, "Huli, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The Monster King who was called Huli laughed and said, "I'm just saying. Brothers, feel free to listen." However, some words couldn't be taken lightly. Previously, the burly Saint Emissary didn't allow them to get close to the battlefield. Instead, he asked them to continue guarding the periphery. This made the Monster Kings suspicious. Now that Huli reminded them, They were all shocked. They faintly felt that this might be the truth of the matter. In an instant, every Monster King felt their scalp go numb and their whole body turn cold. The 8 Saint emissaries. Were they going to rebel against the Lord Saint? If that was really the case, the entire ancient land would be in chaos. With this preconceived notion, many Monster Kings quickly realized that something was wrong when they looked at the battle that was in full swing. At first glance, the battle over there seemed to be extremely fierce. The 8 Saint emissaries and the rock spirits looked as if they couldn't wait to kill each other. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. However, no matter how they fought, no one was injured. Not even a small injury could be seen. This situation was obviously a little strange. Hu Li's eyes turned again and looked in a certain direction. He said in surprise, "Where did the 4 Saint emissaries go? Why can't I see any trace of them?" He didn't see any sign of them there. Immediately, a Monster King answered, "I heard that the 4 Saint emissaries received a piece of news and left in a hurry. I don't know where they went." They received a piece of news. Hu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What kind of news is more important than the Bloodgate? Why did the 4 Saint emissaries rush over? I'm not sure about that. The Monster King shook his head. Chapter 2588. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to rush over like this even if she wanted to, but it was different now. With the Emperor artifact 10,000 bee seal, she had sealed millions of monster bee souls, and 12th order monster bee souls were everywhere. She believed that with the power of the 10,000 bee seal, she could definitely help a little. Even if it was insignificant, as long as she could contribute, it would be of some use. Just as she flew up, she felt a tight grip around her ankle, and she was pulled back again. Landing back on the tree trunk, Ruaw, she shouted angrily, "Third Senior, what are you doing?" The person who pulled her back just now was Iceheart Valley's third sister. If she hadn't been with her and relied on her strength and concealment skills, Zhang Ruaw, she wouldn't have been able to get close to this place. After all, she was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while there were plenty of second-order Emperor Realm monster beasts in the vicinity of the Blood Door. Only Third Brother, relying on his miraculous concealment secret art, could bring Zhang Ruaw Shi here without anyone noticing. Seeing Zhang Ruaw Shi's anger, Third Sister looked scared, but she still kept waving her hand, pointing in the direction of the battlefield. Then, she reached out and wiped her neck, sticking out a large part of her tongue. "Raw," she quickly said, "I know it's dangerous over there, and my life may be in danger, but Sir is over there, so I have to go and help." Third Sister grabbed Zhang Ruaw Shi's hand and shook her head like a rattle drum, showing that she wouldn't let go even if she died. Ruaw Shi sighed, patted the back of Third Sister's hand, and said softly, "Sir has taught me and raised me for so many years, but Ruaw Shi has never been able to repay him. Now, Ruaw Shi finally has some strength to help Sir. I can't stay here and watch. Third Senior, let me go. Even if I die, Ruaw Shi will never regret it." She didn't know if Third Sister understood or not, but she just held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "Third Senior, if you continue like this, I will hate you," Ruaw Shi said anxiously. Third Sister grinned. She smiled foolishly at her. Her pearly white teeth were as white as jade, forming a stark contrast with her dirty face. Outside the Blood Door, the Elder, who was originally waiting with a solemn expression, rubbed his walking stick uneasily. Although he was surprised that the 8 Saint emissaries were willing to cooperate with him with just a few words, other than the 8 Saint emissaries, there were still 32 Monster Kings. These 32 Monster Kings were not much weaker than the 8 Saint emissaries. If the 32 Monster King charged over again, relying on the strength of the Rock Spirit clan alone, they might not be able to withstand it. At that time, they could only let all the Rock Spirits form a circle, protecting Xianxia in the middle, and resist for as long as they could. He could only think of a way to protect Xianxia and leave this place. However, something even more unexpected happened. 32 monster monarchs charged over with overbearing momentum. After being ordered by the burly Saint Emissary, they actually stood in the distance and watched the show. They had no intention of interfering in the battle. It seemed that the temptation of the blood door was really great. The elder knew that the 32 Monster King stood by and watched. It was not because of the prestige of the burly Saint Emissary, nor was it because they were strong enough, but because they were also very interested in the blood door. They hoped that they could break the seal and open the blood door, allowing them to reap without sowing. His mood relaxed a lot, but soon, the elder began to worry again. In the current situation, if Xianxia could tear the space barrier and open the seal of the blood door, it would be fine. Chapter 2590. Under the burly Saint Envoy's punch, Xianxia's myriad sword wave was shattered, and his entire body was swept away by the powerful fist wind. You overestimate yourself. The burly Saint Envoy coldly snorted, his murderous intent flashing as he sent out another punch. It was a simple and direct movement without the slightest bit of fancy, but it was a simple strike. The burly Saint Envoy still wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and was unwilling to fight them to the death unless it was absolutely necessary. But for a human like Xianxia, a trivial human was nothing. So what if he had to kill him? Before the fist arrived, the wind created by it whistled through the air, causing Xianxia's skin to hurt. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. Xianxia was only able to injure a Saint Envoy just now because he caught him off guard. The biggest credit for that was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now, he didn't even have time to form a seal when this punch came. Come out! As Kai Yang rapidly retreated, he suddenly shouted out. In the next moment, a huge stone giant appeared with a bang. This stone giant looked similar to the Stone Spirit clan, but its eyes were less violent and more intelligent. The embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment swung its fist forward to meet the attack. Before the burly Saint Envoy's complacent punch could hit Xianxia, a stone spirit had mysteriously appeared in front of him. The Saint Envoy couldn't help but twitch his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. But when the fist arrived, he realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was too late for him to change his move in a hurry, so he could only brace himself and meet the embodiment's fist head-on. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, there was a loud bang. The embodiment staggered back 2 steps. The burly Saint Envoy, on the other hand, grunted as the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his wrist. His whole body flew backwards like a ragged sack. In terms of cultivation, the burly Saint Envoy was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, far stronger than the embodiment, but in terms of strength, the embodiment could easily crush him. The burly emissary was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The remaining 6 Saint Envoys who were watching the battle not far away were all stunned. All of them were petrified. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness, unable to accept this fact. This human, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had actually forced a Monster King to retreat in such a short amount of time and injured 2 holy messengers. Even though he was not the one who had injured the burly holy messenger, such a battle record was shocking enough. What the demons couldn't understand the most was where this Shirling had jumped out from. Wasn't it said that the Rock Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10, and that they would die after 10? Including the last Rock Spirit, the Rock Spirit clan already had 11 clansmen. He had already broken the legend of death after 10 years. How could this be? If the Rock Spirit clan could surpass 10 in number, what other clan in the world could go against them? These guys were all battle maniacs. Each one of them would be extremely terrifying when they grew up. Go help. Xianxia flew to the embodiment's shoulder and turned his head to look in the direction of the Rock Spirit clan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. It seemed to be summoning something. The Rock Spirit clan situation was not optimistic. Even if they were born fighting machines and did not know fatigue, even if they had immense strength and strong bodies, they were still beaten to a pulp by the Monster King, who was 3 times their size. They were battered and exhausted. Each of the Rock Spirits seemed to have gone mad as they wantonly unleashed their power. However, they could not do anything to the agile Monster Kings. Instead, they scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to support each other. They could only fight on their own. Basically, every Rock Spirit had to face 3 Monster King level powerhouses. However, these Monster Kings were extremely cunning. They divided up the work and worked together. 2 of them restrained the Rock Spirit's movements on the ground, while the other flew in the air, looking for opportunities to use powerful demonic techniques. Although the Rock Spirits were not in danger for the time being, in the long run, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. The Elder obviously realized this as well. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Munna, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, colorful lights suddenly spread out from his back. Those lights condensed and extended behind him, directly forming 2 colorful wings. Xianxia was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the Wood Spirit's power. Those colorful wings should be the power that the Wood Spirits gave to the Rock Spirits with their own power. No wonder he didn't see the Wood Spirits when he summoned the Stone Spirits. No wonder the Wood Spirits had followed him before he set out for battle. It turned out that the 2 races really lived together and helped each other. It wasn't just a matter of protection and reliance. The biggest disadvantage of the Rock Spirits was that they could not fly. This was related to their body structure. However, the Wood Spirits could give the Rock Spirits the ability to fly. Swoosh, 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 pairs of colorful wings suddenly appeared behind each Rock Spirit's back. Those wings fluttered, bringing them along to fly nimbly. It was as if they were a part of themselves. There was not a hint of obscurity. The Monster Kings' faces darkened. They all rose into the air and attacked from the front and back. They surrounded the Rock Spirits from both sides. They looked like they would not let them break through the defense line. Those Saint Envoys who were still watching the battle could not sit still. They also swayed their bodies and went to help. For a moment, in midair, the many tyrants fought until the sky changed color. The sun and the moon dimmed. Under the collision of all kinds of laws, it seemed like the world was going to collapse. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia's face darkened. He looked at the embodiment and asked. The battlefield had suddenly shifted to the sky. The embodiment could not do anything at all. The embodiment grinned and said, "I also have the help of the Wood Spirits." Whoosh! Suddenly, light spread out from his back. 2 wings extended. After a leap, he directly jumped into the air. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He knew that the embodiment must have received help from the Wood Spirits before this. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 2591. What the hell? The Monster King was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange, secret technique? Shocked, he wanted to retreat. However, the embodiment grinned maliciously and slapped him with its hand. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in strength. He could only watch as the Monster King broke free from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory and fled. At this moment, the burly Saint Emissary's attack arrived. "Don't worry about me," Xianxia suddenly shouted. The embodiment, who was about to help, stopped. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a stream of light flashed, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. The flowing time Great Emperor was modeled on the bell, but there were clear carvings of flowers, birds, rain, beasts, mountains, and rivers. Xianxia stretched out his hand and patted the bell gently. Emperor Qi surged, and the small bell suddenly grew to the height of a person, blocking in front of him. Roar. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger pounced in front of Xianxia and bit down on the big bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out with Xianxia as the center. The ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. All creatures who heard the bell sound, whether it was the 30-odd monster king or the rock spirit, were stunned, as if they were suppressed for no reason. The giant multicolored tiger was directly shaken and scattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Puff. The burly saint emissary spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirit suddenly weakened. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger was a full-force attack that he had used the power of his monster core. After it was shaken and scattered by the mountains and rivers bell, he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. The mountains and rivers bell. The burly saint emissary clutched his chest with one hand and staggered back. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His mind was sluggish, and he could not believe his eyes. The mountains and rivers bell. This is impossible. Wasn't this thing stolen tens of thousands of years ago? How could it appear here? The demons were shocked, and the saint envoys were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing he could do about it. The mountains and rivers bell was just too famous. It was something that had been passed down from the savage, desolate ancient land. No one knew the horror of the mountains and rivers bell better than them. But when he looked up, the big bell in front of the human being was exactly the same as the legendary ancient rare treasure. Thinking of the suppressive force just now, what else could it be but the mountains and rivers bell? All of a sudden, fear appeared in the eyes of the Monster King. They might not put a trivial first-order Emperor Realm human in their eyes, but if this human had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and could use its power at will, they would have no choice. That would be a different story. No one was willing to try the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell. With the bell in hand, the faces of the Monster King and Saint envoys turned cold, but they were wary of taking action. Xianxia raised the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "All of you, follow me!" The rock spirits reacted and took advantage of the time when the Monster Kings were still in a daze to rush towards Xianxia. They gathered around him. "Those who stand in my way will die." Xianxia held the myriad's sword in one hand. Raising the mountains and rivers bell high in the air, he let out an aggressive roar. After determining a direction, his figure flickered as he dashed in that direction. In that direction, there were several Monster Kings who were staring dumbfoundedly. Seeing Xianxia leading a group of stone spirits, they were all taken aback. Before they could make way, Xianxia raised the myriad sword and slammed it on the mountains and rivers bell. Dang. The deep sound of the bell almost converged into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly attacking the few Monster Kings blocking the way ahead. Wherever it passed, the space was suppressed. The expressions of the few Monster Kings changed drastically, and they cursed loudly. They didn't dare to hesitate and scattered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the shock wave. They had just retreated when Xianxia led a group of rock spirits and rushed through them. He was so arrogant that it was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. Every Monster King's expression was ugly, and the expressions of the 8 Saint envoys were so gloomy that it was as if they could scrape off frost. This place had gathered the highest combat power of the ancient land's monster clan, but a human had killed his way in and out so unscrupulously. If news of this spread, where would they put their faces? But Xianxia looked murderous, and they really didn't dare to be the first to eat crabs. Who knew what the consequences would be if they were really attacked by the mountains and rivers bell? Didn't they see the dispirited face of the burly saint envoy and his blood kept flowing out. This was only the power of the backlash. If they were hit directly, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. The Monster Kings all had different thoughts, so Xianxia led the Rock Spirit clan out of the encirclement easily, and they were about to escape. At this moment, Xianxia, who was leading the charge, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction in a daze. The Rock Spirits, following closely behind, also instinctively sensed traces of chilling aura growing in their hearts. *1. The world suddenly trembled, and several small black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, those small black dots flew close, and 4 terrifying auras fell from the sky and gathered in one place. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down, making Xianxia's chest feel heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Holy Spirits! Xianxia's eyes bulged as he stared at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, his face as ugly as it could be. He knew that these 4 Holy Spirits must be on their way back, but he only needed a little bit of time to take the Rock Spirit clan back into the mysterious small world. At that time, he could use his space secret technique to escape from here. However, in front of these 4 Holy Spirits, this little bit of time was nothing but a luxury. Xianxia's figure came to a halt, and so did the Rock Spirit clan, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that since these 4 holy masters had appeared, they would not be able to escape today. The elders smiled dryly. "Little brother, my Rock Spirit clan has implicated you. If he and Mu-Na hadn't insisted that Xianxia bring them to the blood sect, how could there be such a disaster today? Speaking of which, it was indeed them who had implicated Xianxia, so the elder's heart was filled with guilt. It's not the end of the road yet. It's too early for Elder to say this. Xianxia pursed his lips and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 Holy Spirits. He had been in the ancient lands for a long time, but he had heard of these 4 Holy Spirits for a long time. These 4 were the overlords of the entire ancient wild land. Fanhua, Wanfeng, Sango, Shihua. Xianxia looked at the faces of these 4 people, their names flashing across his mind. Wanfeng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at Xianxia with some surprise. "Little friend, have this queen. Seen you somewhere before?" "Little friend?" The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, but in front of these powerful existences who had lived for who knows how many years, she was qualified to call him that. Xianxia smiled bitterly. More than 10 years ago, on clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City, this junior was fortunate enough to see Master. I'm afraid Master doesn't remember. What he was talking about was naturally the time when he and Lu Xianyan escaped from the Blue Feather sect and went to Maplewood City. At that time, a Wanfeng cub suddenly appeared on clear Jade Mountain, causing many cultivators to go to search for it. In the end, the Wanfeng suddenly appeared and burned countless cultivators with her world-extinguishing black flames, causing clear Jade Mountain to burn forever. At that time, it was also the first time he saw a real living Holy Spirit. At that time, the Wanfeng he saw was her true body, but now she had taken human form. However, there was only one Holy Spirit in this world, so Xianxia naturally knew that this beautiful woman was the behemoth he saw back then. Hearing this, the Wanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to have some impression of him, and nodded lightly. "Does Lady Feng know him?" Fanhua asked lightly. The Wanfeng smiled. "We just met once. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent in just a short 10 years. It seems that his talent is not low. In time, he will become a tyrant." Sango sneered and stared at Xianxia maliciously. "Only those who can grow can be called tyrants. The mountains and rivers bell actually belongs to him. It seems his opportunity is not small." Fanhua stared coldly at the mountains and rivers bell in Xianxia's hand. The 4 Saint Masters were somewhat annoyed that someone had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that they knew that the mountains and rivers bell belonged to Xianxia, they naturally did not have good expressions, feeling that Xianxia had tricked them. "Boy, how do you want to die?" Shihua suddenly took a step forward, and a substantial pressure rushed towards Yangkai. Even with the mountains and rivers bell blocking it, Yangkai still felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Yangkai smiled bitterly. Elder Shiling spoke in a low voice. Master Shihua, this little friend was kidnapped by this old man. Today's matter has nothing to do with him, so I ask Master not to make things difficult for him. If you can let him go, my Shiling clan will be at your disposal. Shihua sneered. Isn't it a little too late to say that you will be at my disposal? Over the years, this king has tried to subdue you many times, but you disdain me. Now that you are at the end of your rope, you ask this king for help. Do you think this king will agree? The elder's expression was dry, not knowing what to say. Shiling clan was not good with words. Shihua shouted coldly. Today, your Shiling clan will either submit to us or be exterminated. As for this little brat, he dared to trick this king. Even the heavens can't save him. Trick? Where did that come from? The elder looked confused, obviously not knowing that Yangkai had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Saint Masters have been dominating the ancient lands for so many years, but today they have been tricked by a human using the mountains and rivers bell. When this matter was brought up, everyone's face turned ugly. If this human was strong enough, it would be fine, but he was only a first-order Emperor Realmaster. Shihua had no intention of explaining. With his status, he naturally disdained to explain too much, so he just said rudely, "Exterminate your clan or submit. Elder, you choose. Time is limited, so this king will give you 10 breaths." The elder quickly said, "This old man just said that as long as Master can let this little friend go, my Shiling clan is willing to submit. This is not up to you. You are not qualified to bargain with this king." Shihua waved his hand, looking extremely impatient. The elder looked at the other 3 Saint Masters and said bitterly, "Master, do you also agree?" "Don't worry. With us here, Shihua won't do anything to you." Yangkai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you, unless you make him swear an oath." The faces of Fan Hua and the others sank as they secretly felt that Yangkai was being too unreasonable. Their identities were right there, and they had already spoken so clearly, yet this little brat was still making excuses. It was really infuriating. Shihua's angry roar came from the mountains and rivers bell. "Impudent brat, what qualifications do you have to make this king swear an oath?" Yangkai's face darkened as he said, "If you don't follow the rules, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Could it be that Master Shihua really wants to fight me as soon as he comes out? If that's the case, then Master should be prepared to be suppressed inside forever. This brat's life is cheap, so it's not a loss for you to be suppressed for a lifetime." Ruashi, the embodiment, looked at the figure in midair with a bitter expression and secretly sighed. Ruashi suddenly rushed out because she saw the scene of Yangkai being attacked by Shihua. That was why she was so reckless. The one who came with Ruashi, she was undoubtedly Ice Heart Valley's third brother. The third brother stood behind Ruashi, she with a fierce expression on his face and a strange sound coming from his mouth, like a wild beast defending its territory and warning others not to approach. However, Fan only glared at him, and the third brother shivered and shrank into a ball. Chapter 2595. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Ruo, she suddenly rushed to the top of the big pit and knelt on the ground. Using both hands, she dug at the soil that covered the pit. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she kept sobbing, "Sir, sir." Her choked voice was filled with grief. It was as if she had lost her mind. She didn't even use her source chi. Instead, she just used her bare hands to dig at the soil in front of her. In the blink of an eye, her slender fingers were a bloody mess, but she continued digging as if she couldn't feel the pain. Her extreme sadness and despair seemed to materialize and spread in all directions, causing many monster race and the Stone Spirit clan to be moved. The drops of tears that fell from her eyes were gradually mixed with a faint trace of red. It seemed that what flowed from her eyes were not just tears, but accusations of blood and tears. "Don't leave Ruoshi behind. Sir, don't leave Ruoshi behind." Blood and tears blurred her vision. Zhang Ruo, she couldn't see anything at all, but her hands were still working like machines, trying to rescue Yang Kai from the ground. This little girl. Fan Wu narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Staring at Zhang Ruo, she's back as she knelt on the ground. She seems to have a close relationship with that little friend, but unfortunately, her strength is too low. Wan Feng also sighed slightly. The Third Order Dao Source Realm. What did she do here? Any random monster king here? It was at least a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm was really not enough. Shihua glanced at Zhang Ruo, she for a while, and suddenly snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Ruo she. He had gone back on his word and killed Kai Yang with a sneak attack. Now, a human girl suddenly popped out and acted recklessly in Yang Kai's grave. Wasn't this poking at his sore spot? Ruo, she was caught off guard and was directly grabbed by his huge hand. The 5-meter-tall Shihua pinched Zhang Ruo she as if he was pinching a pocket-sized person. The increasing distance between her and Yang Kai caused Zhang Ruo she to wake up abruptly. Raising her head, her beautiful red eyes stared at Shihua, who was sizing her up. Suddenly, he struggled with all his might, punching and kicking nonstop, and begged, "Let me go. Please let me go. I want to save Mister. Mister is not dead. I want to save him." But how could her strength be mentioned in the same breath as Shihua? No matter how she struggled, she did not move an inch. Shihua sneered. He said, "That teacher of yours has already died without a burial place. Don't do useless things." Ruo, she shook her head as tears fell like rain. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Mister won't die. Mister will never die." Shihua said angrily, "You little girl." He was so stubborn. "Do you believe that I won't crush you to death?" Gritting her teeth, Ruo, she suddenly raised her hand, and a square seal appeared out of thin air. 10,000 beast seal. Suddenly, a pitch-black force flew out from the seal. In an instant, the surrounding Yin-Chi became dense, and waves of ghostly wails and howls sounded. The pitch-black force that flew out of the seal turned into monster beasts of various sizes in the blink of an eye. Beast souls. Shihua raised his eyebrows and looked at the seemingly illusory monster beasts in front of him with some surprise. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that these things were beast souls. Fanhua, Wan Feng, and Sango also frowned slightly. They were saint sovereigns of the ancient lands. The billions of monster beasts in the ancient lands were under their command. Suddenly, so many beast souls appeared in Zhang Ruo, she's 10,000 beast seal, which made them a little angry. After all, every monster beast was their subordinate. Even if they died, their beast souls should not be taken and sealed in an artifact by a human. Anyone who had been sneak attacked and almost died without a burial site would definitely be enraged. However, not everyone could suppress their anger, judge the situation, and know when to yield and when to stand tall. Xianxia being able to adjust his mood in such a short time showed that his temperament was really good. This was the wisest and even the only choice. If he was driven by anger and insisted on striking a stone with an egg, the only one who would suffer would be himself. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.